Marvel, I am the leader of the mutants. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 126. There will be 2 updates tomorrow, both of words, and no manuscripts have been saved, so this wave of outbursts is not very large, or rather less than others, but my ability is limited, so I can just express my feelings at this moment. I just want to simply ask for an initial subscription, and a subscription although it is just a hobby, I still hope to make some achievements. It's already 30 words. I hope you guys, seeing that I've been typing out 30 words on the keyboard, will take out a cent or two from your bulging wallets and give some charity to this poor guy like me. Internet beggar, the first order is related to future recommendations. Because of the poor results, I have only taken 2 waves of recommendations now, so this also caused my grades to get even worse. I know that I still have many shortcomings that need to be improved, but I am not a genius, and my talent in writing novels is not very strong, so this will undoubtedly require a lot of time. I will thank those readers who are willing to grow with me. I also hope to go further and better with your help. Next, let's complain about the writing environment. Freshman, studying at TikTok University, a subsidiary of Tencent Group. My daily routine is to turn on the camera and look at each other through the thin electronic screen with my 30 online classmates. I don't know that the little cutie inside has arranged a class schedule for us. There are 5 advanced mathematics classes a week. Classes are full almost every day from Monday to Friday. There are 3 classes on Saturday, and there are meetings on Sunday. After tossing and turning several times in TikTok, Tencent meetings, Zudu, and Zizizi, and finishing the homework accumulated throughout the day, the time has basically reached around in the evening. My coding speed is not very fast. It takes almost 2 hours to complete 2,000 words. The content of 4,000 words plus the concept and plot setting takes about 5 hours. 4,000 words a day is really an arduous task for me that requires a lot of willpower to persevere, but for the sake of perfect attendance and growth, I promise everyone that I will stick to it. Finally, let's talk about the subsequent plot. The emergence of the hang-up system destined the protagonist to have a fight with the gods. The pit laid at the beginning will unfold immediately after the Asgard plot is over. You guessed it right, that is, Moon Knight. Finally, I would like to thank the country, my parents, China Literature Group, the editor-in-chief Y University, and every friend who sees this. Next chapter, Rogers takes the hammer. If you want to see it, please give me a first order, I beg and thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 127. Captain Thor. A few seconds passed in real life, but in Soul's spiritual world, the moon was already shining brightly. Yuri racked his brains to control the completely fictitious Jane Foster to speak words that fit her identity and personality, and to deal with Saul, who is obviously in love and found various topics to talk about awkwardly. It can only be said that men who are pursuing women are really stupid. Yuri shortened the distance and sped up the time, but even with such an obvious flaw, he did not get any favors from the majestic crown prince of Asgard, the son of Odin, and the god of thunder Thor. Focus on, squeak. The brakes of the old bus were not very sensitive. After a sharp friction sound, the bus that had been clanging all the way finally quieted down. Yuri, who had had enough, did not let Jane and Thor go together as in the original plot. Going to observe the enemy's situation, Saul happened to be very manly and asked Jane to stay where he was and wait for his return in order to show his gentleness and bravery. Yuri borrowed Jane Foster's face to weave a beautiful smile, and then followed a trend and watched Thor, who often looked back and waved, leave, thinking he was very handsome. Call, with a thought in his mind, all the invisible environment in Thor's eyes was instantly wiped out into nothingness. He glanced at the spiritual power that was constantly struggling in the band, and had to use an extra mind to help suppress it. Then it depends on you. Well done, Thor. Thor was walking on the road humming an Asgardian tune with a bright smile on his face. There are a lot of things to be happy about today. First of all, he escaped from the captivity of the terrifying Doctor in Midgard by relying on his intelligence and using a strategy that only Loki would come up with. Secondly, he escaped from the restaurant with his outstanding personality and charm. An unknown stranger inside asked about Mjolnir's whereabouts. After that, He also chatted with a beautiful Majordian female Dr. Jane Foster in a dilapidated carriage. A whole afternoon, finally, and the most important thing, he's about to meet Mjolnir and regain control of the Thunder God. After tearing open the barbed wire buried deep in the ground, Thor sneaked into the heavily guarded military base with a short body. After easily getting rid of the 2 guards who came after hearing the news, he put on the other party's dark raincoat and used the shadow to hide behind a large car in order to retaliate against this kid who tortured him all afternoon. Yuri once again tampered with the plot and arranged for him to have waves of shield-armed agents who could beat him up without defeating him. As for that one in the original plot, Hawkeye held a compound bow in a hanging basket in the rain for a long time. Anyway, it didn't appear in Thor's eyes, so in order to save energy, I simply cut it off. In Thor's eyes, he solved one wave after another of difficult enemies and almost approached the central compartment surrounded step by step. The warriors of Midgard are indeed powerful. Although they do not have the naturally strong physique of the Asgardians, they have practiced various fighting skills to the point that even the God of Thunder, who has never failed in the 9 realms, is looking at them with suspicion. The point several times he was beaten until he could barely stand up, but every time he wanted to give up, a deafening thunder would flash in the sky, and bright blue lightning would travel through the rain, lighting up the sky and illuminating the sky. The earth also gave him the faith to keep standing up. Mjolnir, it's calling me. Finally, Thor, who had eliminated all the enemies, was covered in scars, and with his hands dripping with blood and showing bones, he tore open the last wall leading to the compartment where Mjolnir was. When he saw the sword hanging in the wind and rain when the delicate hammer didn't move, a bright smile bloomed on the face stained with dirt and blood. Mjolnir, thunder exploded in the sky again and again, and countless large raindrops landed on the ground nearly a kilometer away from Thor's hammer. The dazzling light of thunder illuminated the small compartment. Thor smiled and walked closer and closer. Victory was already in sight. Thor reached out and grabbed the handle of the hammer, slowly tightening it with his fingers. Soul's smile froze and his arms began to exert strength. Thor's smile disappeared and he raised his left and right hands together. Thor's face was ferocious, and his muscles were swollen. Soul tried several times, but finally had no choice but to let go. He looked down at his hands covered with mud, with blood and rain mixed with them flowing down, and then raised his head, facing the pouring rain, and looked at the dazzling lightning. Why? The next thing is simple. Yuri locked Thor into an empty room with nothing in the rhythm of the original plot, and then left the remaining time for Thor, who had just experienced great joy and great tragedy, to reflect on himself. After that, he used the dragon mark to put several shackles on Odin's spiritual seal on Thor. Then he withdrew his mind and looked at the 4 people who were kneeling on the ground tied by Vanix and caped with symbiote tentacles. Asgardians, Volstagg, Fandral, Horgan and Sif. According to the memory of the time traveler, he knew that these 4 were even more funny than Thor, the god of thunder. In addition, when they looked at him with vicious eyes, Yuri felt that there was no need to talk to them, communicate in any form. His eyes passed over the 4 people and fell on Kate and Vanix. Yuri looked at the endless sky outside the simple assembly room and reminded, these 4 people came here through the Rainbow Bridge. Their coordinates are lying on the bed. That useless thunder god Asgard is now controlled by Loki. In name, he can use all the power and resources belonging to Asgard. If there are no surprises, what you will face next may be the former Oman, the powerful armor that Din wore when fighting against the Celestials. The destroyer. Vanix nodded indifferently. It sounds like it's very powerful. Kate grasped the blind spot of the question. The next wave of enemies will arrive near the location where these 4 people arrived. Chief, what is the time interval? Yuri glanced sideways at Soul, who had tears running down his eyes and was indulging in a spiritual illusion, and said, the longest will not exceed 4 hours. Seeing Kate's solemn face, he couldn't help but laugh and said, don't worry, I mean to let you participate in higher level battles and experience higher realms. Moreover, the destruction controlled by God King Odin, the destroyer, and the destroyer controlled by Loki are not the same thing at all. You are fully capable of defeating them. Kate breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded to Yuri, glanced at the heartless Vanix, then pulled the silly bird and directly dragged the 4 captives on the ground out of the room. Yuri watched the 2 people leave, rubbed his hands and entered Thor's mental space again. You make my people, professionals with the most advanced training in the world, look like supermarket security guards on a basic salary. According to my experience, you must have received relevant training to do all this. Tell me, where did you receive it? Training, Pakistan, Chechnya, Afghanistan. Soul lowered his head quietly without saying a word. He watched the gentle yet powerful bald man in front of him chatting, and watched him being called out by a phone call. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze and continue speaking in a low tone, at that moment, he saw a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Loki. Why are you here? I want to see you. Thor looked at the gloomy Loki and realized that something bad might have happened. What happened? Is it about Hayden? Let me and my father explain. Father is dead. Thor's expression changed several times. He looked at Loki, trying to find some flaw in the face of his brother who always loved to joke, but disappointingly, it seemed to be true. Exile Loki, who was programmed by Yuri, said in a deep voice, he can no longer bear the threat of war. Don't blame yourself. I know you love him very much. I want to tell him, but he can't listen. It's cruel to keep you by my side knowing that you can no longer lift Mjolnir. The burden of the throne now rests on me. Hearing these words, Saul, who was in tears, finally raised his head. He opened and closed his mouth several times, and finally asked only one question, can I go home? In his pleading eyes, he saw Loki shaking his head with a wry smile. The condition of the armistice agreement is that you must be exiled. Thor's eyes were red, and he truly felt the pain caused by the war. He wanted to struggle again, but Loki continued, Mother also forbids you to go back. We will never see you again, my brother. Looking at Loki's unconcealed back, Thor couldn't help lowering his head anymore. At this moment, he really regretted why he went to Hayden to kill people, and why he kept admonishing and insisting on going his own way. When he raised his head again, he found that there was no one in front of him. We'll see you again after an hour in a tavern in a nearby town. Sol, who was sponsored by Professor Eric, took advantage of his drunkenness to drink bitter water while Yuri, with a sympathetic look on his face, was actually extremely bored and indoctrinated Sol with all kinds of things. All kinds of chicken soup for the Sol subtly brainwashed him into a hammer-wielding person who could be recognized by Mjolnir later. Yuri transformed into Jane Foster again and was coaxed by Thor to put down everything that happened today and fall asleep after such a night. The plot about Thor regaining control of the hammer finally came to the final point. The arrival of the three warriors of Asgard and Sif, the goddess of earth and harvest, allowed Thor to learn the truth that his father Odin was not dead at all, and also allowed him to understand the true intentions of his brother Loki. At this moment, there was a vague realization, if he didn't die, Loki would never give up. Sure enough, not long after the four friends landed on the earth, a colorful bridge that ran through the sky and the earth crashed onto the wasteland near the town. When several people from Asgard saw the appearance of the visitor, their faces changed with fear, watching the peaceful town where he had lived for several days being destroyed inch by the destroyer with laser beams, watching countless innocent humans running away with terror on their faces, watching the four friends rushing forward one after another, watching the beautiful doctor looked worried but never left her side. Thor suddenly smiled. He stuffed Jane into the arms of Lucy, who had an extremely broad mind, and asked Professor Eric, whose outlook on life was ruined, to take her to a safe place. After he could no longer see the three figures in his sight, he suddenly turned around. He turned around and strode towards the destroyer armor, which was controlled by his brother Loki and was coming to kill him completely. Brother, no matter what I have done to make you go astray, no matter what I have done to make you do what you are doing now, I am extremely sorry, but these people are innocent, and you will not get anything if you kill them. Any good? Looking at the suddenly opened mask of the destroyer and feeling the scorching heat inside, Thor raised his head and spread his hands calmly. Take my life and end this. At this moment, Yuri, who was standing in front of the restraint bed, finally relaxed and dared to sacrifice himself for the sake of innocence. Sol's road of transformation had successfully come to an end. He withdrew his consciousness and looked at the open space not far away, where Kate and Vanix are working together with the Asgardian quartet to fight against the silver-white destroyer armor that has just arrived. The 6 people retreated and others advanced, and the sudden and pulling fight was very lively. Yuri smiled slightly when he saw this, and his mental power instantly contacted the old Rogers who was guarding Mjolnir. Don't you want to participate in a battle of this level? For a moment, old Rogers, who was wearing a black symbiotic reproductive suit, was slightly startled. I am still very self-aware. In a battle of this level, I can only get beaten if I participate. Yuri smiled slightly. Are you sure, Captain Thor? Old Rogers clenched his fists slightly and asked tentatively, Chief, aren't you? Glancing at Sol on the bondage bed, Yuri chuckled. I think he would never mind lying down for a while. Turning his consciousness back to Thor's spiritual world, Yuri controlled the destroyer armor to emit an orange-red laser beam made of mental power, swallowing Thor in an instant. This blow would not bring any helplessness to the latter. The damage can be restored, But after all, consciousness is lost. Thor will most likely not wake up before the end of this battle. The spiritual connection was broken, and the next moment the sky was covered with dark clouds among the people fighting together, except for Vanix and Kate. Everyone stopped and looked directly below where the thunder clouds gathered. A bright electric light as thick as a bucket penetrated the sky and earth, and landed accurately on the hammer-wielding man. And standing, in the midst of countless thunder snakes intertwined with each other, the specific face of the man cannot be seen clearly. At this moment, whether it was Loki strategizing on the throne of Asgard far away, or the Asgardian quartet fighting with troops close at hand, they were all chanting the same name, Thor. Black color. Vanix shouted loudly without even looking at it. "Break this metal machine." "What?" Sif turned his head and looked at this beautiful woman with ridiculously strong fighting power. "That is obviously a Thor." As he spoke, the man wrapped around the thunder snake finally fell from the sky, and swung Mjolnir to hit the horn on top of the destroyer's armor with a boom sound. The entire armored head of the destroyer was hammered into the chest, and its orange-red laser beam, which symbolized the highest level of magic, was instantly extinguished. Looking at the humanoid creature in front of them, whose whole body was covered in slime that was exactly the same as the black tentacles that bound their group, Asgard and his group realized that this was really not their long-cherished comrade Thor. Ding Sen. "Who are you?" Volstagg, who was outspoken, asked with a look of astonishment. "Is there anyone in this world other than Thor who can lift Mjolnir?" "My name is Black." After Old Rogers turned Mjolnir in his hand, he looked at the restored destroyer armor and said, "Now, let's deal with this enemy in front of us together. Ask for the First Order." End of this chapter. Chapter 128, God of Thunder. Damn Midgardians. Loki, who was far away on the throne of Asgard, hammered the wide armrest of the golden throne hatefully. In anger, a bit of deep blue gradually seeped out from under his fair and smooth skin. After noticing this, Loki quickly gathered his mind to eliminate the abnormality, and then cursed bitterly, "Damn frost giant." After giving the order to the destroyer to fight independently, he immediately walked towards the Rainbow Bridge with Gungnir on his back. He no longer wanted to watch the battle in Midgard. Before the arrival of Black holding Thor's hammer, the destroyer controlled by him had been retreating steadily. Now that Black had joined, it would no longer be possible. There may be any odds at all along the way from the royal palace to the Rainbow Bridge. Loki was alone. There were no loyal guards swarming in front of them, and the Asgardians who had no popular support walked the streets to greet them. Even after many people saw Loki holding Gungnir, they immediately lowered their heads and quickened their pace from a distance. "Get away. Soon, you will change your view of me." Loki grabbed Gungnir's right hand and tightened it unconsciously. He knew that compared to his brother Thor, in the eyes of the Asgardians, he had always been a child who only played tricks and joked. In their eyes, only Thor, who is handsome, tall, and good at fighting, is qualified to sit on the golden throne with expectations for a better tomorrow. Loki raised his head with a smile, his two sharp and shining golden horns shining brightly in the sun, and stepped onto the colorful Rainbow Bridge without haste. Under the bridge is the surging torrent, and on the bridge is Heimdall standing with a sword. "Tell me, Loki, how did you bring the frost giants to Asgard?" Loki held Gungnir and stood exactly a sword's throw away from Heimdall. He suppressed the unspeakable fear in his heart and provocatively said, "Do you think the Rainbow Bridge is the only entrance and exit here? In addition to the Rainbow Bridge, there are many secret passages in Asgard, and these passages cannot be seen even with your talent." After saying this, Loki calmed down and took a deep breath. "But I don't need them now, because I am the king of Asgard." Before Heimdall could speak, he quickly opened his mouth and continued, "Now, I pronounce the sentence. Because of your treason, you have been deprived of the duty of guarding the gate of Asgard. From this moment on, you are no longer Asgard. One of our citizens." Heimdall kept breathing steadily and waited quietly for the child he had seen growing up to finish what he wanted to say. After that, he said coldly, "If that's the case, then it's okay for me to do this. It doesn't count as betraying you." The moment Heimdall swung his sword violently, Loki, who had been prepared for a long time, used space magic to take out the reason why he dared to come alone, the box of ice, a piece of icy energy that seemed to be able to swallow all heat under Loki's control. He mercilessly bombarded Heimdall, who had raised his sword high. As the ice gradually sealed the latter, large patches of blue began to spread all over Loki's body from where his hands directly touched the ice box, followed by bursts of teeth-hardening sounds of ice condensing. After the sound, Heimdall's slashing sword became slower and slower, and finally stopped at a distance from Loki's neck before it was fully effective. "Call, Loki lowered his head and looked at the golden sword wrapped in ice under his chin, and then at Heimdall's pair of dark golden eyes that shone brightly even under layers of ice. He took a deep breath and turned the page. His hand took back the box of ice and put it away again. He quickly covered up all the features that were different from Asgardians, such as his blue skin and red eyes, then grabbed Gangnir again, turned around and walked towards the temple without looking back. Globe, New Mexico. Yuri withdrew his gaze from the battlefield not far away, and looked sideways at Thor, the god of thunder, on the restraint bed. Under his perception, this guy's spiritual power had broken through. Not only that, after experiencing a complete spiritual death, there is also quite a bit of sublimation. Waving his hand to untie Thor, Yuri put his hands behind his back and waited quietly for him to wake up. The destroyer armor had been beaten to the point of collapse under the combined efforts of everyone. Apart from being able to hit the Asgardian quartet from time to time with ridiculous brute force under the blessing of magic, it was unable to fire even a single shot from the visor. Laser column. Seeing that the destroyer was about to be completely scrapped, Yuri quickly used his mental power to link the three most hated guys to make them stop being so violent. Old Rogers and Kate discussed it, and together with Vanix, the three of them worked together to use the symbiote. The tentacles tied up this blood-stained iron armor that could withstand attacks just as several people were walking towards the simple assembly room. Sol, who was lying on the bed, finally opened his eyes. Thor is very confused now, because in his mind, there are two completely different memories playing out alternately. One memory tells him that you have died at the hands of your brother who controls the destroyer. The second memory tells him that you have died at the hands of your brother who controls the destroyer. The memory told him that you were locked in this room for half a month and had no other experience. Welcome back to reality, Thor Odinson. Yuri's voice drew Thor's eyes to him. Looking at the other person's blank eyes, he silently prayed in his heart that this guy would never become a fool. The memory of you being blown to pieces by the destroyer was a fabrication I made up at Mjolnir's request in order to help you realize the character worthy of being king. No one you have ever seen has experienced it. Everything is just a big illusory dream. Thor looked at Yuri blankly, with a questioning expression on his face. Just when Yuri was about to say something more, there was a gentle knock on the door behind him. When he opened it, he saw that it was Black carrying Mjolnir, Vanix and Kate, who were tied up by the symbiote's tentacles. In comes the heavily armored destroyer Watt. When he learned that the profound memories, touching love and final awakening in his memory were all a big dream, Saul was not as excited as he is now. He just rolled over from the bed and got to the ground, and then dragged himself to the ground. Because he had been lying on the bed for too long, his body, which was not used to walking on the ground, staggered and rushed to Hey, who was holding Mjolnir. This is impossible. How is this possible? A big smile appeared on old Roger's old cheeks that were covered by the symbiote armor. He looked at Thor, who was staring at him, and Mjolnir in despair, opened his mouth and poured a large bowl of chicken soup for the soul into the opponent. Thor, as you can see, you are not the only choice in many things. Looking at Thor's right hand that he wanted to stretch out but didn't dare to, old Roger smiled and said, I'm afraid I can't give it to you now, Thor. As you can see, your brother Loki sent your father. A powerful weapon has descended on Midgard, our Earth, as you call it. I am able to bind it now only because of the amplification this hammer has given me. I understand. Thor's eyes never left Mjolnir. I just want to confirm. Forget it. This matter can wait until later. He forced himself to raise his head and no longer looked at the beautiful hammer flying in someone else's hand. He looked at the Asgardian quartet, who were covered with countless colors, and looked very embarrassed and asked tentatively, Loki is Asgard now? The king of Gard? And my father, he is not dead yet. The four Siths looked at each other, wondering how Thor could ask such a treacherous question. Just when the four were about to speak, Yuri slowly walked from the restraint bed behind Thor to the destroyer armor. In front of everyone, he directly put it into his storage space. Seeing this, Sif immediately pointed the sword in his hand at Yuri and angrily yelled, You can't be like this. Sif, Thor interrupted Sif and showed a friendly smile to Yuri. This is your trophy. The Asgardian rule is that the trophy belongs to the winner. Yuri nodded and winked at Black, who nodded, hooked his index finger on the crimson ribbon at the end of Mjolnir's hammer handle, and handed it to Thor, who was full of surprise. This is really... Thor's face was full of anxiety and uneasiness. Although in the spiritual world his character had reached a state recognized by the Odin curse and Mjolnir, until he was blasted to pieces by the destroyer, he also didn't have the opportunity to try to lift the hammer again. So now Thor is not sure whether he is worthy of this beloved Thor's hammer. Can you put it down a little bit? Thor watched the Black dance. I mean, If I still can't get Mjolnir's approval, at least I can fall less ugly. Haha. Black took a step forward and patted the naive former comrade on the shoulder. He pinched the head of Mjolnir's hammer and directly stuffed the hammer handle into Thor's palm. Even if you believe in yourself, you must also believe in my leader, Thor. Now that you have realized kindness and sacrifice, you are completely worthy of the hammer in your hand. I'm a little scared. Wow. Thor habitually clenched the handle of the hammer and raised his arm. When he finished this action, he was surprised to find that Mjolnir was actually in his own hand. I picked it up. I did it. Thor was excited when he saw Mjolnir in his hand. He couldn't wait to raise it above his head to lead the thunder to complete the transformation. But at this moment, Yuri suddenly stretched out his hand and directly cut off Mjolnir and the sky. The connection between the dark clouds that have begun together. What have you done? Thor turned his head abruptly, with confusion and fear mixed on his face. The former is because he doesn't understand the purpose of Yuri's actions, and the latter is because the other party can directly control Mjolnir. The source of his strength, he only knows one person who can do this kind of thing, and that is his father, God King Odin. So Yuri's outstretched hand did not retract. Under everyone's gaze, Mjolnir, who was tightly held by Thor, suddenly broke free. The next moment, he entered Yuri's open hand middle. He put the hammer in front of him for a moment and then let it fall freely and smash through the floor of the simple assembly room under his feet. His eyes stared directly at Thor. Tell me, are you the god of thunder or the god of hammers? Thor looked puzzled. Of course I am the god of thunder. So, Yuri lowered his eyes and glanced at Mjolnir on the ground. Can your divine power be used only when you hold this hammer? Of course not. Thor suddenly realized something. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists, desperately trying to mobilize the divine power in his body to reconnect with the dark clouds that were gradually dissipating in the sky. However, until his face turned the color of pig liver and his fists clenched into joints. Even though I was white, I couldn't do such a thing. That should be extremely simple for Thor. God, how could this happen? I can't. Yuri stared at his hands, and Thor, who fell into self-doubt again, said provocatively, at this moment, your father is in a coma. Your mother is worried. Your comrades are praying for you. Your brother Asgard is acting up, but you are a waste who can't even activate a trace of thunder and lightning on your own after losing the divine power given by the weapon. Facing Yuri's merciless rebuke, anger gradually gathered in Thor's eyes. He clenched his fists and stared at Yuri as if he wanted to eat him in one bite. Faced with such a look, Yuri sneered disdainfully and continued to stimulate. Let me tell you what is happening now. Your brother discovered the fact that he was a descendant of the frost giant Yamhaden, and he fainted. He killed your father, coaxed your mother, used the ice box that only frost giants could use to freeze Heimdall, the gatekeeper of the Rainbow Bridge, and then personally opened the passage to Yamhaden and introduced countless frost giants. Asgard came to try to help him eliminate dissidents and secure the throne. Your people are engaged in an unpredictable battle of life and death, and people are dying at the hands of brutal frost giants every moment. However, the hope that these Asgardians believe in, and the next king that their people aspire to, is not still on earth, and a useless person who is nothing after losing his hammer, to shut up. At the same time that Thor roared loudly at Yuri, the dark clouds that gradually dispersed in the sky began to gather again, and deafening lightning exploded, just like Thor's heart that was setting off huge waves. I'm not trash. A faint blue arc of electricity flashed in Thor's eyes, but within a few moments, it was like a spark that had turned into prairie fire, and more arcs of electricity spurted out from every pore on his body. The azure eyes became brighter and brighter, until they were filled with bright thunder. He stared at Yuri, opening his hands as if to gather together the thunder in a thundercloud above his head. Countless thunder dragons with unlimited power were gathered between his hands. After a moment of charging, he actually hit the thick thunder pillar in his hand directly towards the extremely calm Yuri. I am the son of Odin, the god of thunder, Thor Odinson. End of this chapter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Elegant Mage. Faced with this situation, Yuri just bent down and picked up Mjolnir from the ground, and casually hammered away the blue thunder that burst out from Thor's hands. He looked at the man with flying blonde hair surrounded by thunder snakes. The god of thunder? He smiled slightly and said, yes, this is what it looks like. When Thor saw Yuri holding his beloved hammer, his inner anger became even more uncontrollable. He stretched out his right hand full of thunder and snatched the hammer away without Yuri noticing. It's really naughty facing the current Thor. Yuri had at least 100 ways to defeat him, but 99 of these methods would not bring a good experience to the opponent. After thinking about it, he finally decided to give this one a try. The reckless guy who doesn't know the heights of the world left some face before Thor could strike. He had already started to gather thunder again. With Mjolnir's increase, not only was the speed faster than before, but the quantity and quality of the gathered thunder had also been significantly improved. The sky for more than 10 miles was shrouded in dark clouds with lightning flashes. When you are inside, it feels like the whole world will be completely destroyed in the next moment. Just when everyone watching the battle was about to block or persuade, Yuri finally reacted. He stretched out his hands, and the next moment terrifying space energy spurted out from them. Compared with the endless blue thunder snakes in the sky, this faint blue of the same color was as small and weak as a firefly to the bright moon, but just such a small and weak bit of blue. After Yuri made a tearing movement, it directly tore apart thousands of meters in the sky. Almost in an instant, Mjolnir, who was holding Thor's hammer, was Thor, the god of thunder in his full form, finally summoned the terrifying thunder clouds that gathered to dissipate and disappear. "Get me down," Yuri shouted low, and the space around Thor, the god of thunder, who was hanging high in the sky, instantly solidified. In the latter's unbelievable and frightened eyes, his vision and the uneven wasteland ground were rapidly approaching. Boom. Large swaths of dust flew in all directions with the invisible shock wave. Yuri hooked his hand, and Thor, whose face was covered with mud, was bound by space. Like an earth dragon, he plowed a deep ravine on the ground. Stopped at Yuri's feet. "I am not your enemy, Thor." Yuri raised his finger, and Thor, who was covered in mud, was directly hit by the 4 Asgardians who looked worried. The 4 people hurriedly caught their comrade and held him down together. They looked at Yuri walking slowly over, and their hearts were full of worry and fear. They could hold Thor, who had greatly increased his strength, to the ground and rubbed him like this. There is only one powerful person in their memory, God King Odin. In other words, the Midgardian human-looking man in front of him has the same level of strength as Odin. "Calm down and think about what I have done for you," Yuri reminded. "Don't let anger control your brain." Thor, who was so stimulated that his anger engulfed his sanity, finally gradually woke up after a hard meal. Following Yuri's words, he quickly recalled what the other party had done to him, building a spiritual illusion to help him get Mile again. With Nil's approval, he sent his men to block the destroyer sent by Loki to kill him. Even those harsh taunts just now were all for him to get rid of his dependence on Thor's hammer Mjolnir. Awakening to become a veritable god of thunder? Oh, I bought it. Soul finally regained his sanity completely, and he looked at the ground full of self-blame. "What have I done?" Just when he was about to explain something to Yuri, he heard the other party say, "Those harsh words are meant to irritate you, but they are all true. If I were you, I should call out to the sea immediately. Mdal, let him open the rainbow bridge to Asgard." Are those true? Thor couldn't sit still at all. He didn't care about using his power to clear the mud all over his body. He took 3 steps and rushed straight in front of Yuri. "Loki really did this." Looking at Yuri, who was silent, Thor gave a bitter smile. Although he didn't want to admit it in his heart, he knew very well that it was entirely possible for his good brother to do all this for the damn throne in just a few seconds. He quickly adjusted his mood, raised his head and looked at Yuri, who seemed unwilling to intervene in the battle for the throne, and asked, "This?" It wasn't until this moment that he realized that he didn't even know the life of this mysterious man in front of him, who could almost be said to have been kind to him. Thor scratched his head in embarrassment and took the initiative to apologize. "I'm sorry, I don't know yet. Your name?" "My name is Thor Odinson, son of Odin, and I hope to get your help." "None of that matter." Yuri smiled and said, "My name is Yuri Ambrosius. You can call me Yuri, okay?" Yuri. Thor shook off the mud on his hands, and after thinking about it, he simply used his divine power to clean it all over his body. Although the Yuri Ambrosius in front of him is not well known, his strength is almost as good as his own. His father, the god King Odin, is quite worthy of inviting such a strong man to join his camp. Among other things, the etiquette must be in place. In the incomprehensible eyes of everyone, Thor followed his mother's instructions and made several moves on the spot that made him look not very smart because of his stiffness. Then he looked solemnly into Yuri's eyes and spoke in a low voice. "An extremely sincere invitation. I, the son of Odin, the god of thunder, Thor Odinson, For the peace and stability of Asgard, and for the stability and prosperity of the 9 realms, sincerely invite you to join my camp. So, Yuri raised his eyebrows. Should we discuss the issue of remuneration? A few minutes later, Heimdall, whose consciousness was almost frozen under the tyrannical power of the ice box, suddenly heard a call from Midgard. After a brief confusion, he quickly identified that it was the person who the voice of Thor, the god of thunder, who was taught martial arts by himself, was deprived of his powers by Odin, the king of gods, and was exiled to Midgard. His slow thinking cannot allow him to think about too many things. This powerful gatekeeper who is loyal to Asgard only knows one thing, and that is, the next king of Asgard whom he recognizes is exactly what he needs. His help. And all he needs to do now is to try his best to break through the damn ice. The dark golden pupils suddenly shined as if they were ignited. In the depths of Heimdall's invisible soul, the brilliant 7-colored godhead representing protection suddenly shone brightly. Moistened by the warm divine power, his will gradually after being thawed from the ice. He could mobilize more divine power to break the band crack. A small sound of ice cracking sounded from the ice that completely wrapped Heimdall, but the 2 frost trolls in charge of guarding were so busy admiring the never-before-seen beautiful scenery of Asgard that they completely ignored it. The almost undetectable sound of shattering was masked by the rushing sound of the torrent. Heimdall seized the opportunity and frantically mobilized the divine power in his body to wash away the ice power that had sealed him, which had become a rootless source. His brain, heart, limbs, torso, the continuous clicking sounds finally attracted the attention of the 2 naive frost trolls, but when they reacted and prepared to take action, it was too late. Heimdall tried his best to all the strength he exerted directly shattered all the remaining ice on his body. The next moment, he relied on his superb fighting skills to kill 2 frost trolls in an instant with his sword. Heimdall, who felt that his whole body was covered with coldness, staggered towards the unguarded Rainbow Bridge hub. Listening to the distant call in his ear, he gritted his teeth and murmured silently, "Hurry up. It's coming soon, be sure to wait for me." So, Heimdall, Earth Soul's face was full of undisguised panic and anxiety. He was walking around in the open space outside the simple assembly house like an ant on a hot pot, constantly looking at the sky, hoping to see that. A bright and crystal rainbow bridge. "Heimdall. Can you hear me? We need you." After calling a few more times, Thor suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at Yuri, and asked without thinking as if he had grasped the last straw, "Yuri. If I'm not mistaken, the one you used before the move is the power of space, right?" Thor looked excited. "If it is the power of space, with your strength Yuri, you can take us to Asgard without using the Rainbow Bridge, etc., etc." Yuri stopped Thor. He shrugged helplessly and said, "But I don't know how to get from Earth to Asgard." The excitement on Thor's face froze. Just when he was about to think about how to show Yuri the way, thunderclouds suddenly began to gather in the sky. "It's Heimdall." A huge smile broke out on Sif's face, and he couldn't wait for the Bifrost to land before standing directly under it. "Oh, this is really great." Thor let out a long breath. In his opinion, as long as Heimdall was still there would never be any big trouble in Asgard. After looking at each other with Yuri, the 2 of them walked into the building that had just been smashed. Inside the Rainbow Bridge on the ground, Vanix rolled his eyes, and while Kate and Black were not paying attention, at the last moment when the Rainbow Bridge rose from the ground, a person suddenly accelerated and went straight in silly bird. Seeing Vanix disappear into the sky instantly, Kate cursed bitterly and walked to the simple assembly room without looking back. Yuri had already expected Vanix before leaving. This would happen, so he directly handed over the next task to Kate and Black, and the target of this mission is a handsome old man who is older than Gu Yi. Only a few seconds have passed in the Rainbow Bridge, but Yuri has almost completely analyzed the energy characteristics of the Rainbow Bridge. Simply put, this is a brand new energy intertwined with various magical energies, and it has all the energy with unique attributes. After being transformed by the Rainbow Bridge Center, a superconverter that integrates all the wisdom of Asgardian civilization, the Rainbow Bridge can integrate all energy into energy of one attribute. This integration is not addition, but a power function. The Rainbow Bridge leads directly to Asgard's energy center. Under the terrifying base, every time a kind of energy is integrated, the power of the Rainbow Bridge will increase by an order of magnitude. This is why the Rainbow Bridge can directly destroy a planet SHH, unlike Thor and others who were familiar with the road. For the sake of safety, Yuri deliberately opened the biological force field to protect himself and Vanix, who was hiding behind and shrunk to avoid being discovered by him. This also caused the expressions of the four Asgardians, who turned their heads to see Yuri make a fool of themselves, to freeze, because no matter what, the flying ones look more advanced than the walking ones. Heimdall quickly, when Thor saw the man lying slumped on the console, he quickly gave orders to the four people behind him. He picked up the hammer and said to Yuri, "Let's deal with Loki and the frost giants first. There is no need to rush." Yuri gave Vanix a timid move and gave him a brain-shattering blow. Then he sent life energy that seemed to contain the attribute of time to Heimdall, who was wearing a golden armor. Vanix was also very discerning. Satomi began to draw the recovery dragon pattern in the air, which he had mastered quite skillfully. After just a few breaths, Heimdall opened his eyes with a blank look on his face. He looked at the two beautiful men and women in front of him and asked with confusion, "Who are you? There is no information about your existence in Asgard." "They are the powerful partners I recruited in Midgard." Thor reached out and pulled out the golden sword that was still inserted on the console and handed it to Heimdall. Then he patted his solid shoulder armor twice. "Thank you for your hard work, Heimdall. But in the next I'm afraid you won't be able to rest during this time." Heimdall stared at Yuri and Vanix for a long time, then nodded to Sol, who was a head lower than him, and said, "Swear allegiance to Asgard to the death." "Haha." Sol laughed twice, swung his hammer and was about to run towards the outside of the control room, but Yuri waved his hand, and a blue portal that almost blended with the surrounding space appeared at the door of the control room. Thor stopped when he saw this, turned his head and gave Yuri a thumbs up with a smile. "Yuri, you are really a powerful and elegant mage?" Yuri raised his eyebrows non-committally. He turned his head and met Heimdall's deep dark golden eyes. The two looked at each other and nodded to each other. The latter suppressed his surprise, but his heart was stirred up. The huge waves were indeed powerful, but with such a powerful body that even he would smack his lips when he saw it. "Grace, I'm afraid it's not about violent aesthetics." Seeing everyone passing through the portal to the other end, Heimdall hurriedly put away all the complicated emotions in his heart. Even if he was warned by the Supreme Mage, he must see more of Midgard in the future. "The creatures that live here, you guys are a bit ridiculously strong." After passing through the portal, he saw hundreds of frost trolls who were invading. Without saying a word, Thor immediately picked up Mjolnir and rushed towards the nearest end. The three warriors of Asgard and the Earth Goddess sifted not to be outdone. They relied on their rich team fighting skills to easily kill several unresponsive frost trolls. Yuri glanced at Vanix, who had already rushed in and started fighting. He rubbed his fists and then directly summoned the symbiote armor to wrap his mutant true body. Facing such a big man, he had to punch to the flesh. What fark? Thor, who easily eliminated two frost trolls, was about to see if his teammates needed support. Then he saw the black muscular monster who was obviously Yuri throwing up an ice monster the size of a hill with one hand. The moment the ice demon was thrown into the sky, a huge fist mark formed by compressed air with pure power penetrated and shattered it. Thor swore that this was the most elegant mage he had ever seen. Absolutely none. End of this chapter. Chapter 130, God of Trickery and Magic. A bit of hoarfrost suddenly appeared on the locked door. In just a few breaths, the hoarfrost quickly expanded and spread, dipping the entire golden door into snow white. A biting chill spread into the warm hall. Waking up, he found Queen Frigga lying beside the sleeping Odin. This powerful witch, who is mentally and physically exhausted because of her husband's long sleep, quickly realized that something was wrong after being lost for a moment. She didn't have time to think more. She quickly pulled out the golden sword beside her, held it with both hands, walked to the door and blocked it behind her. Husband's bed crack, the ice between the cracks and the door cracked slightly, and the heavy door was slowly pushed open by the enemy outside. Then a tall frost giant walked in with his bare hands. As the wife of Odin and the most powerful witch in Asgard, Frigga is naturally not a helpless vase. Suddenly she turned around and swung her sword, directly cutting off the ugly face of a frost giant head. But as the wife of Odin, who has had a long-standing truce, and the most powerful witch in Asgard who is mentally exhausted and unprepared, Frigga's current combat effectiveness can only be said to be passable. When she was still when he wanted to kill the second frost giant with his sword, he was swept to the ground by the latter who was one step faster. As the saying goes, the big boss always appears at the end. After his men tightly controlled Frigga, Laufey, the king of Yamhaden and the father of Loki, finally walked out of the long corridor outside the house that was completely covered by frost. And his eyes were fixed on the god King Odin who was protected by the golden shield, and he took the time to glance at the god Queen Frigga with disdain, who is about to curse but was blocked by the frost giant behind him. Loki is a guy who is as conquering as Odin of the past and Thor of yesterday. When he became the king of the frost giants of Jormheden, the war between Jormheden and Asgard began, thousands of years ago, when Odin was in his prime. Loki, who had just ascended the throne, was dissatisfied with his country being a vassal of Asgard. When Odin was out fighting and had no time to care, he suddenly rose up and announced his betrayal. In order to enhance his own strength and expand the number of the population, Loki set his sights on the 9 realms bred by the World Tree, and after careful analysis, he focused on Midgard, the weakest at the time, which is now Earth today. He took his own tribe and the frost trolls cultivated by his tribe, and used Jormheden's ancestral artifact Frozen Box to massacre all visible human tribes and alliances. Human beings who are powerless have no power to resist. Just when Loki thought that his great cause was about to succeed, Odin, who had just returned from the war and had just returned from the victory, rode the shining rainbow bridge and arrived in front of the Frost clan holding the ice box. Without any surprise, holding the god Odin of King's soldier Kunganir used one eye as a sacrifice to pin down the high-spirited Loki at his feet. After that battle, Odin, who suffered heavy losses, realized the strength of Loki, the evil-minded king of Jormheden. After much consideration, Odin decided to recuperate and spare the frost giants from genocide. But in order to weaken their strength, Odin took away the source of power of the frost giants, the icebox. Before leaving, you must have never imagined, Odin, that in the end, your son betrayed you. Looking at Frigga, the queen of gods, who was knocked unconscious by his men and fell to the ground, a cruel and playful smile appeared on Loki's lips. He couldn't wait to step into the golden bed that maintained and protected Odin's vitality. In a way that transcended the intimate posture of friendship rests on the body of the king of the gods, Odin Odinson, with his eyes closed and his face wrinkled after a deep, weird laugh. He stretched out his frost-covered hand and peeled off Odin's only remaining intact eye. The golden divine power was faintly visible in the blue pupils. Loki knew that this was not Odin's own divine power, but that as the king of Asgard, after being instilled with divine power by the World Tree all the time for thousands of years, his body was almost no longer the same. Also unable to bear the external manifestations, it is said that there was indescribable excitement and nervousness in Loki's tone. The former was because he was about to kill his enemy, and the latter was because the enemy he was about to kill was an enemy who once pinned him to the ground without fighting back. A super strong man of power. Even if your soul is out of body and falls into a long sleep, you can still hear and see everything happening nearby. A trace of cold air sprayed from Loki's constantly opening and closing mouth to Odin's face. The latter's unresponsiveness made the former completely let go of his last traces of nervousness and doubts, and was replaced by excitement that he had never experienced in thousands of years after his defeat. Excited? I hope that's true. Loki continued to peel off Odin's eyelids with one hand, while the other hand was quietly behind his back. In an instant, a sharp eye stagger condensed into shape. This way you will know that you died on the date of the appointment. In the hands of the king of Jormheden, the frost giant Loki, having said all that needed to be said, Loki no longer hesitated. He raised his right hand holding the eye stagger high and let out a cathartic roar. He didn't notice that all the men who were originally guarding the door had their heads removed. He also didn't notice that Loki, dressed in dark green robes and with ferocious antlers on his head, quietly appeared at the door. There was an evil smile on Loki's lips. What was happening now was exactly the ideal scene he had planned out step by step. Without any hesitation, he first shot a magic spell and fainted on the ground. Frigga woke him up from behind. After confirming that Frigga was awake and seeing himself, he quickly raised Kunganir in his hand, activated his divine power to activate a powerful energy beam, and accurately hit the howling King Jormheden, the frost giant. On Loki's body, unprepared, Loki, who was at the peak of his life, was blasted several meters away and collapsed weakly on the cold golden floor. He suppressed the doubts and confusion in his heart and looked up at the divine spear in his hand. Loki looked upright. The severe pain in his back prevented him from uttering a word, and Loki certainly wouldn't leave him any chance to speak. Then you died at the hands of Odin's son, Loki Odinson. Dozens of times more divine power than before was once again instilled into the artifact Kunganir. Under Loki's frightened gaze, a golden energy beam that was so bright that it was impossible to look directly came to him in an instant. Before the cry could even escape his throat, the king of the generation and Odin's lifelong enemy, the frost giant Loki, turned into a pile of shimmering debris and died completely. Loki, Queen Frigga got up from the ground, opened her arms, and threw herself at her son, who seemed to her to have lost his way, with an expression of joy for the rest of her life. "You saved your father." After a brief hug, Loki immediately pursued victory and expressed his determination. "I promise you, my dear mother, the frost giants will pay the price for everything they have done today." "Then what price should you pay?" Thor's dull subwoofer sounded from outside the open door. Loki felt as if he was struck by lightning when he heard the sound. He watched blankly as his mother in his arms broke away from his arms, and with a face of surprise, he looked towards the man holding Thor's hammer and wearing Thor's armor. Watching his brother fly away with unwavering eyes at a loss, Loki subconsciously held Gungnir in his hand tightly, and looked at his brother Thor, who pushed his mother away and approached him step by step. He held Gungnir across his chest with a guarded look on his face. Ziobu circled around the bed where his father rested to avoid it. "Why don't you tell her that you put the frost giants into Asgard with your own hands, that you froze Heimdall, the bridge keeper, and that you sent your father's destroyer to Earth with the task of killing me and me, friend?" "What?" After hearing what her eldest son said, Queen Frigga turned her eyes in disbelief to her second son, whom she regarded as her own, hoping to hear some explanation or different words from his mouth, but she was disappointed. "Yes," Loki admitted without hesitation. "Yes, I did it, but I'm just carrying out my father's last order." Thor looked at his slippery brother Loki and simply stopped chasing him. He looked at his brother opposite, gritted his teeth and said, "You are such a cunning and deceitful guy, Loki. Gee, ever since you awakened your divine power, you have never let me down. You know I always interpret these as compliments." Brother Loki made a small joke expressionlessly, and then a bent smile filled with hypocrisy was revealed on his face. Even Yuri, who had just walked outside the door, could feel it. "You can come back, this is amazing. It's such a wonderful thing." But now, Loki suddenly pointed the spearhead of Gungnir in his hand at Thor. Just when he summoned his divine power to fly Thor away, he felt that his hand was empty. The legendary spear was made from the branches of the World Tree. Yuri, who had just walked to the door, used the power of space to snatch the artifact. Yuri turned the Gungnir in his hand twice, and nodded in a friendly way to the bewildered Queen Frigga. He looked at Loki, whose eyes were full of shock and anger, and his face was ashen, and then he spoke. "Road, now, you can get away with it." Loki slumped on the ground lifelessly, letting his brother Thor, who was holding Thor's hammer, slap the magic forbidden handcuffs that had been prepared on his hands. The moment he was blocked by Thor, no one noticed. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. "In the Marvel Universe, there is no item like the Sea Tower Stone in the One Piece world that can block the strength of a banned person based solely on its own special properties. In Asgard, the Forbidden Stone is used to block the magic power in the banned person's body. In addition to the stronger material of the magic handcuffs, what really works is the magic engraved on them. In Loki, in addition to being the well-known god of trickery, is also known as the god of magic. In the previous thousands of years, Loki had never mentioned to anyone the fact that he had already had a way to break the magic handcuffs. Now, being restrained by the magic handcuffs, he had to use the most extreme method. A way to show these stupid guys who always prefer Thor that they have secretly practiced magic for thousands of years. Loki lowered his head, and no one could see the expression on his face. After Frigga passed by him behind him, he suddenly turned around with an apologetic face and looked at a mother who regarded him as her own at this moment. Heimdall was checking whether Odin's sleep was disturbed by everything just now. After the dust settled, the three warriors of Asgard and the goddess Sif rushed to the battlefield to eliminate the remaining Frost clan. Vanix was there. There was chattering around Yuri, and Yuri was studying Gungnir in his hand intently. The only ones who turned their attention to Loki were Thor, who looked full of hatred, and Frigga, the queen of gods, who blamed herself for not being able to educate her son well. Mother, Loki stood outside the door. He looked at the god Queen Frigga, who was only one step away from him in the room, and said slowly, "I am extremely sorry for everything I did today, but I still sincerely hope that I can tell Thor the truth about my life experience, which has been kept in the dark until now." "What truth?" Sure enough, Thor's attention was attracted by this topic. He looked at his brother Loki, who was ashen-faced and extremely honest after losing his divine power, and then looked at his mother, whose face was full of hesitation and hesitated several times. He knew there may really be some secrets in this that you never knew. Seeing that the plan was going smoothly, Loki took advantage of Thor's uncertainty and quietly released the spiritual power that was not within the scope of the forbidden magic handcuffs. With just a little guidance, his beloved brother, the crazy demon Thor, completely forgot about the situation at this moment. Considering the fact that Loki was a criminal who introduced enemies to Asgard, he left Loki outside the door, rushed into the house, grabbed Frigga's hands, and asked anxiously, "Tell me, Mother, is there anything I don't know here?" Frigga glanced sideways at the other people in the room. Regarding Loki's life experience, in her opinion, it was definitely a top priority related to the face of the Asgardian royal family, so he did not want anyone else to know except his relatives. Upon seeing this, Thor put his ear next to Frigga's mouth sincerely, and in the blind spot of his invisible vision, the magic forbidden handcuffs on Loki's wrists were quietly opened without any pause. He turned his hands over, and the ice box that once froze Heimdall was instantly grasped in his hands. In the room were Heimdall, who was terrifyingly powerful, Frigga, who was respected as the strongest wizard in Asgard, Odin, the god king who was sleeping forever, Thor who was holding Mjolnir, and others whose strength was unknown, but it's obvious that the two Midgardians wouldn't go there. Therefore, Loki did not dare to hold back at all. He poured all the divine power in his body into the ice box in his hand. The next moment after that, an extreme cold current that froze time instantly engulfed Odin's body. "The resting place is shrouded, just stay here and take care of yourself." Loki's eyes were full of madness. "When I completely destroy Yamahaden, I will definitely release you again." End of this chapter. Chapter 131, Loki jumps off the bridge. At the same moment, everyone in the land of sleep, except for the sleeping god King Odin, stared in horror at the man with dark green skin, 6 eyes, and countless hair-like dark green tentacles behind his back. Muscle monster in their sight, the terrifying cold current that could freeze time was swallowed up by the tentacles behind Yuri in an instant as it approached the true form of Yuri's mutant race. However, this cold current was too powerful. After a few moments, several transmission tubes behind Yuri issued a warning that they were overwhelmed. For this reason, Yuri had no choice but to use the power of space in his body to open a blue teleportation gate the moment he retracted the transmission tube behind him. In the room full of cold air, everyone could vaguely see that behind the teleportation gate, the head is none other than Asgard's most powerful weapon, the Rainbow Bridge. "Yuri! Stop, what are you doing?" Thor and Heimdall shouted at the same time. One of them held a golden sword, the other held Thor's hammer, and rushed towards Yuri. The Rainbow Bridge is an incomparable thing for the whole of Asgard. An important strategic weapon, no matter whether Yuri's move is good or bad, no matter what kind of consideration he has, they can't sit idly by. But just when they were about to approach Yuri, they discovered that an incredibly beautiful woman suddenly appeared on the road ahead, and an invisible force pressed down on the two of them like a wall. Coming, Frigga only saw the two of them flying backwards, each carrying their own weapons, as if they had hit some kind of extremely elastic barrier. "The leader is on business. Keep away those who are idle." A clear voice came from Vanix's mouth, and Thor and Heimdall, who had always focused on Yuri until now, really faced up to the person they had previously thought was Yuri. Woman with vase. "I have absolutely no ill intentions towards Yuri." Thor, god of thunder, spread his hands and pointed at Yuri and said, "But the condition is that he must stop what he is doing." At the moment, while a few people were talking, the power of cold ice outside had quietly disappeared. Before Heimdall was about to draw his sword for the second time, Yuri closed the space door leading to the center of the Rainbow Bridge. At that moment, Thor and Heimdall saw clearly. The center of the Rainbow Bridge was completely covered by a thick layer of ice. "Listen, Yuri." Thor watched Yuri, whose skin gradually faded and turned back to human appearance again, advised, "You'd better have a valid reason for your behavior just now, otherwise, I'm afraid you will gain a man named Asgard. Powerful enemy." "He will not." An old and majestic voice sounded from the golden bed. Before Thor could react, he saw Frigga covering her mouth and walking quickly behind him. She followed her mother's figure and looked back. Seeing that God King Odin had woken up at some point, Odin took Frigga's hand that supported him. His old body was already overwhelmed by the huge energy in his body. He carefully stepped off the big bed, passing by his son Thor and the loyal show who looked happy. Heimdall, the bridge man, came directly to Yuri. "You will always be a friend to Asgard." In the eyes of everyone whose jaws were about to drop, Odin made a very solemn Asgardian ancient law gift to Yuri. "Dear Mr. Overseer of the Multiverse and Endless Dimensions, thank you for the peace and stability of the 9 realms. What you have done today. The kid has not enough vision and little knowledge. Please don't be offended. You're serious, Your Majesty." Odin. Yuri, who was born as a beast, didn't have any ancient rituals. He didn't want to read the complicated etiquette in Merlin's wisdom after reading it a second time, so he just bowed slightly to Odin with his chest raised. This is what he said in Kamatage. What I learned is the highest level of etiquette I can do. Frigga quietly looked at Yuri beside Odin, wondering if she had any daughters who were still waiting for marriage. Thor stood on the other side of Odin, staring blankly at the great man like her. Yuri, who was chatting and laughing with his father as equals, was at a loss. Heimdall was loyally guarding Odin, looking at Yuri from time to time, secretly searching for the origin of the lengthy title Guardian of the Multiverse and Endless Dimensions. The only one whose mentality has not changed much is the stupid bird Vanek standing behind Yuri, who has no cold and stern demeanor at all. She looked at Yuri, then looked at the inexplicably solemn people in Asgard, and whispered. Midi took a few steps back and curiously touched the golden wall covered in solid ice with her fingers. Ow! Vanix withdrew her hand abruptly, ignoring all the Asgardians who were attracted by her. She ran to Yuri pitifully, stretching out a hair frozen by the icy air. Bai's fingers felt aggrieved and said, "It's so cold." Yuri grabbed her finger and rubbed it gently, and the pure life energy instantly restored it to its original state. After smiling at each other with God King Odin, the two officially ended their commercial exchanges and began to discuss the current business. Your Majesty Odin, has Loki arrived at the Rainbow Bridge now? Dear Guardian, this is indeed the case. Then let's leave now. Yuri nodded, waved his hand and opened a portal without saying much. At the same time, Loki, who is already a little crazy, rode the Pegasus he snatched from the stable, and finally arrived at the Rainbow Bridge while running non-stop. His ferocious antlered helmet had fallen somewhere during the bumps along the way, and his dark green robes had become wrinkled and messy. For Loki, who usually pays great attention to his personal image, this should have been something he couldn't do. A state of endurance, but at this moment, he couldn't care about so much anymore. Cheyenne has spirit. After being informed of the destination, he can take the initiative to take the rider there, so Loki rarely looks ahead along the way. Because of Thor's return and the arrival of the Frost Trolls, Asgard is now full of soldiers, crisscrossing the area. The streets are almost all checkpoints set up by warriors for this rampaging guy with the face of the current king of Asgard. More people choose to believe that this is an enemy with some kind of transformation magic who is trying to escape under the guise of his identity as the king. Loki used illusions and magic to get rid of waves of pursuers. At this moment, he finally stepped on the Rainbow Bridge, and victory was right in front of him. After Loki set up a banishing spell on the pursuers behind him for the last time, he made a beautiful turn and grabbed the reins of the Pegasus. Just when he was about to shout and gallop, the expression on his face suddenly solidified. Black, the once golden center of the Rainbow Bridge, has now turned into a huge icy blue ice pimple. Who did this horse riding? Loki sat on the horse and was furious. Along the way, he could have easily used the icebox to freeze all the Asgardians who were chasing him to death, but he didn't, because in his heart, he was always an Asgardian, and Asgardians would not kill each other. Jealousy and envy prompted him to compete for the throne with his brother Thor, but he had only one real purpose in doing so, which was to impress his father Odin, Wooden Frigga, and countless Asgardian children who watched him grow up. The people admitted that he was no worse than his brother Thor. Just after he was picked up and ascended to the throne, before he had time to rejoice, he was told by his father Odin that he was actually a picked-up bastard. This made Loki's already fragile and sensitive heart fall into madness again. After thinking about it, he came up with a trick that can not only win the hearts of the people, but also completely get rid of the identity problem, that is to pretend to betray and seduce Laufey, the king of Yamhaden, to lead his men to Odin's resting place for an assassination. But he must stand up at the most critical moment, save his father, kill Laufey, and obtain heaven. With great reputation and unparalleled achievements, he will win over people's hearts and consolidate the throne. After everything in the plan is completed, he will activate the Rainbow Bridge in the name of assassinating the late king and invading Asgard, bringing Qn to the throne. The land of Yamhaden was completely destroyed. Together with his shady life experience. After a burst of hysteria, Loki turned around and looked at the group of former relatives and partners who quietly appeared behind him. The leader was his father Odin, who is holding Gungnir and looking sad. On the left is Mother Frigga, who is shaking her head silently with a face full of disappointment. On the right is brother Thor, who is holding a hammer downwards and hesitates to speak. And behind are countless Asgardian people with different expressions. Why can't I get everything I want? Why should everything I want to do end in failure? Loki looked at his father. You clearly said that we both have the qualifications to become kings, and you clearly said that you will treat us both equally. Loki, Thor finally opened his mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Get off your horse quickly and ask for father's forgiveness. He will never forgive me. After Loki finished speaking, He looked at the expressionless god King Odin and asked him tentatively, "Am I right, dear father?" Odin's deep eyes fluctuated slightly. He ignored his wife's secret movements, took a gentle breath and admitted in an extremely sure tone, "Yes, you are right." Ha 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 ha. Loki suddenly looked up to the sky nervously. At the same moment, the box of ice suddenly appeared again between his hands. In just a moment, a towering wall of ice several meters thick suddenly appeared on the spacious rainbow bridge. Odin frowned and gently poked Gungnir in his hand towards the ice wall. A dazzling solid beam of light instantly blasted the ice wall into powder amidst countless ice shards falling. Everyone could only see a white horse frozen into a sculpture and an ice box resting on the horse's head. The man who was supposed to be riding a Pegasus and holding an ice box was tricked by magic. The god Loki disappeared in full view of everyone. "Where is he?" Everyone looked at Heimdall's fingers, and saw Loki, who was blue-skinned and red-eyed, waving to everyone with a smile on the center of the rainbow bridge, completely covered in ice. While others were still wondering why Loki fled to the rainbow bridge center, Thor, who knew each other best with his brother, already understood what he wanted to do next. Loki, don't. At the same time that Thor, the god of thunder, was swinging Mjolnir and flying into the sky, Loki's thin lips opened and closed slightly, watching the Asgardians, who finally reacted and were about to intervene, said what they could see: the last words, "Farewell, everyone." Boom. Thor, the god of thunder, fell from the sky and landed heavily on the place where Loki had been standing. He grabbed the sharp horn at the center of the rainbow bridge with one hand, and the other hand reached towards the endless abyss below, as if he only wanted to do this, just like catching that naughty brother who fell and disappeared in the turbulent flow of space. God King Odin quietly came to Thor through the portal opened by Yuri. He held Gungnir in his hand. The slippery ice surface and the steep outer wall of the rainbow bridge were like flat ground under his feet. Looking at his son Loki, who was no longer seen in the turbulent space, a trace of unconcealed sadness and uncontrollable fatigue flashed across his old face. "Thor, go back." He patted his eldest son's shoulder armor, and his tone was inexplicably relaxed. "For Loki, this may be the most honorable ending." That night, under the organization of God King Odin, the Asgardians who defeated the invading Frost tribe gathered together to hold a grand celebration dinner. Some warriors who saved their compatriots at critical moments were awarded with honors, and were rewarded with treasures. Some Asgardian teenagers who killed an enemy with a sword for the first time were thrown high to celebrate becoming a real Asgardian man. Countless beautiful Asgardian beauties held wine and drank with the heroic warriors who were accidentally injured in the battle. Countless little guys who were not strong enough to pick up real weapons gathered in small groups. Regiment, listening to the drunken men bragging about their glorious history and their few glorious achievements. Where people can't see, the god King Odin, who stands on the throne and invites everyone to toast and drink, quietly leaves the table when the atmosphere is at its highest. Where people can't see, the god who has not shown his face all afternoon. Later, Frigga cried bitterly while holding the antlered helmet lost by her second son Loki on the way to the Rainbow Bridge, where no one could see. The eldest prince Thor, who had always attended every banquet and always got drunk, was alone, staying in my brother's room drinking away my sorrows. After every battle, some people will win and glory, and some people will gain defeat and disgrace. Some people can retreat from the battlefield, and some people can only be shrouded in horse leather. On this night, some people are destined to be happy and some are going to cry. Yuri, who had been so jealous throughout the whole process, after checking the VIP room prepared for him by Odin himself, started a fierce battle with Vanix, who had also been abstaining from sex for several months and was extremely hungry and thirsty. End of this chapter. Chapter 132, The Smelly Old Fox. The next morning Sir, the sun god, sends the first ray of sunshine belonging to Asgard into the warm house of every hungover Asgardian, either at the urging of relatives or by waking up naturally. After every Asgardian washed up, they all put on the most formal clothes and headed to the sea beyond the mountains of Asgard that connected to the universe. If last night's carnival was the Asgardians' way of celebrating victory, then today's gathering is their tribute to the dead. Under the light of the rising sun, the people of Asgard gathered in groups of 3 or 4. They wrote the names of the deceased on the paper boats, and wrote their most sincere blessings on the boats with the pens they had prepared long ago. After the paper boat passed through everyone's hands, it was already filled with densely packed warm words. Some of the lines of handwriting are beautiful and beautiful, some are strong and powerful, but most of them are still crooked and hideous. After everyone stopped writing, they gently placed the paper boat full of writing on the calm sea. They closed their eyes one after another, clasped their hands on their eyebrows, lowered their heads and sang a long and peaceful chorus farewell song. There is magical power in this song. The air on the seaside is stirred by the beating syllables, forming a stable and peaceful breeze. Blowing by this breeze, all the paper boats moored on the sea begin to drift forward slowly. Move towards the end of the distant sea in Asgard. In addition to those who died heroically in battle being able to enter the Hall of Valor, there is a second way to enter this sacred place in the eyes of Asgardians, that is during the farewell morning that is being held at this moment. At the conference, let the paper boat with your name and the blessings of your family and friends float to the end of the endless sea. According to legend, the songs sung by the Asgardians at this moment have the power to distinguish between good and evil. Those who have done something harmful to their compatriots and unfavorable to Asgard during their lifetime have paper boats with their names written on them. It will be blown into the sea by the breeze summoned by public opinion. But people are not sages, and there is nothing wrong with them. No one can ensure that he has never done anything wrong in his life, but no one is willing to let his dead soul sleep in peace. Under the instructions of some mysterious beings, people learned that as long as you write your most sincere blessings on the paper boat, you can protect the paper boat from crossing the sea safely. The magical method. This is why people write messages on paper boats. The singing of the entire farewell song lasted for a long time. Although everyone was told before the ceremony not to open their eyes during the ceremony, almost every Asgardian would take advantage of the adults not paying attention when they were still cubs. Mimi quietly opened her eyes from the innocent perspective of children. What is going on now is not a test that each dead person must pass before leading to the Hall of Valor, but a beautiful scenery full of poetry and painting. Countless small boats are swaying and drifting into the distance under the breeze. Some of them were spinning in circles, some were moving forward bravely, some were riding the wind and waves, and some were sinking directly to the bottom of the water, on a cliff where the coast became. Yuri hugged Vanex in his arms, together with a group of children, quietly enjoying the peaceful scene at this moment after a night of hard work. Vanex, who felt comfortable physically and mentally, huddled in Yuri's arms obediently. From time to time he pointed at the paper boats on the sea, and put his mouth to Yuri's ear and whispered something unpleasant. A whisper that was perfect for the Asgardians below to hear. At the same time, when the last ray of moonlight completely disappeared, there was finally no paper boat in sight on the sea. Some of them successfully arrived at the end of the sea, carrying the owner's soul and the blessings of the owner's relatives and friends, and some of them, together with their owner's soul, were blown over by the gentle but equally ruthless wind of public opinion and sank to the bottom of the sea. The distant chanting gradually disappeared, and each Asgardian put down his clasped hands, and left the coast one by one after bidding farewell to their familiar friends nearby. On the way back, the adults who were taking their children to attend the ceremony would suddenly lean down when passing by a deserted place, whisper in their children's ears and ask, "Tell me, my good boy, who is it? What was the final outcome of so-and-so's paper boat?" Children who are asked this kind of question usually have two answers. One is to tell the truth, and then after satisfying the curiosity of the parents, they are scolded for revealing the fact that they were disobedient and opened their eyes at the farewell party. Education. The second type is to shake your head and say you don't know. Whether you are really obedient and did not open your eyes, or you are clever and lied. For these tool people who have not been able to satisfy their curiosity, what awaits them is in the first situation is the same. You are forced to accept the lessons from your elders because of unfounded charges. For Yuri, who is powerful and has a profound background, God King Odin obviously will not let him roam around in his own country. Before the two of them can wait at this seaside cliff, there is a small team wearing golden armor and holding weapons. The temple guard with a spear rode up to the two of them. "Dear guardians, the king invites you to go to the temple." Yuri and Vanex looked at each other, then turned to look at the chief guard and asked, "Did you say what it was for?" "The king guessed that you would ask this." The captain of the guard smiled and called to his men to bring in 2 fat Pegasus horses, and personally handed their reins into the hands of Yuri and Vanex. "Don't worry, my distinguished guests," the king said, "this time inviting you to the temple is to repay you for everything you have done to Asgard. In addition, you don't have to have doubts or be wary of Asgard. The king has said that you and your compatriots will always be Asgard's most loyal friends and partners. The king's order is that even if we use our lives you must also practice the creed, so don't worry, no one will make things difficult for you in Asgard." Yuri nodded to the captain of the guard, tapped his toes on the ground, and flew directly onto his horse. Realizing that there was something extra on his body, the Pegasus under his crotch just snorted and stopped making any movement. The same was true for Vanex over there. The stupid bird with overflowing curiosity would provoke the Pegasus from time to time. There were small wings on its back, but even so, the Pegasus accepted it without any resistance. Have a heart. Yuri gestured to the captain of the guard with a universal gesture, thumbs up. To find such two docile and well-behaved Pegasus, the other party was obviously worried that the two of them would be uncomfortable riding for the first time, but this also showed from the side. After stabilizing his strength, Odin really has no ill intentions towards himself. Otherwise, can a guy who has been able to become the captain of the bodyguard all the way, not be able to see the hidden face and thoughts of the king he serves day and night with him day and night? Several people rode Pegasus, walking leisurely through the streets of Asgard amidst the sound of horse hoofs. The captain of the guard was a very talkative person, and he would warmly communicate with everyone he met. The passers-by who greeted you would respond, and after responding, they would drive their horses to Yuri and introduce to him everything they saw along the way. In a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, the group of people walked along the winding and upward road for more than half an hour, and finally arrived at the location of the Asgard temple. Different from the feudal society of old China, although Asgard is divided into royal families and poor people, the king here does not need to diligently attend court and approve memorials every day. Anyone with a high status in Asgard must be Asgards. The godhead has already given them responsibilities and obligations that they have to perform. Therefore, as the king of the gods in Asgard, Odin only needs to summon certain gods who can meet his special needs when he has certain special needs, such as those mighty gods who come to pay homage. The scene may only appear when the throne changes or Asgard encounters a major event that has never happened in 1,000 years. Everyone dismounted in front of the temple, and then the guards returned to their posts again, leaving only the captain of the guard, who led Yuri and Vanex into the splendid, tall, solemn but empty temple of Asgard. After stepping into the temple, the first thing Yuri felt was the magic and formations that almost filled the entire building. Countless complicated and mysterious patterns were densely entwined on every inch of the building, visible or invisible to the naked eye. All the time, it draws energy from Asgard's energy source to maintain its own operation, so as to respond as quickly as possible to every command of the God King sitting on the throne. Rumble. The earth-shaking roar sounded from right in front of the spacious temple. Yuri looked up and saw that the lofty throne of God King Odin was lowering inch by inch, and finally landed flush with the ground. Guardian, I made you laugh. Odin on the throne obviously didn't expect such a big commotion during this process. He smiled awkwardly, and explained to Yuri, when the Asgard temple welcomes real distinguished guests, the God King will take the initiative to lower the height of his seat to show respect, but you know that in this universe, there are very few people who can make the king of Asgard do this except you. It is my pleasure, Your Majesty. Odin. Yuri walked to a stop 20 steps away from God King Odin. This distance would neither put any pressure on the two parties talking, nor would there be a farce of not being able to hear the other party's words. Behind Odin and separate after the god Queen Frigga and Thor god of thunder nodded respectively, he sat directly on a big golden chair that quietly rose from the ground. Vanex looked left and right, and when he was about to ask why he didn't have the chair to sit on, he was stopped in place by Yuri's 180-degree glare. Asgard is still a typical patriarchal society. After all the stories about Hela, the god of death, gradually disappeared from people's memories, few women in Asgard no longer have the power to control the household. After their husbands, when men of the same status sit on chairs and talk, their respective women will usually stand honestly behind their respective husbands, doing as the Romans do. Yuri turned around and smiled brightly at Odin, skipping the pleasantries and getting to the point. Dear Your Majesty Odin, why did you invite me here today? Odin laughed and stopped talking about those useless nonsense. He waved his hand, and the god of thunder came forward with both hands holding a tray covered with a red and gold cloth. From a long distance, Yuri could feel the biting chill contained in it. Dear Inspector, you have a profound impact on Asgard's actions and are of great significance. For a strong man like you, Asgard has nothing to offer. What Thor holds is about the artifact of the Hayden Frost clan, the box of ice. I would like to express my gratitude to you, but please don't dislike it. Odin looked at Yuri, who took the tray with a smile, looking very much like the stinky old fox in the forest after his plot succeeded. The box of ice was originally something he snatched from Hayden. Although he did pay a heavy price at that time, such as losing an eye and losing a lot of soldiers, the vision of one eye is very important to someone like Odin. For the strong, they are essentially dispensable, and those soldiers who died bravely in battle have given birth to countless batches in the thousands of years since then. As the previous user of the ice box, this was a defeated general who was directly defeated by Yuri himself. According to the rules of Asgard that Thor set on Earth, this should have been a trophy that belongs to Yuri. Yuri did not directly take away the ice box placed on the horse's head. It was simply because he wanted to be friends with Asgard and did not want to have tens of thousands of Asgardians watching behind him, leaving them with a not very elegant eating look. He thought that the old guy Odin would be as honest with him as he appeared on the surface, but he never expected it. He eats up this old thing, wipes it out, and doesn't recognize anyone if he pats his ass. Seeing that Yuri was just quietly looking at the box of ice in the tray without saying a word, Odin also knew what the other person was thinking about now. Of course, he understood that his performance today was indeed like a godless king, but this was also at his last resort. He was well aware of his physical condition. When faced with Yuri, who is an ally for the time being and who is no less powerful than himself, he could neither act too tyrannically nor too humble. If you are too tyrannical, you may arouse the dissatisfaction of the other party. If one day you are no longer around, this is a hidden danger that can destroy the country. If you are too humble, you may arouse greed in the other party's heart, although even if Yuri becomes angry, he is confident that he can block it, but only block it after thinking about it. Odin felt that he had indeed taken a little too little and said again, "Dear Inspector, I know that this gift may not be to your liking. This is good, I hereby promise. You can speak now, take any item from my Asgard. I keep my word and I will never break my promise." Yuri stared at Odin's only remaining eye for a moment. This old guy really can't be polite to him. As long as you are polite, he will take it seriously. After thinking for a moment, he quickly made a choice. I need to. End of this chapter. Chapter 133, It's all redundant. Yuri wants the rainbow bridge across the endless sea, wants Gungnir held by Odin, wants the endless source of energy under the land of Asgard, and wants to be owned by the royal family. He has mastered the special method of mass-producing the gods, but as long as he dares to speak about these things, Odin will definitely dare to fall out with him at that time, let alone the most loyal friend. Being able to hold back and not use violence to drive Yuri out of Asgard can be regarded as the deepest power in Odin's city. Therefore, after much thought, Yuri decided to pick something from Odin's treasury suspended out of thin air directly below the temple, because as we all know, the Odin treasury contains either useless waste or fakes. Plus they are all it is the trophy of Odin's lifelong battles. It can be regarded as a symbol of honor at most. If you choose something from Odin's treasure house, there is a high probability that it will be an acceptable result for both parties. I want, under Odin's smiling gaze, Yuri slowly said, the Infinity Gauntlet in Odin's treasure house. In Ragnarok, Asgard's second combat force, Hela, the daughter of death, made a review of everything in Odin's treasure house after she was released. The most surprising one was undoubtedly her. When he pushed the golden Infinity Gauntlet and laid with 6 brilliant gems on the stand to the ground, he said with disdain, most of these are fakes, but is the Infinity Gauntlet in Odin's hoard really a fake? Let's first talk about the Infinity Gauntlet that appeared on Thanos. It was forged by the Dwarf King using the Stellar Forge in Yuri under forced circumstances, and it is the same as Thor's two-person weapon Mjolnir. Ernir and Storm Axe are made of the same material. In Avengers 3 In the Memory of the Time Traveler, after Thanos snapped his fingers and successfully destroyed half of all life in the universe, the entire left hand wearing a glove was completely burned, and the Infinity Gauntlet made by Yuri was also followed. Nearly scrapped, before returning to a prepared planet to retire, he used the Infinity Gauntlet for the second time to destroy 6 Infinity Stones, which finally caused the Infinity Gauntlet to be completely scrapped. But in the setting of the Marvel Universe, the Infinity Gauntlet is a powerful piece of equipment used to carry the infinite power of 6 gems. How could it be scrapped and destroyed after just 2 uses? Compare the Infinity Gauntlet that appeared in Odin's treasure house in the Memory of the Traveler. The shapes and patterns engraved on the 2 gloves are almost identical. The only difference is that they are left and right hands respectively. Is there a possibility that the Infinity Gauntlet created by the Dwarf King under duress is actually just a fake Infinity Gauntlet, which only has some of the functions of the real Infinity Gauntlet that can carry the power of the Infinity Stones? If this possibility is a real reality, then is it possible that the Infinity Gauntlet in Odin's treasure house is the real Infinity Gauntlet? In the Memory of the Time Traveler, the treasures that exist in Odin's treasury together with the Infinity Gauntlet include the Ice Box, the source of power of the Frost clan of Yamhaden, the source of power of the Fire Giant Surtur, and the Space Gem of the Cosmic Cube. The eternal fire that can give Surtur endless energy and can resurrect the dead. Can it be on par with these artifacts or even rank among the best? Is the Infinity Gauntlet placed alone really just a fake that Hela said? As the supreme ruler of the Dwarf Kingdom, will the gift presented to Odin by the former be a shoddy fake that only has an appearance but cannot be used? Excluding all the impossible, there is only one truth left. and that is, the fake in Hela's mouth is the 6 brilliant Infinity Stones inlaid on the Infinity Gauntlet, not the Infinity Gauntlet itself. At the same moment, the expression on the face of God King Odin, who was sitting on the throne, froze in his thinking. Yuri is a very sensible person, otherwise he would not have given back the Eternal Spear Gungnir and the box of ice that were already in his hands. During the contact, Odin thought that Yuri must be a gentleman who can be bullied in his opinion. Even if Yuri gets what he just promised and really decides to take something away from Asgard, it will never be an overly valuable treasure, fine wine, delicacies, or exotic animals. Or a beautiful woman. Odin thinks he will most likely choose one of these things, but I never expected it. Yuri actually targeted his Odin treasure trove. Dear Guardian, I hope you can answer my few questions. Sincerely, Odin's only remaining one eye flashed with an inexplicable light. The frost giants were able to invade Asgard and enter my Odin's vault because Loki was cooperating with me. So why do you have any concerns about my Odin's vault? What kind of treasure is known so well? Could it be that the defensive formations outside Odin's treasure house that I personally arranged are just decorations? Many of the guards are blind and deaf and trash. I don't know whether they are decorations or trash. Yuri laughed and jumped out of the trap that Odin had set for him. If he answered that he was not rubbish, then Odin could question his source of information. If he answered that he was rubbish, it would directly confirm the fact that he had broken into Odin's treasure house, looking for a random reason. Yuri explained, "You don't have to be suspicious, respected His Majesty Odin. I have always been honest with Asgard as my most reliable friend. If you have a deeper understanding of the multiverse and the identity of the Guardian of the Endless Dimensions, you should know that we are traveling in endless time and space, whether in the past or the future, whether in this universe, or in other universes, we still exist." Seeing Odin nodding, Yuri lay down on the chair naturally and started talking nonsense. Asgard is a lovely country, and the Asgardians are also a race that people can't help but want to get close to. In the immeasurable multiverse, there are many Guardians who have established deep friendships with Asgard. After glancing at Odin, Yuri continued, "Dear Your Majesty Odin, you may not believe it, and you may not understand it, what kind of deep feelings can be established between comrades who have been fighting in the same camp for hundreds of years. In fact, Your Majesty in other universes, has opened Odin's treasure house to our Guardians countless times." Yuri wanted to continue, but Odin suddenly raised his hand and interrupted his words. He looked serious and said with great solemnity, "No, I can believe it and understand this approach. Comrades and partners in life and death. Asgardians will never be stingy with their trust." Just when Yuri thought that the matter had been finalized, the wily and thoughtful Odin tried again. "Dear Mr. Guardian, can you tell me what you need the Infinity Gauntlet for? After all, I am the only one who needs it. As far as we know, in the entire universe, only Thanos, who is passionate about pursuing the Infinity Stones, has some interest in the Infinity Gauntlet, and what Thanos wants to do with the Infinity Stones, that is something that no living being in the entire universe can agree to." Odin suddenly stood up from the throne and knocked the Eternal Gungnir on the ground heavily. He looked at Yuri and said extremely seriously, "If you can't tell me what you need to do to need the Infinity Gauntlet, if so, then because of the possible threat to all life in the universe, I'm afraid I can't keep the promise I just made myself." Yuri's tone was already a little impatient. He stood up from his chair and looked at Odin across from him with a slightly unkind look in his eyes. "Please don't think that my respect for you means that I have a good temper. In the multiverse and endless dimensions, there are indeed many Guardians who have established deep friendships with Asgard, but given the infinite possibilities, there are also many who are at odds with Asgard." Odin clenched the Eternal Spear in his hand, and Thor also clenched the Thor's hammer in his hand, but Yuri was not deterred at all. He quietly opened his third eye between his eyebrows, and the mysterious mark of Merlin was in the pupil. Slowly rotating, "As far as I know, most of them don't have a good end." The tense atmosphere in the temple did not last long. Under Yuri's gaze, Odin sat back on the throne slightly dejectedly. After all, he is dying soon. At this point in time, he chooses to go against Yuri and choose to turn his friends into enemies. He will never do such an insane move. So Odin glanced at his eldest son, and then at Yuri, who was standing in the temple. "You stay here with our distinguished guests, and I will go to the treasure house to get the Infinity Gauntlet." Soul nodded, and watched Odin leave the temple with the gun of Eternity Gungnir with everyone in the temple. He and Yuri looked at each other, full of apology and guilt. He is a person with a relatively straightforward mind, and cannot understand the twists and turns in the hearts of his father and Loki. In his opinion, Yuri is a partner and friend worth the making. If you were to sit on this throne, Then he will definitely do his best to satisfy Yuri's requests and wishes, rather than forcefully creating a glaring crack in the originally perfect alliance like his father. Yuri didn't have time to care about what Sol was thinking under the gaze of Queen Frigga. He put his hands behind his back and walked to the side of the temple, studying the patterns on it carefully. Although Merlin's wisdom contained countless magical knowledge, those things could only be found in the temple. Recall can only be used when on duty compared with conditional strength. Yuri still prefers his true strength. He closed his two golden eyes, leaving only the mysterious divine eyes with Merlin's mark swirling in the pupils. The reason why he did this was because what he wanted to observe was not the specific formation patterns, but the void. The path of energy flow. His mind gradually fell into silence. Yuri's mental power started from a certain node and extended towards the entire hall along with the flow of energy. Queen Frigga frowned in awareness, but because she quietly sensed it without any interference, so she just frowned and made no other movements under Yuri's perception. The entire temple is breathing rhythmically like a living creature. The huge energy is transferred from the unknown magic circle in the foundation of the temple from deep underground in Asgard. The energy was extracted from the source of energy everywhere. The energy was diverted and dispersed the moment it entered the hall, and was dispersed into tens of thousands of different formations. Some of this energy is consumed midway, and some circulates for a week before returning to the ground-based array to participate in the next diversion. After a moment, Yuri closed his eyes in despair. He wanted to try to follow the flow of energy to see the mysterious Asgardian energy source, to see if he could comprehend some methods or ideas about self-created gods without being informed by the Asgardian royal family, but I didn't expect that under the tight protection of these senior members of the Odinson family, he couldn't even see him. At the exact moment when Yuri opened his golden eyes, God King Odin, who went to Odin's treasure house to get the Infinity Gauntlet, came back. He first exchanged a look with his wife Frigga behind him, and then after getting the signal from the latter that there was no problem, he looked at Yuri with a look of reluctance and embarrassment. Look, there it is. Odin walked up to Yuri holding the glittering Infinity Gauntlet in both hands. The changing expression on his face seemed to have gone through an extremely complicated inner struggle. Just when Yuri was impatient and ready to remind him, he finally spoke. Said, "Dear Mr. Guardian, your duty is to maintain the peace and stability of the multiverse and endless dimensions. Thanos' plan has nothing to do with peace and stability, so before I deliver to you the most powerful artifact in the universe and the only artifact that can activate the Infinity Stones, I hope you can promise me, never let him fall into the hands of Thanos. I promise you." Yuri raised his chest and saluted Odin. No matter what the old fox had done before, he at least took out his gloves now. Without turning against the other party, this was the best that both parties could accept. Good result. He took this huge dark gold glove inlaid with 6 shining gems from Odin's wrinkled hands, and silently experienced the properties and effects of the magic circle inside. As long as these things can be completely cracked, with his current level of magic manufacturing, he is fully capable of replicating it 100%. The Infinity Stones are too precious, and there are only 6 of them in the entire universe. What you see, the 6 gems inlaid on the gloves are not the real gems themselves. They are the mages and wizards of Asgard. Through various counterfeit products with corresponding attributes refined by means. Odin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yuri directly waving his hand. He put his right hand into the extremely wide glove, and used the energy in his body to activate the counterfeit product of the reality gem embedded in one of the gem slots. He saw the dark golden infinity gem rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it became the same size as Yuri's hand. He moved his fingers, and under Odin's surprised gaze, he directly took off all the 6 counterfeit gems embedded in them. Then he used his left hand, and a square gem shimmered in the blue space that condensed into substance. The cosmic cube of light appeared in his hand. Crack. All the Rubik's Cube fragments were put into the storage space by Yuri. Amidst Odin's sudden rapid breathing, an irregular blue crystal gem was lying quietly in the palm of Yuri's hand. You have nothing to worry about, Odin. Yuri gently put the gem into the first groove, feeling the space energy filling his whole body in an instant. He smiled and said, "Because as long as I am here, Thanos will never be able to gather all 6 Infinity Stones." Gem. End of this chapter. Chapter 134, Super Rich Second Generation. Yuri closed his eyes and raised his head slightly, feeling the joy and excitement in the surrounding space wantonly, like a harem who was alone in an empty room welcoming her husband who had returned from the war, like a man who had been locked up at home all day. The furry boy finally saw his poop shoveler who had finally returned from work. The ubiquitous spaces finally welcomed their owners today. In Yuri's eyes, The space is full of joy and excitement, but in the eyes of others, it is full of destruction and threat in their eyes. As the power of space flowed and stirred on Yuri's body, with a ladder as the center, the space of several meters in radius began to undergo complex changes. They tore apart, mixed with each other, and pulled each other, collide with each other. Waves of void winds carrying astonishing energy were produced out of thin air amidst these movements. They turned a blind eye to Yuri, who was in the eye of the storm. Instead, they fired like crazy towards the surrounding stable spaces that were not affected by the power of space. And go get behind me, Odin looked nervously at Yuri, who was surrounded by the power of space. He didn't know whether the other party's current actions were intentional or out of control. If it was the former, then he must be prepared for a head-on confrontation. If it's the latter, then he also needs to be defensive. Thor, god of thunder, and Queen Frigga did not hesitate to stand behind God King Odin, who was holding the eternal spear and whose momentum suddenly rose. Not far away, Vanix looked at the world-destroying god. Yuri looked at Frigg, who was beckoning to him quietly. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately activated the super speed, and stood behind Odin with a dodge. When Odin saw this, he just twitched the corner of his mouth and said nothing more. He held Gangnir's golden gun barrel with both hands. The divine power in his body poured into it like a rushing river. He turned the gun body upside down and held it. The sharp spear tip penetrated directly into the formation patterns on the floor of the Golden Temple, and then the entire temple began to tremble slightly. If the automatically operating formation is a large manual millstone, then the formation controlled by Odin is a large electrified turntable. The majestic energy is quickly extracted by the large formation in the foundation at tens of thousands times the previous speed. Come up, and in the blink of an eye, the corresponding formation will be soaked in sparkle. According to Odin's intention, countless energy masks of different colors instantly enveloped Yuri, who was surrounded by space cracks. Just a moment later, the oscillating spatial changes were firmly sealed within the energy mask. Odin breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at Vanix, who was standing next to Frigga with a worried look on his face. If Yuri really wants to take action, then he will definitely be able to kill this before the other party takes action. Women become his hostages. As long as Yuri cares a little bit, he will have the capital to negotiate. Odin turned his head and looked at Yuri again. He didn't notice that Vanix's worried face slowly turned to Frigga beside him. Her eyes lingered on the neck of the radiant and elegant god queen. For a moment, she had a thought that was more ruthless than Odin's. If Yuri was attacked by Odin, she would directly bite Frigga's carotid artery and rip off her head. Although there was God King Odin in the front and Thor in the back, she is confident that she can let them experience the pain of losing their loved ones before they react. Both parties have their own thoughts and calculations, but everyone's thoughts are firmly tied to Yuri, because the choice has been given, but they are not the ones making the choice. The right to choose lies in the person who is covered by layers of light. The man's hands are shrouded in hood in the layer upon layer of mutual light. Everyone could vaguely see Yuri stretching out the hand wearing the infinite gauntlet towards the mass that surrounded it layer by layer. The faint blue space energy was like a bird. It is attached to his arm like a human being, but the horror contained in it is really extraordinary. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. Under the gaze of Odin's beating eyes, those light shields with super strong binding and confinement properties collapsed and shattered the moment they came into contact with Yuri's right hand. They were not like magic shields, but like magnificent soap. Bubble boom, the last shield exploded, and Yuri stepped out from inside. He looked at Odin and nodded friendlily, then raised his right hand and shook the infinite gauntlet on it. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty the God King of Skard. The things are very useful and are of great help to me. Haha. Odin smiled with a smile on his face. If Yuri was still confident that he could drive him out of Asgard by force, then Yuri now makes him unable to resist. After thinking about it, he knew very clearly, he still had the strength to fight, but at the end of the battle, he would definitely not be the one standing. A guardian gaining this artifact is like a tiger gaining wings. I would like to congratulate you on your great increase in strength and your advancement to the next level. Thor and Frigga on the side also offered their blessings with smiles on their faces. The former was happy to see Yuri and his father talking happily again, and was happy that he and Asgard had not lost this friend, while the latter was because Yuri was thankful that he didn't attack anyone after controlling his strength. Several people had their own thoughts and were talking about crazy business to each other. Vanix listened quietly for a while and finally couldn't help it anymore. She gently hugged Yuri's left arm without the infinity gauntlet and stood on tiptoe. She stood up on her toes and leaned against his ear and asked quietly, "It's so boring here. When are we going back?" The distance that everyone could see was so close, and his strength was so high. Even though Vanix's voice was really small, no matter how small it was, it couldn't escape their ears. There was a flash of eagerness in Odin's eyes, and he slammed the eternal gun Gungnir to the ground. A brilliant colored light beam was fired from the tip of the gun, and it flew outside the temple in an instant. He smiled kindly. "Dear Your Excellency Overseer, you must be missing your hometown after staying in Asgard for so long. Don't worry, the Rainbow Bridge is already usable after Heimdall's restoration. Just now, I asked my subordinates to prepare some Asgard specialties for you. There are not many things. I just want to express my heart. After returning, I can work seriously. You know, the Earth is a very special existence in this universe." Yuri frowned when he heard this, not because of Odin's implicit meaning of Asgard does not welcome your arrival, but because of the ambiguous statement at the end. Judging from the memories of the Traverser and Rogers, almost all major events related to the birth and death of the universe are more or less connected with the Earth. The Celestials choose the Earth as the cradle to breed new gods. The deformed Celestial's ego regards the Earth as the most delicious food, and the Iron Man Tony Stark, who is cursed by knowledge, is an Earthling and can become infinitely stronger as long as he remains angry. Hulk is from Earth, and even the Guardians of the Multiverse and Endless Dimensions came out of Earth. What do you know? Merlin's wisdom also mentioned the specialness of the Earth many times, but whenever Yuri wanted to learn more about it, he was always told that he needed to find it on his own. The Odin in front of him obviously knew something, and maybe he could do it himself. Get some answers from him. I can't tell you much. Odin shook his head. The existence of the Earth involves a certain supreme being. People as powerful as you and me have already entered his sight. Mentioning his name rashly is likely to attract their attention. And just say what you can. Yuri doesn't force others to do anything. In fact, he is not very interested in the truth of this matter. It's just that he was rejected by Merlin's wisdom too many times, which caused his mentality to explode. He only has a little curiosity and casually can be satisfied. Odin nodded, waved his hand and created an isolation shield to isolate the two from the rest of the world. After making sure that the outside world could not detect what was happening here in any way, he whispered, "Midgard is the root system of the world tree. It is also the embodiment of the eternal heart of the creator god." Yuri looked at Odin, waiting for his next words. After the two looked at each other for a moment, Yuri twitched a corner of his mouth and said, "What you said, it's so comprehensive." Odin reached out and stroked the mustache on his chin. The embarrassment on his face was clear. He waved his hand again to lift the mask, and happened to see a group of guards in golden armor carrying large and small boxes on their shoulders. Something walked into the temple. "Dear Lord Guardian, Asgard's specialties have arrived." Under Yuri's strange gaze, Odin strode towards the boxes lined up on the ground one by one. He opened their lids one by one with Gungnir, the gun of eternity, and introduced them to Yuri like a treasure. The names and characteristics of these specialties. After listening to him quietly, Yuri waved his hand and collected everything on the ground. Odin and his wife Frigga looked at each other, and both saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes. The former stretched out a hand to guide Yuri. Then, "Your respected guardian, on the way to the Rainbow Bridge, let me give you one last ride." "No need." Under Odin's surprised gaze, Yuri raised his clenched right fist. The space gem inlaid on the patterned dark gold infinity gauntlet suddenly lit up with a bright blue light. After a group of space turbulence surged through, a portal leading directly to a beach house in New York was thus formed. Yuri hugged Vanix, who took the initiative to lean against him, and strode into the door of space with Odin's gloomy expression on his face. On one side was the soft green grass on the Earth, and on the other was the hard temple floor of Asgard, two things that are tens of thousands of light years apart at a beautiful intersection. At this moment I've memorized the way here and can walk back by myself. After waving a friendly hand towards Odin, Yuri nodded to Thor, the god of thunder, who quietly waved goodbye to him behind Odin, and then closed the portal the moment he put his hand down. "Boss, why is that old guy so unhappy to see us back?" Vanix raised his head and asked innocently. "We don't need to trouble him. Shouldn't he be happy about this, silly bird?" Yuri ruffled Vanix's hair, raised his head and looked at the sky above his head. His sight seemed to be as deep as penetrating the endless universe, and his tone was as gentle as coaxing a child to sleep. "If we can walk on our own, we can come on your own." Odin is really scared. At the same time, United Kingdom, this is an apartment filled with books and acting papers. It is messy inside, but it is not dirty or smelly. It is obvious that the owner of this apartment is a guy who does not pay attention to details but is not too sloppy. A small fish tank is placed quietly in the living room. The small fish inside are swimming in water with a suitable oxygen concentration. With only 7 seconds of memory, it does not feel the oppression of being in a small fish tank. The whole apartment is not very big. In addition to the sound of fish swimming and disturbing the water flow, you can also hear a thunderous snoring sound. Walking along the sound, you can vaguely see what is happening under the cover of the quilt. Lying down was a man with his arms and legs separated into large characters, and his sleeping position was very standard. The dark clouds in the sky are drifting in a certain direction under the breeze. At a certain moment, the moon hidden behind layers of dark clouds finally makes its debut, and he unreservedly reveals the bright and pure white moonlight. The sprinkling of everything in the world illuminates the corners where the street lamps cannot reach, and also illuminates the terrifying monster with a huge sickle and a bird's skull body reflected on the window mark. The bird-headed monster instantly appeared on the bed of the apartment next to the man who was sleeping soundly on the bed. His hoarse and deep voice contained irresistible majesty. "Wake up. It's time for you to work for me." As soon as the words fell, the thunderous snoring in the apartment suddenly stopped. The next moment, the man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes like a corpse. Mark glanced emotionlessly at the bird-headed monster that kept making harsh noises and urging anxiously beside the bed. He reluctantly tugged on the 4 chains that locked his hands and feet to the bed beam. He stretched out his hand to fumble for a moment, and it was easy. I found the chain key hidden under the sheet. After taking a few seconds to untie the chain on one hand, the next thing happened much faster. He untied all the remaining 3 chains in 3 strokes, 5 by 2, and then opened the quilt and quickly picked up and put them away. The clothes on the bedside are neatly dressed except for the side next to the wall. The remaining 3 sides of the floor were all covered with a fine layer of thin sand. Mark smiled disdainfully when he saw this, and jumped directly from the bed to the ground after a light snort. Looking back, it was perfect. Avoid all sand. Kongsu. Mark was sitting on a chair wearing shoes and socks. Without looking back, he asked the terrifying monster carrying a scythe and staring at him sideways, "What is the mission this time?" The bird-headed monster named Kongsu was obviously very dissatisfied with Mark's disrespect for him. He snorted heavily and said in an evil voice, "Are you sure you can hold on? Mark, you have to do this time." Going on a long trip, Mark put on his shoes, moved the cabinet and put it under his feet. He pushed aside a movable wooden board above his head and took out a bulging backpack from the hidden space behind it, unzipped the zipper and turned on the phone. Looking at the dense unread text messages in the inbox, a trace of tenderness flashed in Mark's eyes. He looked back at Kongsu, shrugged and said, "Steven is getting stronger and stronger. I think I need someone to help. I'll suppress him." "Who is it?" Kongsu teleported behind Mark. He lowered his head and looked at the address book on his phone. Among the few contact information there was an unknown contact named Super Rich Second Generation. End of this chapter. Chapter 135, You Will Definitely Not Be Able to Kill Me. Jingle bell. The piercing ringtone woke up Yuri from the bed, who was hugged by Kate and Vanix. He rubbed the heads of the 2 women who were also awakened. With a slight movement of his fingers, a blue space door appeared directly in the next to the mobile phone on the sofa at the end of the bed. The jade-like palm reached into the portal, and then strangely crossed a distance of several meters and emerged directly from the portal on the sofa. 5 slender and straight fingers groped for a moment on the soft sofa. Feeling a slight vibration, he took out the mobile phone that was stuck in the seam of the sofa. Stop and closed the portal. Yuri casually put his arm on Kate's head, opened his eyes and glanced at the caller ID interface. "Okay." Looking at the words Captain Mark on the screen, Yuri frowned. After pushing away the 2 women who used him as a pillow, he walked naked to the large window that almost occupied the entire wall in the bedroom. He pondered. After a moment, he gently pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mark." "Hello, Yuri." The 2 people's greetings to each other reached each other's ears in no particular order. The 2 of them were silent for a moment, and said in unison with a dumbfounded smile, "You go ahead, Mark." "Yuri." "Mark, I order you to end this boring game as soon as possible." Kongsu, the moon god with the body of a bird and a bone, slammed the giant scythe in his hand on the ground. He ducked and instantly approached Mark, whose smile had solidified. He bombarded his ears with a hoarse and unpleasant voice, "Now your life belongs to me. If this damn rich second-generation man named Yuri Ambrosius cannot solve your problem, then your next task is to kill him with your own hands." Mark here had not had time to speak, but Yuri on the other end of the phone raised his eyebrows, with a look of understanding on his face. This condescending tone, this unquestionable order. He chuckled and stretched out his hand to call. After the clothes in the closet were automatically changed, he asked the phone receiver in a puzzled tone, "Mark, who is talking? Are you in any trouble?" Mark, who was not aware of the abnormality, subconsciously wanted to explain a few words, but before he could speak, he was silenced by Kong Su's shocked and confused voice. "Who are you? Mortal, why can you hear the greatness?" The voice of the moon god Kong Su. Yuri held the phone further away from his ear. After Kong Su finished yelling, he said to Mark on the other end of the receiver, "From what I understand, Kong Su is a person who is so ugly that he has to wear a shroud. He is a guy who covers himself up, and his character is extremely poor. The last agent even chose to betray him directly after leaving him." To shut up, Yuri only felt that the receiver and sounder in the mobile phone might be damaged by this roar. Mark on the other end of the phone even threw the mobile phone directly on the ground to stay away from the furious bird-headed moon god. "Kong Su, ignorant mortal, I don't know what method you use to hear my voice, but you must know that what you are provoking now is an ancient god who controls time. Don't let me find you. Otherwise, you will definitely pay a price that is worse than death." Yuri turned his head and glanced at the two women who were completely awakened by Kong Su's voice on the phone. He frowned, a hint of anger flashed in the corner of his eyes, and used his mental power to convey to the two women, "Get under the covers and lie down. I'm going out." After the meaning, he held the phone in one hand, and gently grabbed and released the other hand against the window in front of him. Moon god Kong Su, who was still continuing to output words, turned his head and looked back, only to see a tall man with extremely handsome appearance and shining pupils clenching his fist in one hand and holding a mobile phone in the other, staring at him with unkind eyes. He said to himself, "Rather than letting you find me, I prefer to come to you." Under Mark's stunned gaze, Yuri gently pressed the hang-up button on the phone, and then a harsh beep sound came from the phone that had been frantically outputting by Kong Su just now. Before Kong Su could make any move, Yuri put the phone into the storage space and closed the door. He smiled at him and said, "You said you would make me pay a price that would be worse than death. Give it a try." It was only then that Mark, who had been shocked for 1 year, finally came to his senses. He turned to face Kong Su and stood in front of Yuri. One hand protected Yuri, who raised his eyebrows behind him, and the other hand then it stretches forward as if to block the moon god Kong Su, who is about to slash down with his sickle. "Stop it, Kong Su." Seeing that Kong Su had no intention of stopping, Mark immediately summoned the Moon Knight uniform in his body, and 3 finger-wide shrouds of the same color as the moon instantly penetrated his body in the form of energy from his internal organs. As soon as they came out, they entangled and overlapped each other, and wrapped Marking pajamas tightly in the blink of an eye. He took off the crescent-shaped dark gold dagger from his chest with 2 swish and swish sounds, and quickly raised his arms toward the huge scythe coming from above his head. After hearing a clang sound, the moon god Kong Su's the scythe was pushed to the side by Mark's power, and Mark was also directly thrown away by Kong Su's terrifying power. Kong Su picked up the scythe again and looked angrily at Moonlight Knight Mark Spectre, who was caught by Yuri from midair. "For a mortal who doesn't know how to provoke me, you dare to betray your oath and attack me." After Mark was put underground by Yuri, he ignored the moon god Kong Su, who was behind him, and struck again with his sickle. He patted Yuri on the shoulder and said to him in a very fast tone, "I know you have some special abilities, Yuri, but believe me, this guy is not something you can deal with. You may have heard about his bleak history, but no matter what, he is a veritable moon god." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Su's sickle slashed down again. Mark was about to turn around and block again, but found that a hand rushed in front of his crescent dagger and grabbed the ferocious sickle that contained huge power. The only 2 eyes that leaked out of the layers of shrouds blinked twice. Mark stared blankly, holding 2 crescent daggers along his arms, and turning around to look back he saw Yuri grinning at him, and then he pushed the arm holding the scythe forward fiercely, and terrifying power burst out from between his fingers and the scythe. Under this unparalleled superpower, just now the still majestic moon god Kong Su flew out as lightly as a newspaper. The moment before his body was about to hit the wall, Kong Su's body suddenly collapsed and became insubstantial. With a flash of white light, he appeared in front of Yuri again without any damage. Carrying the giant scythe. Mark, kill him. After the confrontation just now, Kong Su knew that his strength was not enough to confront Yuri head-on. This was what he had expected. Anyone who could not see him would not be able to be harmed by him in reality. Too big an impact. There are many reasons for this. After Kong Su was kicked out of the divine system to which he belonged, he lost the channel to absorb the faith and incense of believers. As we all know, incense and faith are the key determinants of whether a god is strong. The more faith, The stronger the incense, then the strength of this god will be stronger. Moreover, faith and incense are also the means by which gods exert their power on reality. They are like ribbons that connect gods and reality. Gods who have lost incense and belief are like having their wires cut off. A supercomputer, no matter how powerful the computer is and how good its performance is, it cannot play any role. There are two types of gods in the world. One is systematic and the other is unsystematic. Gods who do not have a systematic system either have super powerful divinity and super powerful clergy, or they have weak divinity and clerical functions are dispensable and rubbish abilities. The source of divine power of this kind of god is too single. Gods with larger clerical functions are better to say, but for those gods that are generated by the day and night prayers of the indigenous residents of a certain planet, their divine power usually comes from only the indigenous residents who believe in them. If there is no adventure, these gods will not be able to aspire to a higher level throughout their lives. The other is systematic gods. These gods are often formed by a certain extremely powerful deity who continuously gives birth to offspring, and offspring give birth to offspring. Systematic gods will not encounter the same embarrassing situation as the above-mentioned unsystematic gods. After certain operations of the gods belonging to the same system will contribute believers to their own beliefs, and incense are gathered together in a special way, and after unified and more efficient transformation, they form an energy source that can be mobilized by the strongest person in the system. Sound familiar? That's right, Asgard's energy source is this thing. Merlin's wisdom only has the cause of the formation of the energy source, but there is no way to condense the energy source. This is why Yuri wants to be on good terms with Asgard. The topic is back on track. The beliefs and incense of all systematic gods will be transformed and distributed in the energy source, which allows those gods with weak godheads and weak clergy to gain the same level of power in the time they need, to be unmatched by unsystematic gods. Divine power, and gods with strong clerical responsibilities and weak divine personalities can have a backup of divine power that unsystematic gods at the same level cannot imagine, but everything has two sides. Once a god in the system is expelled from the system, he is basically abolished. The system expels a certain god, not the god in the god. A channel for Zwin to obtain faith and incense. Once expelled from the system, this god will no longer be able to absorb any faith and incense. The moon god Kongsu is in this awkward situation, but if there is a problem, there is a solution. In order to make their power manifest in reality, those gods who were excluded from the system thought of a compromise method. They signed a contract with someone in reality and transferred themselves. Portions of the priesthood and godhead are shared with them in this way. Although the gods still cannot manifest their power in reality, they can use the regulations in the contract to drive agents who possess divine power and have close contact with reality to realize it for themselves. Certain purposes. Therefore, in a sense, the agent is part of the god. Kongsu's order was given here. Although Mark was one reluctant, under the power of the contract, he slowly pointed the crescent dagger in his hand towards Yuri, who sneered at the moon god Kongsu. Odin doesn't even dare to point the tip of the eternal spear Gangnir at me. Kongsu, how dare you? A burst of space power was shot out, and the Moonlight Knight, who was swooping towards him with a crescent dagger, was instantly imprisoned in the space. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kongsu immediately wanted to repeat his old trick and teleport away, but even if with the blessing of the Godhead priesthood, his affinity for the power of space still cannot exceed that of Yuri, who has mastered the space gem. The latter was just a simple false grab. The half-transported moon god Kongsu was instantly frozen in mid-air, but Shenzhuan was still Shenzhuan after all. Without taking the initiative to open his third eye and activate the Merlin mark, in terms of control over the rules, Yuri is obviously not as good as the gods. Huan, who has a godhead and a priesthood. He just felt that the moon outside the apartment suddenly shone, and then the moon god Kongsu, who was imprisoned in the space by him and performed the space obliteration, actually broke free from his restraints after being illuminated by the moonlight. Mortal, I judge you in the name of the moon. Kongsu's hoarse voice suddenly became cold and solemn. He was hanging high in the air, with the moon shining brightly behind him. In a special dimension, this wheel was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Earth. The moon in the distance suddenly approached the moon god Kongsu on the Earth at a terrifying speed. From the perspective of Yuri in the real dimension, the bright moon in the sky seemed to suddenly become larger than before. As Kongsu's voice reached his ears, Yuri felt that some kind of rules connected him with Kongsu hanging high in the sky. He gently stretched out his hand and touched the string beside him. The regular connection that cannot be observed or touched was about to activate the Merlin mark to cut it off, but unexpectedly, the moon god Kongsu was one step ahead of him and something went wrong. Today must. Looking at Kongsu, the majestic but unusually ghostly moon god holding a huge scythe, Yuri felt amused one after another. Following the invisible and substanceless thin line of rules, he could clearly feel that Kongsu on the other end was very good. He concealed his killing intent, but whenever this killing intent wanted to act on him, the mark of Merlin in the third eye between his brows would fluctuate slightly. After that, the murderous intention was directly dispersed, and the moon god Kongsu would once again say the word must like a ghost. Don't be so sure, Yuri sneered at Kongsu, who was frozen in mid-air by the power of the rules, and said, "Your godhead and priesthood are not worthy of judging me at all." Thinking that this apartment belonged to Mark, Yuri did not stand up from the ground arrogantly. He activated his biological force field and stood up from the ground in shock that almost made Mark's eyes pop out seeing the man who looked like a god of murder getting closer and closer to him. The moon god Kongsu knew very well that if this blow was carried out, he might really die. At the last moment, he had an idea, and suddenly his mindless bird bone skull suddenly an excellent solution came to mind. "You can't kill me." Swish. Yuri's fist hit the air hard, but the moon god Kongsu had disappeared. He raised his head and saw that the bright moon in the sky was dimming into an ordinary moon visibly to the naked eye, and its size was also strangely shrinking to its original size. End of this chapter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Split Personality. Yuri withdrew his gaze from the moon, which had lost its magic, and felt the subtle spatial fluctuations in the distance. He just looked sideways but did not chase after it. It ran pretty fast. Doing anything requires mood, and the same goes for killing. The overwhelming murderous intention only exists at the moment when you want to kill. Before the blow is taken, this murderous intention will be quickly eliminated. For the moon god Kongsu, there are actually pros and cons to killing or not killing. If he is killed, his captain, Mr. Mark Spector, will be free forever and will not have to be driven around by others, but Yuri cannot guarantee whether the dead moon god Kongsu will use the part of the godhood and priesthood that remains in Mark to seize the mortal body from the gods, and there is no guarantee whether Mark can still possess the power of the Moon Knight. If he is not killed, Mark will definitely be able to continue to use the power of Moon Knight, and as long as Yuri is still with him, Moon God Kongsu will never appear as long as there is no big problem in his mind. This can be regarded as a disguised form. He was free. It was just that leaving such an enemy wandering in the invisible shadows made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. After gathering his thoughts, Yuri gently floated back to Mark's apartment room. Under his perception, there was no longer any power to break free in the space where Mark was imprisoned. This meant that either Mark actively resisted the moon god Kongsu. The order given to him not long ago may have been revoked by the moon god Kongsu for some reason. In any case, Moon Knight Mark is now a free man. Stop taking pictures. Mark closed his eyes and had no shame to look at the flashing camera on his mobile phone. Facing this rich second generation who he once thought was here to experience life, his heart was full of helplessness. "Let me out quickly, Yuri." Yuri laughed when he heard this, and was not in a hurry to do as Mark said. This guy just rushed towards Yuri. In order to move as fast as possible in the air, he not only opened the crescent-shaped cloak on his body, but also he made an extremely awkward toad-lying posture in mid-air. In Yuri's unique camera skills, Mark, who was frozen in mid-air in this posture, combined with a helpless and embarrassed expression on his face, made Moon Knight a little-known person who sounds like a very tall superhero. One side is vividly displayed. Make a price. Yuri stood in front of Mark and kindly showed him the photos in the album one by one. "Do you still remember the scene when you ruthlessly abandoned me at the airport? Now you have to pay the price for it." "It's time." Mark rolled his eyes. He was really convinced by this old man. "Please, Yuri, it was so long ago." Yuri put the phone back into the storage space. He shook his finger at Mark, and said while circling around him, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Mark, for me, time is never a problem. What really matters, it's all about timing." All right. Mark curled his lips. "Then tell me quickly, Yuri, what price do you want him to pay for an old friend who is controlled by others and has but not completely superpowers and is weaker than you?" Yuri patted Mark on the shoulder, thought for a moment and then said, "First, I need you to cooperate with me to complete some experiments. Second, I hope that you can inherit the moon god Kongsu after I completely kill him. Moon Godhead, become the next generation of moon god. Thirdly, I want you to join my camp and be able to fight alongside me at some point in the future, etc." etc. Mark frowned in midair. You just mentioned the experiment. I want to know, is it some evil human experiment by a mad scientist that I imagined? Yuri laughed and asked, so, you chose to accept the last two conditions. Mark wanted to shrug and shake his head, but he could only think about it when the space around him was restricted. Of course I accept it. First of all, your third request, Yuri, we met each other on the battlefield. Regarding the fact that we are each other's comrades in arms, this is an unchangeable established fact. And then your second point. Require. His voice paused, and a wry smile appeared on his face. I'm just a lunatic with some mental problems, and I'm not a fool who doesn't understand the world. The moment I blocked Kong Su's sickle from slashing at you, since then, I have been labeled as betrayal, disobedience and so on by Kong Su. Unless there is something wrong with his mind, from what I know about Kong Su's character, he will never have any good thoughts about me anymore. Even if he is really mentally ill and decides to ignore the past grudges, then I don't dare to go back. Mark saw Yuri giving him a thumbs up and couldn't help but rolled his eyes again. I still have a lot to talk to you about the second question, but before that, shouldn't you put me down and explain the question I asked you before? Haha. Yuri automatically ignored Mark's first request. He patted Mark's shoulder again. Don't worry, my captain, how could a loyal and reliable comrade like me harm you? The so-called experiment means that I want to continue the relationship between you and the moon god Kong Su, and try to figure out whether the relationship between the god's Huan, who is expelled from the system, and his agent Zijian can be thoroughly understood. I can ask you, I promise, Mark, this will never do you any harm, because the main subject of my research is the moon god Kong Su, and you are only playing a supporting role. Stop it, Mark, who couldn't make any movement, could only blink at Yuri. I already know the specific goal of the experiment, and I also agree to the 3 conditions you just mentioned, so put me down quickly. Yuri nodded, and under Mark's horrified gaze, the third divine eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened. The Merlin mark located in the pupils shines with a faint but chilling light after being activated by Yuri, adding a bit of mystery and majesty to the smiling Yuri. In that case, he smiled and made up a contract that looked like a sheepskin magic scroll out of thin air and handed it to Mark, who screamed and fell from mid-air to the ground and said, then sign this contract. Fuck you, Yuri. Mark, who is on all fours, stood up straight from the ground in a rather embarrassed manner. He first clapped his hands, and then stroked his head, which was completely covered by the shroud, with all his hair wrapped around it. But after he finished all the movements after finishing, he did not take the contract from Yuri immediately. Well, Mark's shining moon-white eyes looked at Yuri's contract, and he explained with an embarrassed look on his face, before that, I want to know, Yuri, do you want to sign a contract with this body? Or do you want to sign a contract with this body? You want to sign a contract with me, Mark Spector, who is talking to you now. If it is the latter, then you have to talk about the reason why I want to contact you on the phone. Yuri suddenly realized, and then he remembered that Mark was a patient with schizophrenia. The first protagonist, Mark Spector, was once a top soldier in the Marine Corps. Later, he was disarmed and retired after being found to have mental problems during a physical examination. After that, he was transferred to the CIA and finally became a mercenary. During an execution, the mission in Egypt was a heavy one. After discovering that his employer was killing people and also doing a part-time business selling Egyptian pharaonic artifacts, he decisively turned against him. As a result, he was tortured by his employer and left to die in the desert. Later, he was placed by his companions under the statue of the Egyptian moon god Kong Su. The great and compassionate Kong Su chose him as his agent, and he became the incarnation of the moon god. Moon Knight, this is the origin of Moon Knight. The second personality, Stephen Grant, is a guy with the ability to money similar to Iron Man, Tony Stark, and DC Master Bruce Wayne in the comics and the Time Traveler's memory, but in reality, Stephen Grant's personality became a temporary employee of the museum's informal staff selling peripheral products in the memory of the Time Traveler. Stephen has always occupied the most innocent weak chicken form. Basically, he has no idea what he does when he is occupied by other personalities. The third personality is Jack Lockley, a taxi driver who specializes in collecting street intelligence. Regarding this guy's intelligence, Yuri only knows that when he has control over his body, he can defeat even Mark, the enemy, and he is ruthless, is the real right-hand man of the moon god Kong Su. The second personality, Stephen Grant, and the third personality, Jack Lockley, are not both personalities that the first personality, Mark Spector, was forced to create under the pressure of various life situations. The former was created on his own initiative for self-protection after being constantly abused and bullied by his mother after accidentally killing his younger brother. He represents all the light, love, and kindness in Mark's inner world, and is a completely decent character. The latter was caused by the independent intertwining of negative emotions and dark thoughts during a long period of dark childhood. Mark was not even aware of the emergence of this personality. He represented all the darkness, hatred and evil in Mark's inner world. He is an out-and-out villain. In fact, after reading all the information related to Moon Knight in the Time Traveler's memory, he even suspected that Mark's biological mother did not die of sadness and overwork, but that the dark personality Jack Lockley could not suppress the evil in his heart one day. Hateful, I personally sent this guy who cast a shadow over my childhood to the kingdom of heaven. Looking at the aggrieved Mark in front of him, Yuri shook his head in amusement. Mark, I've been aware of your situation for a long time, but I really didn't notice this problem just now. His three eyes blinked together, and he promised in a very confident tone, but if this is the case, let's solve it completely today. etc. Mark stretched out his hands and took a few steps back cautiously. Can I know what the complete solution you mentioned is exactly? Regarding my other personality, to be honest, I still have some feelings for him. Inside, haha. Yuri sneered at Mark twice, and gave him the exact words that the Traveler's memory, the moon god Kong Su, said to Arthur Harrow. Mark, you have no idea how chaotic you are. No idea? What do you mean? Mark's handsome cheeks wrinkled up, and after a moment he said in a frightened voice, you mean, there are other personalities besides me and Steve in my mind? How can that be? Mark covered his head and squatted on the ground and began to doubt his life. He sorted out all his past memories, but found no errors or inconsistencies. After giving himself 2 blows to the head as if to vent his anger, he grabbed Yuri's arm with hope, looked into his eyes and asked in a pleading tone, are you kidding me? Right, Yuri? Yuri sighed softly. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and the couch lying on its side cannot allow others to sleep soundly, let alone the body and brain that are related to life. He understands Mark's current mood very well, because after he learned that he, when the remnant soul of the Time Traveler and the remnant soul of Yuri Ambrosius, the original owner of this appearance, still existed in his soul space, the fear and uneasiness in his heart was no less than that of Mark now. But the fact is the fact. After realizing the truth of the cruel reality, the real correct way is to actively seek solutions to the problem rather than immerse yourself in the oppression brought by the problem itself. Yuri thinks Mark is very lucky, because unlike himself, Mark's 2 personalities are essentially different profiles of the same person, and he also has the help of reliable friends who are as powerful as himself. This is different from how he used to feel for the stones. The river could be washed away by the rapid water at any time, and compared to myself who could not be buried without a burial place, it was simply the treatment of a supreme VIP. I'm sorry, Mark, I wasn't kidding you. He took out a hand and patted the other person's shoulder gently. A stream of pure life energy quickly poured into his body and calmed down his fluctuating emotions through hormone regulation. After Mark regained some sense, he pointed to himself confidently and said, believe me, I can solve all your problems, thank you, Yuri. Mark walked feebly towards the bed. At this moment, he no longer cared about the layer of fine sand scattered all over the bed. If Yuri hadn't lied, then he and the known personality history Tiff Grant and the hidden personality that even he was not aware of will be completely revealed in the near future. Yuri, I want to say that I don't want the personality I created to disappear completely, but for the personality I didn't notice, I hope I can make a decision after getting in touch with it. You can understand what I mean. What? Don't worry, Mark. Yuri's 3 eyes shone with strange light, and brilliant mammal lines intertwined with each other quickly in the beating of his fingers. After only a few breaths, a seemingly complex magic circle was suspended out of thin air. On top of his hands spread out towards Mark in this magic circle, you can see all your other personalities and interact with them. Have a nice chat. End of this chapter. Chapter 137, The Moonlight Gentleman in the Coffin. As Yuri pushed his hands forward, the magic circle suspended above his palms instantly enveloped Mark Spector, who was sitting on the bed. After that, the magic circle suddenly shrank, and finally condensed a circle between Mark's eyebrows. A mysterious mark that makes people's hearts sway when they look at it. With a snap of Yuri's fingers, the mark suddenly shone brightly. Mark's Moonlight Knight uniform was quickly retracted from his body, revealing what was covered under it. His eyes were closed tightly and he fell forward on the bed behind him. Mark's real body is gone. Yuri looked at Mark, who was sleeping soundly, and sighed silently. This formation is one of the gentler methods in Merlin's wisdom to deal with opponents with multiple personalities. Its working principle is to use the spirit attached to the formation to all the energy is used to enhance one of the personalities chosen by the caster in the spiritual world constructed by the magic circle. The caster and all his personalities are equivalent to standing on a huge arena where each other's memories blend with each other. In this arena, the concepts of strength and speed do not exist. The only thing that can compare strength and weakness is the size of mental power. After browsing the memories of all other personalities, the selected personality can choose to reconcile with them or choose to eliminate them. No matter what the choice of this personality is, with a powerful mental power attached to the magic circle, other personalities will never be his match. Mark, I hope that after this incident is over, you won't bring me a stranger back. After Yuri muttered something, he had no idea of entering Mark's spiritual world to watch. The emergence of personality is related to the deepest secrets in a person's heart. This is something they even say they will protect with their lives. For those friends who are worthy of trust, he prefers privacy to insight. At the same moment, Mark's spiritual world. What came into his eyes were vast expanse of white walls that were dazzling, and what came into his ears were noisy sounds like howling ghosts and wolves. He watched the scenery in front of him move slowly, listened to the sounds in his ears gradually receding, and felt the sensation under his buttocks. The slight vibration of the seat. He wanted to wake up and think about where this place was, but his mind was as groggy as if he hadn't slept for a week. He wanted to stand up and look at the source of the heavy breathing behind him, but his body was as heavy as if he had been drugged. It was full of lead and as heavy as shackles. I can't go on like this. I need to quickly figure out what's going on now. In the spiritual world, the strength of mental power is the only standard of strength. When everything is manifested by mental power is the basis for determining everything. As Mark's inner voice became louder and louder, he was shocked to find that he was actually gradually getting rid of his dazed state. Feeling the gradual return of strength in his body, he finally couldn't help but turn his head and look at the person behind him who was breathing heavily. Source: it was a face he was familiar with but couldn't name. He was familiar with it because he had had a fist-to-bone fight with this guy before. He remembered clearly that even when he was wearing a battle suit, this guy relied on his superhuman fighting skills and strong muscles to face him. There is no time to lose, but it's different now. At the beginning, the ferocious eyes that wished to chop himself up and feed the dog turned into gentle and compassionate eyes. He walked around and knelt down in front of him. "Can you remember me, Mark?" Seeing that Mark just looked at him quietly without saying a word, he wanted to say something, but was called away by a nurse who suddenly came over. Mark, who was sitting in a wheelchair with a stupid look on his face, carefully maintained his facial expression and observed the surrounding situation with his two eyes, making sure that none of the people who seemed to be mentally disturbed were paying attention. After landing on himself, Mark decisively put away his disguise and raised his feet to find a hidden place to hide. Brush. The familiar sound of chains being pulled sounded from his ankles. Mark lowered his head with an ugly face and found that a silver-white shackle that was not very thick, but definitely very strong, tied his right calf to the wheelchair. "Mommy fake." After Mark cursed bitterly, he began to fumble up and down his body and the wheelchair. With his rich life experience, he has realized that there is something abnormal here. Until now, everyone he has seen has appeared in his real memory, but no matter who they are, they seem to have become a mentally ill patient. While groping, he observed the surrounding situation. Through the reflection of a glass door, he could clearly see the big man on the cart who was called away by the nurse. He was hugging the little nurse who called him away and kissing him passionately. The moment the strong man turned around, the bright light reflected from the large bunch of keys on his waist entered Mark's eyes. Damn it, Mark stopped groping. He knew that if there were no accidents, the key to unlocking the shackles on his ankles should be in the keychain on the strong man's waist. Look at your own body that has just returned to normal from a negative state, and then look at the other person's body that is secreting a lot of hormones. Mark felt that instead of asking him for the key, it would be better to try to see if he could unlock the shackles himself or break the not-so-thick chain. At this moment, he has recalled everything that happened in reality not long ago, remembered the magic circle in Yuri's hand and deduced the reason why he appeared here, and then thought of the rapid recovery of his consciousness and body. "Mark, I had an immature idea in my heart." He bent down, wrapped the not-so-thick chain around his palms with both hands, and then pulled hard. He kept shouting in his heart, "Break, break, break." After becoming the Moon Knight, Mark did some research on the supernatural phenomena that happened to him, including mysterious spirits and souls. If it is consistent with what he learned, then this weird world like a mental hospital, it should be related to your own spirit or soul. If this is the case, Mental power can not only restore the state, but also accomplish everything one wants to do. As the cry in his heart became louder and louder, Mark clearly felt the end of the chain in his hand, and the deformation and twisting of the shackles locked in the wheelchair. He ignored the two hands that had been strangled to black and purple, and his face was full of blood. After Mark let out a low roar, the chain that was stretched like a steel rod in his hand suddenly loosened. Crack, boom. Gilulu, the former was the sound of the wheelchair bracket connected to the shackles breaking, and the latter was the sound of Mark, who was caught off guard by the sudden release of force, grabbing the ground with his head and falling into gore. Such a big movement attracted everyone's attention in an instant. In reality, these mental patients who either had enmity with Mark or were kind to him all started to move out of themselves as if they were controlled by some special program. Stood up from his seat, they all put down what they were doing and frantically chased Mark, who had already realized something was wrong and started to push the door open and run away. Fuck you. Yuri. While running, Mark had to always pay attention to the chain attached to a stick under his feet. This caused his running posture to have an indescribable sense of humor. From a distance, he looked like a fool running gracefully. Like dancing. You didn't tell me this was a damn horror movie. Pushing open a 2-page frosted glass door, Mark didn't even have time to close them to block the psychopaths who were so close behind him. Under extreme fear, he ran forward as if risking his life, but did not notice that in the empty corridor that was so clean and spotless, there was only his own footsteps left. After running for 600 meters, Mark finally tripped over the shackles on his ankles. The speed generated during running was transformed into a huge impact force in an instant, along with the potential energy generated by his own weight. In his panic, Mark only had time to protect his face with his arms, and then he fell heavily on the clean and smooth ground with a plop on the ground. After sliding forward for 5 or 6 meters in a row, Mark finally stopped. The waves of severe pain coming from his arm and the numbness all over his body made him unable to make a sound for a while. After the numbness subsided, he gasped and discovered the fact that all the mental patients had disappeared. Quick recovery. Quick recovery. Looking at his hands that could not even be clenched into fists, he climbed with difficulty to the wall outside a closed ward and sat down, using the spiritual dafa he had learned on his own to treat his painful arms. Hypnotic therapy snapped. Just when he felt a little better, a sudden crashing sound suddenly came from the closed ward next to him. This made Mark, who had always been frightened, shiver violently, and then ignored his arm. Still feeling a little bit of pain, he stood up carefully and walked to the door, aiming his eyes at the observation window above. Fuck, Mark cursed again bitterly. Who knew who the genius came up with? The observation window on the door of the mental hospital was actually made of frosted glass. After taking a few deep breaths, he gradually calmed down, and as the noisy thoughts in his head subsided one by one, he finally heard a man's voice in the ward along with the knocking sound. Let me go. Get out. Let me out, please, let me out. This voice is full of fear and uneasiness, but these are not the point. The point is that this voice is exactly the same as Mark's voice. Stephen. After Mark realized that the guy in the ward might be his second personality, Stephen Grant, he immediately opened the door and walked in without saying a word. A well-preserved pharaoh's coffin with a beautiful portrait on it came into view. That voice full of despair came from it. Without any hesitation, Mark silently recited a few powerful words and lifted the heavy coffin board open. A humanoid creature with a gray sweater on his upper body and blue-green jeans on his lower body crawled out of the dark coffin box. He rolled on the ground several times without any image, and his trembling body silently told Mark what kind of fearful psychological process did he go through just now. Stephen, oh, Stephen, who was brought back to his senses by Mark's shout, got up from the ground belatedly, but before he could express his gratitude, he was stunned by the guy in front of him who was exactly the same as him except for his temperament. The ground was at a loss. First time meeting you, I'm Mark Spector. When Mark saw the silly, innocent-looking self in front of him, he was sure that this was the positive personality he had created, full of sunshine and happiness. You may find it difficult to accept the current situation, but please don't panic, and don't be afraid. I have no ill intentions towards you. Oh, I bought it. Seeing Mark approaching him with a kind smile on his face, Stephen backed away in horror until he hit the wall. Who are you? Where are you? What do you want? Don't come here. Okay. When Mark saw this, he stopped obediently and pointed to himself. My name is Mark Spector. I have told you this just now. We are one and the same, and we are each other's second personality. Do you get me? Seeing that Mark didn't come any closer, Steve had actually put down his guard against Mark because of his simplicity and innate belief that the world was full of kindness. After hearing the latter's explanation, he looked in disbelief. Second personality? How could I possibly? There's something like that only psychopaths have. That's the truth. Mark shrugged and continued to explain. I don't know exactly where this place is. It was made by my friends so that I can communicate with you. It is filled with our memories in order to let us get to know each other better. How can that be? Stephen patted the cold solid wall behind him. Judging from the touch and the sound of knocking, this wall definitely did not cut any corners. Are you telling me that everything here is fake? I don't know the specific reason why he formed it. Mark shook his head, and then quickly brought the topic back on track. The next thing I want to say is the reason why I want to see you. After Stephen Gian nodded blankly, he spoke. I hope to reach some degree of consensus or sign some kind of contract with you, so that we can openly and honestly take turns to gain control of this body, instead of competing for control of the body with one party being kept in the dark like now. Okay, then, after Stephen thought for a moment, he tentatively asked, as far as I know, every patient with schizophrenia has a main personality and a subpersonality. Who is the main personality between you and me? After a moment of silence, Mark asked, are you concerned about this issue? It's not very. Before Stephen finished speaking, he took the initiative to change his tone. Okay, I admit, I do care about this issue a little bit. Mark nodded, looked at Stephen a little apologetically and said, I'm very sorry, Stephen, you were created by me. End of this chapter. Chapter 138, The Little Boy in the Cafe. Silence fell in the slightly dim ward. Stephen looked straight at his other self, who looked opposite him with a guilty face. His thin lips opened and closed several times but no sound came out. His heart was broken. After all, no one could accept his existence. It is based on the fact that others wanted. After a long silence, Mark finally broke the deadlock. Listen, Stephen, I know you have a lot of puzzles and confusions, so our main task now is to understand each other. Only in this way can we answer your question. Confusion? Stephen shook his head and nodded. He pointed at Mark's hospital gown as white as snow, and then at the not-so-large ward where they were. To be honest, it's really hard to open your heart to others. It is very difficult. Do you want to choose to start our heart-to-heart journey here? Mark spread his hands helplessly. He didn't have an in-depth understanding of this unknown mental hospital that was full of weirdness and irrationality. He had not yet explored the possible dangers here. If possible, he certainly hoped to find out. We get to know each other in this ward, which is relatively safe for now, but look at Stephen, and look at the coffin he's trying so hard to stay away from. Alright, Mark compromised. There may be some unknown dangers here, so I want you to promise me that in the next time, you must follow my pace and never act without authorization. Stephen glanced at the coffin with its lid overturned on the ground in shock, and hurriedly approached Mark, who looked very reliable. Take me out quickly, I really don't want to think about it for a second. Never see this damn coffin again. Mark patted Stephen on the shoulder to signal him to stabilize his mood. This was the first time he had actually touched this second personality created by himself, whether it was the real touch of the dark sweater or the texture of the barrier. The softness of the skin and the hardness of the bones that he felt while wearing the sweater made him suddenly lose consciousness. This beautiful illusion that carried all his kindness and light now truly appeared in front of him. What happened? Steve keenly noticed Mark's strangeness. He hesitated for a moment, and took the initiative to make a concession. If you really don't like it, it's not impossible to be here. Mark laughed dumbly, and after patting Steve's shoulder again, he put away the complicated emotions in his heart as quickly as possible, then quickly entered the state, and gently opened the door of the ward with an extremely vigilant attitude. Watfark. Everything he saw made Mark, as cautious as he was, couldn't help but scream. What he could see was a series of seemingly endless bright corridors. On both sides of this corridor, there was a closed door every few meters. The pure white door of the room, looking far into the distance, the farthest corridor has shrunk to an invisible point. What happened? Steve looked at Mark, who was standing motionless at the door as if struck by lightning, and asked tentatively, can you take a look at it? Makmu opened all the doors of the ward in a daze, allowing the latter to stick his head out and observe left and right as carefully as he did. Isn't it the memory palace? Mark originally thought that Steve would show a series of emotions such as shock and confusion, but he didn't expect that he would just frown slightly, then comfort himself and say, you know, my memory, you are completely absent from it. And I don't know if you have ever seen those interesting science fiction movies and some movies related to memory or consciousness. Scenes like this often appear. After the protagonist enters the memory palace, he sees countless rooms like this. If I am not wrong, there are countless rooms. The entire room should be full of memories of you and me. After hesitating for a moment, Mark walked out of the ward decisively. He could see everything Steve saw. Of course, he had seen the movies Steve had seen. It's just a huge change from courtyard to endless corridor. The two of them walked out of the ward one after another. Their tiptoeing movements and nervous demeanor looked like two suspects who had just committed a crime. What do we do now? Steve quietly leaned close to Mark's ear. There was no end in sight in the silent corridor, which made him, who was originally strategizing, unable to help but feel heart palpitations. Should we open and check room by room, or should we open it one by one and check it out? Watch one every few. Mark stopped and thought for a moment. Maybe we can have a better way. You just said that this is a place like the Hall of Memory, and I learned through some channels that the spirit is the power that dominates everything here. Is there a possibility, if we are very eager to learn from each other? If you see something in your memory, can you achieve your goal by just opening a door? Stephen frowned and thought seriously for a while. Things like memory and consciousness gradually formed a thread. He knew that if, as Mark said, mental power is the only force that dominates this place, then this might be true. It is a feasible solution. Then let's open a door and try it first. As Steve spoke, he pointed to the nearest ward door. Mark nodded and had no intention of opening it himself. Based on our two guesses, this memory palace should be jointly led by you and me. In this case, it will not only be affected by my spiritual will, but also influenced by your spiritual will. After a brief pause, Mark looked at Steve and continued, I didn't mean to violate your privacy, but since I created you, I have seen everything you do. Now the situation is that I know a lot about you and you know nothing about me. So, Steve pointed at himself, you mean, let me open the door of your memory? Mark nodded and said, that's it. Alright. Steve took a deep breath and walked towards the nearest ward door and said, then let me take a look. The door opened, and what came into view was not the ward. Stephen stood at the door with a face full of horror. Looking at the eerie and quiet cafe just a short distance away. There are no lights here and it is extremely gloomy. There is no sound here. The silence is overwhelming. People with holes in their brains or holes in their hearts sat face to face with gloomy faces on tables with coffee that had long since gone cold. They were wearing different styles of clothes and had long hair, with skins of different colors. Some of them are young but in their 20s, and some are so old that their hair and beard are all white. What you least want to face in your heart. Is this a weird cafe full of dead people riding horses? Mark's expression changed when he heard this. He pushed away Stephen, who was blocking the door, and walked in first, looking at the pictures covered in blood and stains. Scar's familiar face. The joy of meeting the latter just now disappeared without a trace. He walked up to a young man wearing a blue hat and a red sweatshirt and clearly called out the place where he killed him, Dubai. At this moment, he was completely out of mood to care about Stephen, who was walking in behind him, but Stephen was full of doubts and curiosity. Do you know these dead people? Mark glared at the second personality he created angrily. They are criminals, murderers, robbers, militants. In short, they are all heinous guys. Stephen automatically ignored Mark's eye roll. He looked around and saw at least dead people. Looking at the other self with a gloomy face walking among the dead people, he asked in disbelief, these people are all you killed? Mark looked up at Stephen in the gap between, carefully identifying each dead person. In order to make this kind-hearted self less afraid, he took the initiative to explain, I used to be a mercenary, and then I found someone similar to God. Every one of them is not the guy I intend to kill. When my job was a mercenary, if I didn't kill these people, then these people would come to kill me. After I started the second job, these things no longer changed according to my subjective wishes. Stephen didn't quite understand Mark's explanation, but he roughly understood the meaning of the former, which made him relax his ever higher vigilance again. From movies, TV series and documentaries, he knew about the profession of mercenaries. In those movies and TV dramas, the mercenary who is the protagonist is always resistant to killing. Under some magical substitution thought, Stephen also believes that Mark himself is also resistant to killing. Can you remember every one of them? Listening to the words Mark said from time to time that were about places or names while walking through, Stephen asked in slight surprise, how is this possible? You can try killing someone. Mark raised his head from the state of leaning over to observe and identify. He looked at Stephen and suggested seriously, this way you can experience for yourself how long it will take to forget him. He lowered his head and patted a sturdy man in combat uniform beside his hands. This was his comrade who worked with him in a mercenary regiment, but once he was unlucky and was hit by a stray bullet in his lung. In the end, Mark couldn't bear the other party's request and ended his life with one shot. I always expected the mission to fail, then I will be the one who gets killed. After all, he is a positive personality full of light and kindness in his heart. Mark's self-pity did not affect him for too long. While the latter was still unable to extricate himself from all kinds of negative emotions, he had already begun to quietly observe around. After walking a few steps, he unexpectedly saw a child waving to him at the front door of the cafe. Inexplicable horror and anger surged into Steven's heart like a tide. Without caring about Mark's emotions, he pointed at the child and asked loudly, "Tell me, Mark, in the room of such a group of people who were killed by your own hands, why is there a child?" Listening to this suppressed anger and even trembling voice, Mark's eyes suddenly widened. Looking along Steven's fingers, a cute boy wearing overalls was looking at him innocently. His body trembled suddenly and he kept muttering, "This is impossible. This is him. How the hell is that possible?" When Steven saw him in such a state, some bad thoughts surged up in his heart like adding fuel to a fire. He temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart and pretended to be amiable, waving and walking slowly towards the little boy. "Go. Hello, kid." "No, Steven. It may be dangerous." As if startled by Mark's voice, the little boy turned around a moment later, pushed open the front door of the cafe at hand, and ran towards the corridor outside. When Steven saw this, he glanced at Mark, who was running toward him like a mouse that had been stepped on by a cat, knocking over several dead people. He immediately stopped hesitating, opened the front door of the cafe that was about to close, and headed towards the corridor. The little boy strode away in pursuit. "Don't go, Steven." Mark's voice behind him was getting closer and closer, along with a messy ding-dong sound, which seemed particularly harsh in the endless silent corridor. Steven ignored it and stared intently at the little boy with water stains dripping from time to time on his body. The latter suddenly opened the door of a ward after running dozens of meters, which let Steven know that the memory of the little boy should be in this room. "Don't stop." Seeing that Steven was about to open the door and enter, Mark forgot the chain on the calf's neck and the iron rod connected to it in a moment of anxiety, and stepped on the water dripping from the little boy's body. After stepping on it, Mark couldn't control the center of his body, and flew directly towards the ground after being entangled by the chains. Plop. Crack. Different location, same posture. Mark, who landed on his arms again, heard the subtle cracking sound and knew that his forearm bones were probably broken. Regardless of the excruciating pain, he used his last bit of strength to raise his head, only to see until Steven rushed into whichever ward the little boy had entered without caring about himself. Crack. The door is locked. Fuck. In the endless corridor, Mark's curses echoed for a long time along with his screams, and the lingering sound lingered in a ward not far away. In a heavy coffin standing upright, a guy with exactly the same face as Mark suddenly opened his eyes in the dark. After a brief confusion, he did not panic like Steven. Instead of making a big noise, he quietly put his ear to the coffin lid and listened carefully to the outside world. It's like Steven doesn't know that his memories are all empty illusions. Listening to Mark's screams, Jack Lockley, the third personality in the coffin, showed a meaningful smile. "Mark, after seeing the reality that only exists in my memory, what will you do? What do you think?" The sound was so small that it couldn't even get through the cracks in the coffin. Mark's screams outside gradually disappeared and were replaced by the sound of a door slamming stronger than the other. At this time, Mark still didn't know what kind of dark truth he would face next. End of this chapter. Chapter 139, The Truth of the Matter. Boom boom boom. Mark banged against the not-so-thick ward door again and again, but what he couldn't understand was that no matter how hard he tried, no matter how determined he wanted to open the door, in reality he could easily do so. The door that broke it open just couldn't be opened. "Here's your lock, Mark." A faint voice sounded from behind without warning. The familiar voice and the unfamiliar tone made Mark, who was still struggling to knock on the door, suddenly alert. He had never forgotten that Yuri once said, he still had another one. The dark third personality. Jack Lockley looked at the protagonist, who turned around vigilantly and immediately assumed an attacking posture with a smile on his face. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. As the most hidden personality, Jack could sense that Mark's mental power was abnormally strong now. He knows that there is a high probability that he will not be his opponent now, but he is sure to reverse the current situation. "Who are you?" Mark looked up and down at the man in front of him, who was wearing a peaked cap and a decent leather jacket. Unlike Steve, whose sunshine and kindness were immediately noticeable, this man's eyes were gloomy and his expression was cunning. He was obviously exactly the same. His facial features and appearance are dark and insidious that people dare not look directly at. Don't be afraid, my dear Mark. Jack took a small step towards Mark with a smile on his face. The latter is just like Steve when he saw Mark for the first time. Now Mark is also hurriedly trying to retreat, but this is not Steve's ward. Jack has blocked all the way forward. Under the circumstances, the only thing behind him was the ward door that could not be opened no matter what. Don't come near me. Stay back. Marco straightened his arms and spread his hands apart, trying to push away the man who was approaching him. At the same time, he kicked his feet and instantly got out of the awkward position in front of him, and came to the corridor and the man who was covered in body in front of him. The strange self that exudes an unpleasant aura is separated from the two, and seeing this, Jack did not take the next step. He leaned against the wall, looked at Mark with a harmless look and said, I know you, Mark, just like you know Steve in the room. Yes. Those strange things, you always have the greatest malice and vigilance towards them. But he changed his words, pointed at himself, and then at Mark. I am not a stranger to you. Jack's expression instantly became excited. You know, Mark, we are one and the same existence. This is an established fact that happened the moment you and I came to this world. In the first 10 years, we sharing the same brain, sharing the same heart, sharing the same body. I even believe that we will meet the same messenger who will lead us to the kingdom of heaven, but you cruelly betrayed me in that attic. Mark saw that the unfamiliar personality in front of him suddenly became furious. Countless terrifying veins suddenly appeared on the familiar face he saw in the mirror every day. The entire face and neck were suppressed and turned red in an instant, as if like a balloon about to be blown out of his hand. This personality suddenly roared loudly, You, Mark Spector, without my consent. A third damn personality was created for this body. Seeing the dark personality in front of him approaching step by step, Mark finally couldn't help but retorted after retreating, Okay. This may indeed be my fault, but when it comes to betrayal, I don't think it's for you. There's no camaraderie between us for such a guy who's never been masked. Ha. Jack stopped approaching. The veins and abnormal flush on his face quickly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. He took a deep breath, and a chilling smile instantly appeared on his face, just like the one who yelled angrily just now. It's like people have no connection with him. If Jack was a crazy beast just now, then he is an insidious snake now. After laughing wildly for a while, the snake finally opened its mouth and exposed its fangs toward his target. No friendship at all. Mark, do you want to listen to what you are saying now? Jack stopped approaching, made a heartbroken expression, and complained to his heart. Do you know what I have done for you over the years? Do you know what happened to those guys who have hurt you in the end? Do you know the punishment? Oh, I remember. Jack made a look of realization. He pointed to the door of the ward that Mark had knocked crazily just now, looked at Mark with meaningful eyes and smiled, just like the damn guy inside doesn't know that his memory has been tampered with. Mark, you also cannot fail to see the truth of all the things that happened to you in the past that only exist in my memory and are completely different from what you know. Mark stared at the dark personality with a smirk on his face, and already had some not-so-good guesses in his heart, but before he could speak, Jack directly pushed away the ward next to the ward that Steve broke into. The laughter of children and the chirping of birds came from the open door. Mark looked over subconsciously. Inside, there were two children of about 10 years old chasing each other and playing in a yard that he was very familiar with. At a certain moment, the faces of two cute children were revealed. Mark was about to exclaim when he saw Jack striding in as if no one was around. Just when he was hesitating whether to follow up and take a look, he saw his dark personality coming out of his memory again. He looked at himself and spoke in a happy tone, as if he was sharing good things with good friends. Invited? What are you waiting for, Mark? I don't have any weird heart locks like you. If you want to see the truth of those things, then go into Jack Lockley's memory and take a look. Before he finished speaking, Jack had already entered his memory again. The meal is almost ready. Are you ready for your painting, Roland? In the ward, a familiar voice accompanied by the impact of a spatula reached Mark's ears. He has an unforgettable memory of this voice and these words. If he is right, the plot that unfolds next may be his. Went to the secret base with my brother to explore, but, listen to the dark personality named Jack Lockley. What is about to happen is different from what I remember. Mark's breathing suddenly became rapid. He was about to lift his legs and rush towards his memory, but he lowered his head amid a jingling sound and looked at the shackles and chains still tied around his ankles. Thinking again that this guy had tripped him twice, he immediately squatted down, grasped the chain with both hands, and said to himself, "It's not me who makes the decision today, it's you who cut it off." Boom. Crash. Unexpectedly, the chain that he could not break no matter how hard he tried before, actually broke with such a pull. Haha. Fuck. Mark rubbed his ankle where there was a bloody mark. He didn't dare to give himself time to recover, because the mother in his memory had already said those words to his young self that made his ears tremble when he heard them. "If, Mark, be nice to your brother." Mark limped towards the open memory room, shouting loudly, "Stop, wait." But the people inside seemed not to hear it at all, and continued to follow the established destiny, the established route, completers their established work. Mark finally rushed into Jack's memories, but at this moment, all he saw was the young mother cooking rice in the open-air kitchen, and the young father building a log cabin with a hammer, and what he wanted to see most was my younger self and my younger brother, who were still alive in my memory had long since disappeared. He was about to rush towards the darkest cave in his memory immediately, but he found that the painting of his brother had a ferocious smiling face. Next to the smiling face, there was a line of small words: "Run faster, my dear Mark, if you are slow, you will not be able to catch up. Fuck. 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 Fuck." Mark angrily tore up the painting of a cute little fish with only one fin together with Jack's message, and then he took a last look at his mother and father, who were so busy that they didn't notice him at all, and immediately walked away. Run into the distant mountains and forests if he could. He wanted to prevent this tragedy from happening, even if only in a memory. The mountain road to the cave is not easy to walk. Whether it is overgrown weeds, several protruding roots, or slippery dirt roads and gravel everywhere, they all hinder Mark's progress. But with a firm mind and strong desire, Mark's reaction speed and various basic attributes have been greatly improved. His figure quickly shuttles among the rocks and vegetation, whether it is an upright tree trunk or a protruding tree trunk. The rocks all became his foothold and leverage point. The wind brought by the fast movement blew the blades of vegetation along the way, making a swish sound. Accompanied by this sound, he soon saw the dark personality Jack standing at the door of the cave, smiling and waving at him. "Rockley. Hurry. Come in with me." Jack had a ferocious smirk on his face, and he pointed to the extremely gloomy sky above his head. "You see, there is going to be a heavy rain here soon." Mark looked gloomy and rushed to the entrance of the cave without stopping for a moment. During this time, it started to rain in the gloomy sky. Swish, crash, in just a few seconds, the light rain turned into a downpour. Countless small streams of water instantly gathered on the wet grass, and they rushed towards the extremely low cave entrance. In the increasingly heavy rain, this stream of water became thicker and thicker. He was anxious, as if he would not give up until the cave was filled. Mark glanced at the dark personality Jack, who was covered with rain on the wall. Without saying a word, he got into the curtain composed of water curtains and shouted loudly into the winding and dark cave, "Mark. Roland, can you hear? Come out quickly. The water will fill this place soon." Following the route in his memory, he quickly completed a relatively spacious section of the road. On the next road, he had to drill to get in. "Are you sure you want to go down?" Jack's voice came from behind. Mark, who had already stepped his head into the cold rainwater that was about to fill the cave completely, didn't say a word after hearing the words. "I beg you to be able to crawl some distance further into the narrow cave." In fact, after this incident, he suffered from severe darkness and claustrophobia. Any scene related to the confinement of darkness would make him involuntarily recall everything that happened in this cave in the past, but now, a real opportunity to resolve the tragedy is placed in front of him. Whatever darkness, whatever claustrophobia, in the face of firm belief, is like a bubble in the sun, bursting instantly. The rainwater in the narrow passage became deeper and deeper, and Mark's body finally got into the cave. At the same moment, he finally heard the voices of the two children. "Help! Mom, save us!" Mom and Dad. Mark's red eyes, which were squeezed by the narrow cave passage, suddenly shone brightly. He raised his head and took a deep breath of the air filled with the smell of rain from the few remaining gaps. Then he buried his head again. After entering the water, the body gained a new energy source and exploded with greater forward power. Poor Mark. Jack's voice sounded from behind again. "When you see the truth, I hope you won't collapse completely." Mark, who was squirming hard in the cave, thought he was farting. Now he just wanted to get closer to the two children a little faster, so that he could save them from the tragedy that was about to happen. Out little Mark and little Roland's calls for help continued. As the water level in the cave continued to rise, Mark could hear one or two coughs after swallowing rainwater from time to time. This sound made him want to come to the children quickly. His thoughts became even more urgent, and he heard a crisp and dull click sound. He actually broke his left shoulder blade. Mark couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a cry of pain. After a brief period of severe pain, he once again took control of his body. The broken left shoulder provided him with a lot of room to move forward, which made his squirming speed suddenly increase. "A lot, brother. What's wrong with you?" Passing through the winding passage, he had already seen the existence of little Roland and little Mark. They were crowded side by side in a passage that was slightly wider than the one he was in, but little Mark in it was trembling as if he had been electrocuted. I rolled my eyes. "Do not want." Mark squirmed even more crazily, and now he finally knew the so-called truth of the matter. Elder brother little Mark, who was trembling and rolling his eyes, suddenly returned to normal. But what is horrifying is that at this time, little Mark's face is already filled with cruelty and resentment that should not exist in children of this age. "Roland, ever since you were born, since then, I have taken away my mother's love for me, my father's care for me, and everything that should belong to me. As long as you die, everything will come back to me again." Under Mark's collapsed gaze, and under Jack's crazy laughter, little Mark took little Roland's head, pressed firmly into the cold rain. End of this chapter. Chapter 140, Atonement for Me. Arrogant laughter came from outside the narrow passage. Jack squatted at the entrance of the passage, paying no attention to the cold rain that had covered his calves. He even sat down directly, just to have a clear view of what was going on inside the passage. Mark trudging on. "Did you see that, Mark? The truth behind Roland's death is not this wonderful heavy rain, nor this narrow passage. He didn't drown. He was pushed into the water by your own hands and soaked to death." Mark in the passage plunged his head directly into the cold rain, because only in this way could he see more of what was happening ahead. The more he watched, the more desperate he became. Little Mark's extremely vicious words and cruel methods made the pain in his heart directly cover the pain of his broken shoulder. He couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe that his lovely brother could actually. He was killed by his own hands. He stopped squirming like he was dying, and stopped his belief in stopping all this. He only felt that his world became dim in an instant. After so many years of self-education and paralysis, after witnessing what was happening now, after everything, it instantly turned into a shameful joke. "Roland, I killed him with my own hands." Mark looked at the murder scene only a few meters away from him. He no longer had any extra thoughts in his heart. Looking at Roland, who was gradually no longer struggling, and the ferocious-looking little Mark on top of him, he feebly moved his entire head. Smashed into the cold water. "Mom, you are right, I killed my brother." As if sensing Mark's heart, behind him, Jack's wild laughter that had fallen silent sounded again. "Do you think you only killed your brother, Mark? Let me show you the second truth you don't know." Jack stood upright from the water outside the passage. He pressed his hands hard on the cave wall soaked by the running water. With the changes in his mind and spirit, the dim cave began to move from the place where it met his palms. Begins to blur quickly at this time. The anxious shouts of Mark's parents could be heard outside the cave. After discovering that it started to rain, they immediately rushed to the cave without stopping, but they were obviously too late. Little Mark was trapped in the water. Little Roland had stopped moving at all, and little Mark, who was pressing his brother, also returned to his innocent and cute appearance. After another strange twitch, Mark felt the pressure around him suddenly disappear. The moment before the space in his sight changed, he saw the survived little Mark hugging his younger brother and shaking wildly with a look of horror on his face. This scene had happened countless times before. In his nightmare, the sudden feeling of weightlessness swept over Mark. Instantly before he could react, he fell heavily on the stairs winding downwards. The piercing pain instantly swept through his body from his broken shoulder. For a moment, he couldn't control his body at all and could only tumble down the stairs. The broken shoulder blade shattered into countless tiny bone fragments in the repeated squeezing and collisions. They penetrated into the muscles and blood vessels near the broken bone regardless of whether they were friend or foe, tearing apart the already serious internal injuries. Again split, expand just when Mark thought he was about to faint from the endless pain. His falling body was stopped by the dark personality Jack, who had put on a new set of dry and comfortable clothes at some point down. "Do you recognize this place, my dear Mark?" Jack stretched out his right hand, put 5 fingers on Mark's broken left shoulder with a smile on his face, and rubbed it fiercely. Seeing the latter's face covered with blood and pain, he seemed to get great satisfaction. Spacious street, friendly neighbors, comfortable 3-story loft. Mark gritted his teeth, not wanting to let himself cry out in pain in front of this perverted dark personality. because he knew that once he showed weakness, what he would receive would never be sincere pity and sympathy from the other party, but more cruel abuse and attacks. The dark personality Jack saw that Mark was still so stubborn despite his ravages. He was very angry and cursed at Mark on the ground. Then he took out a pair of shining silver handcuffs from the inner pocket of his leather jacket. When Mark was extremely angry, he handcuffed it on Mark's wrist. In his eyes this was not over yet. Jack circled around Mark a few times with his hands behind his back on the ground, then touched his jacket, took out a pair of cuffs, and locked them on Mark's ankles. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "This is all for your own good, my dear Mark. Whatever happens next may make you furious and crazy. In order to prevent you from being able to fully understand what is about to happen, I have to restrict your actions. I hope you can understand my good intentions. When a person encounters a huge blow, his ability to resist injury will be greatly improved. Whether it is mental injury or physical injury, they will always show astonishing indifference." That's how Mark is now. After being intercepted by Jack's foot, he immediately began to use his mental will to heal his broken left shoulder. He knew that if he could not get out of the negative state as soon as possible, he would have no chance to face Jack's dark personality. The odds are stacked against you. Until now, although he was not very clear about the meaning of Jack taking him to watch these cruel truths, he knew exactly what he was going to do: look for opportunities, seize opportunities, and completely eliminate this dark, evil, cruel, and crazy set. Waiting for Jack, who is full of all kinds of negative emotions, Jack didn't understand Mark's inner thoughts. Regarding the latter's silence, he just assumed that the latter was still fighting the pain. He didn't know what kind of blessing Mark had received from Yuri's magic circle. The various cruel truths that he believed could consume Mark's mental power and willpower had become the perfect way to stimulate the growth of the latter's mental power and willpower. Food do not erupt in silence, die in silence. There is no doubt that Mark's choice is the former. Jack stood on a slightly higher step, grabbed Mark's back collar like a chicken, and made him stand up from the ground. Under his violent drag, the two of them pushed each other forward and backward. We arrived at the lobby on the first floor of this small building. Mark saw his mother cleaning the house, the death of the youngest son, the running away of the eldest son, and the successive tragedies in the world have fallen on this poor woman one after another. Fortunately, she has a responsible and patient husband. When he was so sad that he wanted to commit suicide countless times, he will always give her hope and motivation to continue living, just like the little life that has just been born in her belly. Mark, who walked down the stairs in silence, couldn't bear it anymore after seeing his mother. After learning that he really killed his brother, the mother who always abused and beat him in his childhood memories, he has changed from a perpetrator who did not know right from wrong to a punisher who helped him atone for his sins. So he broke away from Jack's intentionally loosened hand and wanted to rush to his mother's side, but the shackles on his feet restricted his movements, but the 30-centimeter chain made it difficult for him to move slowly. Mommy. Mark bent over towards the woman who had just finished wiping the table and was sitting on a lounge chair by the window. He called her diligently, but the latter did not respond at all, as if she was deaf. Jack behind him unhurriedly brought a chair and sat on it. He tilted his head, and while paying attention to the cars coming and going from time to time outside the window, he said casually, "This is just memory, my dear Mark. Everything will run according to everything that has happened in the memory. As outsiders, we cannot affect everything that is happening or will happen here." As he spoke, Mark had already arrived in front of his mother, and he carefully stretched out the handcuffs. His bound hands wanted to touch the mother he had misunderstood for many years again, but what he couldn't accept was that his hand seemed to have passed through a layer of virtual projection and went straight from the chair he was sitting on. The mother penetrated the past. "I'm sorry, Mom." Mark knelt down in front of his mother in despair. He bent down and slammed his head on the soft carpet. "I killed Roland. I drowned him in the cave. I was wrong. I destroyed the whole family. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Stupid idea." The dark personality Jack, who was sitting on the chair watching the show, obviously had his own opinions. He stood up from the chair and kicked it over. He pointed at Mark angrily and cursed as he walked. "You are really stupid. Big fool. Roland's birth took away everything from you. This woman always ordered you to help him, be humble to him, and protect him. Even if that damn guy made a mistake, she would ask you to forgive him, and even directly give him the money that he shouldn't have. The punishment you bear is upon you. I'm not wrong. You're not wrong. It's this stupid woman who's wrong." Mark turned around amid Jack's roars. He stood up with difficulty and asked Jack sternly, "Let me ask you, has this situation changed after killing Roland? You are not solving my problems. You are creating disasters for me." Unlike Mark's imagination, Jack did not reflect on himself after hearing these words. Instead, after looking out the window, he laughed happily. "You are right, my dear Mark. After killing Mark again, I did find that the problem that troubled us has not been solved. After further thinking, I understood, instead of trying every possible means to solve the problem, it is better to directly kill the people who caused the problem." Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang on the door facing the street. Jack proudly pointed at the closed door and showed off. "So, I'm here." Through the window, Mark saw a taxi with its lights flashing and its door locked by the owner. The owner of this taxi was wearing a peaked cap that completely covered his face, pressing the button over and over again. Ringing the doorbell outside the gate when the other person accidentally raised his head, Mark saw his face, the facial features that he saw every day in the mirror, the gloomy and crazy eyes, the familiar peaked cap of the leather jacket. He turned around, stared at Jack, who was laughing wildly in the room, and said angrily, "What the hell do you want to do?" The mother on the seat by the window had already stood up and walked towards the door. Like a shadow, she passed directly through Mark, who was blocking her. In the latter's desperate eyes and Jack's crazy laughter, she was very surprised. Opening the door to the devil outside the door as usual. "Mom, long time no see." Jack outside the door raised his head, and the exposed cheek made the mother at the door stunned for a moment. After she reacted, she immediately lowered her face and wanted to keep the former out. But how could a pregnant housewife withstand this strength? How about a special soldier who just returned from the army? Jack pressed the door with one hand and squeezed into the house in an instant. Then he quickly closed the door and locked it completely. Then he breathed intoxicatedly at this home that he had left for a long time. "The taste of Mom, I came to say goodbye to you at this time." Jack showed a different kind of relief. He glanced at his mother's slightly swollen belly, and fiercely pushed away the woman who was blocking his way and constantly scolding and beating him. He stepped onto the steps, the two chased each other and disappeared into the stairwell. "Aren't you going to have a look?" Jack followed the two of them and waved to Mark with a smile on his face. "For me, everything that happens next is a memory worth cherishing for a lifetime. I am very generous. Dear Mark, I am really willing to share this moment with you." Sharing the memory with you? Shut your stinky mouth. Listening to the faint screams of women and the laughter of men, he had already guessed what was going to happen next. Looking at the dark personality Jack, who also disappeared into the stairwell, blue veins instantly appeared on his neck, on the forehead, even at the corners of the eyes. The unspeakable anger and humiliation turned into extremely powerful spiritual energy. In just a moment, the left shoulder that was broken by his own hands returned to its original state with his thoughts. He lowered his head and looked at the wrist and ankle that were tightly locked. There was a bang sound from the two handcuffs, and the two things broke and shattered on their own in an instant. Not only that, starting from the floor he was standing on, the surrounding environment began to rapidly blur, collapse, and destroy. Countless virtual memory illusions seemed to be ignited and turned into little bits of fly ash floating in the air, before everything completely dissipated. The moment before, Mark turned his head slightly and saw his current appearance in the large standing mirror next to the door, wearing moon-white shroud armor, holding a crescent-shaped dark golden scimitar. His two eyes shone with the brightest moonlight ever seen before. Against the backdrop of the crescent-shaped mark that also shimmered slightly between his forehead and eyebrows, he looked like the moon god comes to the world. The mirror disappears. The pure white corridor of memory appears again. Jack, who was forced to recall his memories, looked at the extremely familiar costume in front of him with horror. He ignored his naked lower body and pointed at Mark, who was charging towards him with a machete, and asked, "Damn guy, what did you do to me?" SHH, SHH, the scimitars fell on Jack one after another. Before the latter could scream, his body was separated and his body was broken into thousands of pieces. The second before his consciousness completely disappeared, he heard the voice coming from the shroud armor. The deep voice came out, "Kill you to atone for my sins." End of this chapter. Chapter 141, Who Gives Whom the Courage? Jack's death caused a huge reaction in the memory gallery. Countless wards with closed doors collapsed and were destroyed one after another. All the guilty memories belonging to Jack were wiped out in an instant. The remaining rooms joined together again after a ray of white light. From this moment on, there was only Mark in them. And Steve's memory. Mark stared blankly at the changes in front of him, and after a trance, he subconsciously looked down at Jack's body, but he found that it was not only Jack's memory that disappeared after the white light, But Jack's personality was also completely wiped out. He raised the two scimitars that shone with cold light in his hands, and with a reflection on them, he carefully looked at his current attire. The hood and cloak were gone, replaced by a set of solid armor that was armed to the teeth. Armor? The two crescent daggers on his chest were gone, and he could feel two more scabbards on his back that fit the two scimitars in his hands. The thick armor provided him with excellent defense, but it didn't slow him down at the same time. Whether it is in terms of strength or speed, he can clearly feel the great improvement that has surpassed everything. It is no exaggeration to say that the current him can at least beat 10 of himself in the past. Can I still change back? As this thought came to mind, Mark felt that his hands were empty. He looked down and saw that he had transformed into the most familiar Moon Knight costume. Like a child who got a new toy, he took the trouble to switch back and forth between the armor suit and the cloak suit. After going back and forth dozens of times, he finally realized that he shouldn't do these things in his current situation. Steve? Mark finally remembered this second personality that entered the memory that he least wanted to remember. He looked around, but found that he could no longer tell which door was the ward that Steve broke into. Already calmed down after wandering in place for a few times, Mark casually walked to the door of a ward. He held the handle of the ward door with his hand, closed his eyes and hypnotized himself. This is your memory corridor, your inner world. This is idealism. No matter what you want, as long as you really want it, you can definitely do it. Crack, the handle turned and the door opened. The darkness inside forced Mark, who had just come in from the clean and bright memory corridor, to squint his eyes and try to adapt. With a still bright moonlight in the sky, he quickly recognized the dilapidated temple in front of him, the Moon Temple. The entire ruined temple looked very abrupt in the desolate desert. Thinking about it now, Mark seemed to have suddenly appeared in front of him. Whether it was the time when he was seriously injured and dying, or the reason why he was seriously injured and dying, everything seems to be a script that has already been written. There are no holy steps on the road leading to the temple gate, only steep sandy slopes covered with footprints. Mark quickly climbed up using his hands and feet. At a glance, he saw the second personality, Steve, who was hiding outside the door and peeking his head, and himself, who had entered the temple and was crawling hard. Hey, Steve. From Jack's memory, Mark already knew that an outsider like him in his memory could not have any impact on the plot, so he directly faced Steve, who was hiding outside the door and was obviously startled by his own voice. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm really looking for you, a damn disobedient guy." Seeing Mark walking towards him in such a swagger, Steve rushed forward and tried to cover his mouth with his hand, but how could Mark give in? He slapped Steve's outstretched hand open, and then followed a trend, grabbing his forearm. He pinned him down on the soft sand with his backhand. "I apologize, Mark." Steve spat out the sand in his mouth, turned his head desperately to look at Mark, who was pressing him down, and explained guiltily, "I chased him thinking you had killed the child, but, after seeing what my mother said to me, after everything you did, Steve hesitated a few times and then said softly, "After all, you were still just a child at that time." When Mark heard this, he unconsciously recalled everything he had just seen in Jack's memory. He stared blankly at Steve, who was pressed by him on the sand, and the strength in his hands couldn't help but loosen a little. Steve noticed the change and jerked away from Mark's front. He patted the fine gravel on the sweater, walked up and patted the latter's shoulder gently. "You may be wrong, Mark, but Mom really shouldn't have treated you like that. I'm sorry for what happened to you." Don't say any more." Mark waved his hand, directly interrupting his emotion. After seeing Jack's memories, he knew that everything his mother had done to him was deserved. After that, he could no longer comfort himself and said, "You didn't mean it. Those were just unavoidable accidents." He couldn't deceive himself, and he didn't want to deceive anyone else. "I don't know what you saw or how much you saw." Mark pointed at Steve and said seriously, "From now on, never mention this matter in front of me. You know, the reason why those memories are dusty is because as long as I think about them, I really don't want to go through this again." Steve looked at Mark with sympathetic eyes and promised, "I promise you, Mark, I will never mention those things again from now on." The two hugged each other in silence, and separated from each other in silence. Finally, Steve, who still had a big heart, broke the deadlock. "Can we continue? I mean, I respect your privacy, Mark. If you don't want me to browse your memories anymore, then let's go out. Maybe you can take a look at my memories." "Thank you for your kindness." Mark sighed softly and then shook his head and said, "There is nothing to hide in this section, but some of the things that happen next may exceed your current understanding of the world. You are here now, so just leave after reading it. Maybe it's not necessarily that you can get something from it." As soon as he finished speaking, Mark took the lead and walked into the dilapidated temple that was so dark that only the moonlight illuminated it. Steve followed in confused. He glanced at the past Mark, who had just crawled under the huge statue of Kong-Su, the moon god. He didn't feel much fear in his heart, because although the Mark in his memory seemed to be dying not long ago, but since he can now stand beside him and browse this memory with him, it means that he must have survived. Although he was not afraid, Steve still had a lot of doubts in his heart. For example, Mark's abdomen that was constantly bleeding. In his memory he lifted up his sweater and carefully searched his belly, but all the skin he saw was extremely smooth, and only the sharp-edged muscles could be felt by his groping fingers. A feeling of looking at Mark, who was walking up the steps, he temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart. Since Mark said what he said before, all his current doubts will definitely be answered in the near future beyond my current cognition. Steve stood in the middle of the temple and looked around at the dilapidated temple. Super technology, help from superheroes, aliens. Under the illumination of the moonlight, he subconsciously looked at the statue of the moon god Kong-Su standing on the altar holding the staff of the moon god. It can't be that the god has appeared. No one answered his words. Talking to himself, Mark began to circle around the statue of Kong-Su after he walked up to the altar. He knew that he had now turned against the god who gave him new life and provided him with strength. Since in this case, it is better to understand the other party as much as possible before the other party is ready to increase your chances of winning. At this moment, Mark, who was lying paralyzed on the steps under the altar, weakly let go of the hand that had been covering the wound on his abdomen. He looked down at the wound that was almost no longer bleeding, and knew that he might not live long. Thinking of the enemies who were still chasing him, he made an extremely decisive decision after countless struggles in his heart. Rather than lingering until someone catches up and tortures you to death, it's better to end it on your own now and be happy. He took out the pistol from the holster, pulled off the scarf around his neck and put the muzzle of the gun against his soft chin. The gun is loaded and the safety is on. As long as he pulls the trigger, the bullet with huge kinetic energy will pass through his brain in an instant, destroy his consciousness and soul, and take away his miserable life. What a waste of life, a hoarse and deep voice sounded from the statue of the moon god Kong-Su. The two Marks in the temple, past and present, and Steve, who had been worried from the moment Mark took the gun and prepared to commit suicide, all looked up at that man. Under the moonlight, the awe-inspiring statue of Shenzhen. I can feel the pain in your heart, the hoarse voice sounded again, and then Kong-Su fell into silence as if he was savoring it. Mark, who was about to commit suicide, and Steve, who was in shock, almost asked in unison, what are you, Mark? What the hell is this? I am Kong-Su, the moon god. The statue answered calmly, I am looking for a warrior. Good luck. Mark, who was lying paralyzed on the steps, put down the pistol in his hand weakly. He rested his head on the uneven stone steps, and prepared to chat with this guy who didn't know whether he was a god or a devil before he died. Steve looked for Mark in a panic, and now he agrees with what the latter said to himself just now. What happened now is indeed beyond his current cognition, but Mark's operation was even more beyond his comprehension. This guy actually followed a Luna stick, and stood majestically on the arm of the Luna Kong-Su holding the stick. What are you doing, Mark? Hearing Steve scream in the temple, Mark held the Luna staff with one hand, lowered his head, waved his hand and said nonchalantly, you don't have to worry about me, just watch. At this moment, the moon god Kong-Su began to speak again to Mark, who was lying on the stone steps. Do what I do, see what I see, avenge me, and make the final punishment for me on those evildoers. Judgment. Dedicate your body to me, and destroy those bad people who are full of evil and deserve their crimes. You want to die, still want to live. While Kong-Su was speaking, Mark had already climbed onto his body along his arm. This guy looked and touched Kong-Su's ferocious bird head, which made Steve tremble with fear. The actions of the two people beyond memory had no impact on the conversation in this memory. Mark, who was lying on the stone steps, took a breath and answered vaguely, I don't know. After Kong-Su heard this, he immediately said, I can feel the fragmentation in your heart. This is really fascinating. Now, you are qualified to serve me, and in exchange, I will let you live. Will you swear to protect the night travelers and avenge me on those who hurt them? Steve looked at Mark on the stone steps, and then at Mark, who was pressing Kong-Su's sharp beak on his nose. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the moonlight shining into the temple became brighter and brighter up. Will you swear to protect the night travelers and avenge me on those who hurt them? Kong-Su asked for the second time. At this time, Steve finally confirmed that his discovery was not an illusion. The moonlight was really brighter. I am willing. As Mark's voice fell on the stone steps, The bright moonlight falling from the top of the temple turned a corner in midair in a manner that violated the laws of physics and fell directly on Mark. At the same time, Steve's exclamation, a bird-headed monster wearing a white shroud of the ruined moon and holding a staff of the moon god appeared silently next to the statue of Kong-Su. What is even more frightening is that the real body of Kong-Su did not turn his gaze to the dying representative Mark, whom he was supposed to be watching. Instead, after a brief confusion, he directly raised his head and looked at the man who was trying to knock open the statue of Kong-Su. Take a look inside your head to see what's hidden inside Tsukima Makoto Mark Spectre. Kong-Su slammed the moon god staff on the altar in his hand, and his voice was unprecedentedly furious. You traitor who betrayed the contract, who gave you the courage to return to my temple? Haha. Mark looked down at Kong-Su, who was looking up at him. He was surprised that he no longer had any fear or timidity towards this god who was once so taboo. He let go of the statue of Kong-Su that he had knocked open the shining cover. It was empty inside, just a simple clay sculpture. He slid down from the statue of Kong-Su with both hands and feet. After patting the dust on his hospital gown as white as snow, he walked up to Kong-Su without fear and said, "Now, I will exchange this question with you, Kong-Su, who gave you the courage to appear in my memory?" Just when Kong-Su reacted belatedly, two voices sounded in the temple in no particular order. "You know, this is the world Yuri built himself. You know, this is a world I built with my own hands." End of this chapter. Chapter 142, The Moon God in the Moon Temple. Kong-Su on the side looked at this armor that should not have appeared on Mark in amazement, and tentatively asked a Moon Knight who slowly pulled out the scimitar from behind, "Jack? Is that you, Jack?" Have to say Mark turned the gleaming crescent scimitar in his hand a few times, and as he strode towards Kong-Su, he mocked in a sarcastic tone, "The relationship between you and Jack is really deep. It's all here such a situation, you still have time to care about his life and death." Kong-Su snorted coldly when he heard this. His eyes no longer stayed on Mark, but looked around with great vigilance. As a god, if you can't hear a guy who just beat him to the point where you have to run away with all your strength, if his voice is loud, then he really should take matters into his own hands to avoid making people laugh. "Mortals, don't hide your head and show your tail," Kong-Su shouted loudly. He was very afraid of this guy but not too worried. After confirming that he had escaped safely, he reviewed all the details of the battle in the apartment. He found that at the very beginning, this guy in fact, mortals have no strength to resist themselves, and can only stand dumbfounded under the protection of the guy who shamelessly betrayed him as a well-informed god. He guessed that this might be this mortal performing some kind of special magic ritual. He dared to conclude that all the ridiculously powerful operations performed by this mortal after this must have borrowed some the outward manifestation of the power of the more powerful. This more powerful person is really strong, at least several times stronger than him, the god who was kicked out of the god system. If he really meets such a strong person, then he must run as far as he can. Dare to touch its edge, but if it is a mortal who borrows power, as we all know, if it is not yours, it cannot remain with you for a long time. After the sound, Kong-Su saw no movement around him, and was about to taunt him again, but his powerful consciousness and body sense made him notice something strange behind him. The mortal he mentioned was standing with his hands behind his back impatiently. In place. "Kong-Su, my name is Yuri, don't call me mortal again." He looked at Kong-Su, not quite sure why the other person didn't seem scared at all. "You know, not long ago he almost killed this guy completely. A mouse should be scared when it sees a cat, but why is this guy so scared? Aren't you afraid of the mouse that escaped from your hands?" Kong-Su looked Yuri up and down. What appears here is only Yuri's spiritual soul. Compared with his outrageously overbearing body, the spiritual soul is relatively his weakness. Even so, since Yuri dares to directly face a god in a spiritual form, then he must have his own support. The holy shield and holy sword are held in his left and right hands. Hey, a mortal who overestimates his own abilities. After some observation, Kong-Su confirmed his previous guess. Although the current mental body of Yuri is several times stronger than the mental body of Moonlight Knight, who has transformed into the third strongest form, it is not the same as the previous one. The forbidden power that controls the rules is still too weak in comparison. This must be because the borrowed power is beginning to fade. Although he was fully confident that he could defeat this mortal named Yuri, Kong-Su still retained the last trace of caution. He noticed the two ancient weapons in Yuri's hands among the gods. What determines their strength is not just the strength of the divine vocation and the amount of divine power. In many cases, weapons are also an important and decisive factor that can extend their strength, just like a human holding a long knife cannot defeat a monkey holding a pistol and learning to shoot. The power of the weapon can even reverse victory or defeat in an instant to a certain extent. For every opponent, Kwang-Soo does not think they are fools, just like the mortal named Yuri in front of him. Kwang-Soo didn't believe that. He didn't know that his current mental body couldn't compete with him, but since the latter came, it meant that he possessed something that would allow him to reverse the current situation. The magic weapon for this disadvantageous situation. It's self-evident what this magic weapon is, but will Kwang-Soo be afraid? Of course not. He also has this artifact. Kwang-Soo put the moon god staff on his shoulder. You must know that this is the moon god temple. It is different from that ghost place in the world. Here, not only can his strength be displayed 100%, but there is also an increase in home games and bonus here. His strength can be maximized. Yuri held the holy shield in front of his chest with his left hand, and held the sword in his right hand hanging by his side. A pair of golden eyes stared closely at the moon god Kwang-Soo, who had locked himself with his spiritual consciousness. In this moon temple, he sensed that the opponent was no less threatening than Thor, the god of thunder. When the mark of Merlin is not activated, this is indeed a powerful opponent in a spiritual battle. The battle is imminent. The moon god Kwang-Soo, who was at home, was unwilling to waste this hard-won advantage. Under the bright moonlight, he ignored the scimitar struck by Mark behind him. Only a moment later, he appeared out of thin air in front of Lee. The Luna staff in his hand was piercing straight towards Yuri. The sharp point of the crescent moon at the head of the staff was pointed directly at Yuri's throat. As the leader of the mutant tribe who grew up from fighting, Yuri determined that the real target of the attack was himself. The moment Kwang-Soo ignored the attack from behind, at the same time that Kwang-Soo disappeared, he quickly raised his right hand. The holy shield blocked him in front of him. The moment the sharp tip of Kwang-Soo's staff fell, his holy shield was just on the path that he must pass forward. There was just a dang sound, and the fatal blow containing the power of the moon god was absorbed by the holy shield calmly. Taking advantage of the moment when Kwang-Soo was stunned, Yuri's body suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. The action of sheathing the shield and drawing out the sword was completed in an instant, and the all-cutting holy sword accurately cut through the gap between Kwang-Soo's bird head and body. What are you testing, mortal? Kwang-Soo's figure appeared on top of his statue in an instant after the attack failed. He touched Kwang-Soo's non-existent neck with lingering fear, looked down at Yuri and mocked disdainfully. How can the body structure of a god? Just like you mortals. Yuri and Mark looked at each other. The former sneered and said, I always like to behead people when I kill. Kwang-Soo, it was you who refused this more pleasant way of death. After taunting each other, both sides adjusted their states. In the eyes of Steve, who was holding his breath and silently watching the battle, the three guys on the platform launched a second wave of attacks at the same time. Without warning, Kwang-Soo kicked off the nose of his statue and jumped down from the sky. The moon god staff he held in both hands instantly transformed into the sickle shape under the control of his mind. Underneath Kwang-Soo, wearing armor, the moon horse rider connected the hilts of the two swords in his hands. After a flash of white light, they were connected to form a strange S-shaped weapon. This time, Kwang-Soo's target of attack became Mark, which the latter already knew well through the previous eye contact. I saw Mark twisting the handle of the knife, and the crescent-shaped dark golden blade accurately passed through the huge sickle chopped down by Kwang-Soo. After some exquisite changes in power, the S-shaped scimitar was like a dexterous poisonous snake, stuck Kwang-Soo's sickle with his own body. Just when Kwang-Soo was in a dilemma, Yuri's attack arrived. Under the effect of the power of space, he accurately grasped this hard-won opportunity. Under the blessing of super speed, the sharp edge of the holy sword was aware of the dangerous Kwang-Soo's shock. After knowing it, while shouting, he slashed at the latter's right arm, which he raised in desperation to block without any surprise. This arm was completely separated from its owner in order to prevent a bloody plot similar to repairing severed limbs. Yuri did not choose to pursue the victory after being hit by a sword. Instead, he bent down and picked up the bony arm that was still moving, and directly put it in your storage space. How dare you? With only half of his right arm left, Kwang-Soo finally fully realized what had happened. He transformed the huge scythe back into the moon staff, pushed Mark's S-shaped scimitar away, and then flashed back to the statue of Kwang-Soo. The sharp beak on the top of the statue's head had been broken by the force of his kick just now. All that was left on the neck of the statue was a bare and ugly vulture head. He waved his remaining right arm around, trying hard to sense the position of the mutilated body, but how could he sense the storage space transmitted from Shenlong? After some attempts to no avail, Kwang Su looked at a mortal named Yaoli, who was holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, and finally felt afraid come down. Yuri held the hilt of the sword with his right hand and pointed it at Kwang Su, who was stepping on his head. He taunted loudly, "Didn't you just say that you were a mortal and a god? What is the situation now? You Kwang Su, a majestic moon god, actually had his arm cut off by a mortal like me, and then hid in a corner and didn't dare to come out." Mark on the side felt that he had not contributed much in the battle just now, so he decided to make up for it with his talk. He held his S-shaped scimitar with one hand, raised his head and said disdainfully to Kwang Su, "If only earlier. Knowing that the god I serve is a weakling like you, I would rather choose death than live when I entered this temple by mistake." Shut up. Kwang Su Shang could endure Yuri's ridicule to a certain extent, but he couldn't accept that this servant who had been saved by him from near death and who signed a contract to recognize him as his master dared to be so mean to him. The extremely sharp contrast between before and after swept through Kwang Su's mind in an instant. The already paranoid and irritable god of the moon became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. These two damn guys wouldn't really think that. Can you defeat yourself with just this method? Under everyone's gaze, Kwang Su stood up straight as if he had made up his mind. He held the middle part of the lunar staff with his left hand and slowly pushed it towards the moon above his head. When Yuri and Mark noticed something was wrong and were about to interrupt the process, it was already too late. Several rays of moonlight falling from mid-air into the moon temple suddenly exploded and scattered to various locations in the temple. Dots of bright, solid moon-white light spots fell on the dilapidated temple walls like spring rain. They had seeped into the wall, and in just a moment the entire temple was soaked in moon-white at the same time. Countless golden divine power poured from Kwang Su's body into the statue of Kwang Su at his feet. A large ball of sand swarmed and fell on Kwang Su from outside the open door of the temple, as if it had been summoned by something. The statue's shining cap that was smashed through by Mark and the beak that was kicked to pieces by Kwang Su himself, but in the blink of an eye, the Kwang Su statue returned to its intact appearance. Boom, the door of the temple closed with a bang. And Kwang Su on the statue also made new movements at the tip of the crescent staff at the top of the moon god's staff that he held in his hand. There were countless bright and substantial moonlights bound in the crescent moon by invisible divine power. These moonlights hanging down from the sky seemed to combine all the moonlight. It was as if the light had been taken away. Except for Kwang Su's staff of the moon god, everything illuminated by the moonlight dimmed a bit in an instant. Yuri, why? Mark raised a hand, trying to cover up the bright moonlight blooming from the tip of the staff of Kwang Su above his head. He broke away from Yuri's hand holding his arm, looked at him in confusion and asked, "We had a chance to stop him from accomplishing this too late." Even in the process of answering the question, Yuri's eyes never left Kwang Su on the statue of Kwang Su. He murmured as if talking to himself, "Since Kwang Su had the idea to do all this, nothing we do can affect the process anymore. What he exerts is the rules given to him by the priesthood. The rules are uttered by him, but not by him. The next thing we have to face is no longer Kwang Su, but the rules of the moon." Mark was stunned for a while after hearing this. He waved to Steve, who was hiding in the corner watching the show, and told him to come over. Then he looked at Yuri and said sadly, "It doesn't sound like it's going to be easy to deal with. Let's go next." What to do? Yuri looked at the moon god Kwang Su above his head, who was as sacred and majestic as holding a moon, with a joking smile flashing in his eyes. Mobilizing the rules requires a lot of divine power, and Kwang Su, as a god expelled from the pantheon, his divine power is rootless trees and sourceless water. Instead of trying to resist this regular attack, it is better to escape directly and let Kwang Su's long charged punch hit the air. "Sorry, with all due respect," Steve, who had just ran over, cautiously reminded, "I tried just now, but the door of the temple cannot be pushed open. This old vulture wants to catch a turtle in a jar for us." End of this chapter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Leaving the Memory World. Catch the turtle in the urn. Yuri withdrew his gaze from Kwang Su, and learned a little secret from Merlin's wisdom. Any god whose divine power is not enough to drive the rules but who forcibly drives the rules cannot stop the continuous manifestation of the rules on his own. He laughed disdainfully and said, "Kwang Su is already in trouble. Otherwise, with his temper, how could he not laugh at us?" Mark covered his eyes with his hands and quickly glanced at Kwang Su above the statue. The latter's figure had gradually begun to fade under the wash of the moonlight. He turned into points of light and followed a bright moonlight into his feet. Among the clay statues, this process was very slow, and Kong Su's expression was not natural during the process. It was obvious that the latter was unwilling to do this. The mutual antagonism between the moon god and the moon rules left enough time for Yuri and his party. They quickly rushed to the tightly sealed temple door. Mark took the lead and without saying a word, he put his hands up and pushed hard. HMPH, wearing the moonlight armor, Mark only felt as if he was pushing an unshakable mountain. Under the continuous increase of the power of the moon god in the moonlight, all the forces acting on this door were eliminated invisible. After several fruitless attempts, Mark stopped, looked at Yuri, shook his head and said, "Pure power will have no effect. This door is connected with the entire temple, and it is under the control of Kong Su. They are indestructible. If we want to get out, I think we must first get rid of Kong Su, who controls everything." That was the last option. Yuri patted Mark on the shoulder, and after the latter retreated, he thrust the holy sword straight into the temple door. Before Mark and Steve had time to be happy, they saw that when Yuri was pressing the holy sword to cut downwards, his cutting speed could not keep up with the self-healing speed of the stone door. It was like using an extremely sharp magic weapon. The sharp weapon cuts a stream of water, and the knife cuts off the water to make it flow again. "Hold it for me for a moment." Yuri handed the holy sword to Steve, the only one beside him who had nothing with his empty hands. The latter was flattered and took the apparently magical and ancient sword with both hands, but when he saw Yuri's free hand, his right hand gently rested on the intact temple door. "Yuri, if I remember correctly, I should have told you that power has no effect on this door." Mark's tone sounded a little impatient. He covered his eyes with his hands, glanced at Kong Su through his fingers, and said, "In my opinion, we shouldn't have this idea of retreating. Look at him, he can't even move. As long as we can solve Kong Su, all problems will be solved, right?" Yuri ignored Mark, whose mental state was somewhat abnormal. He chose to retreat, not only to mess with Kong Su's mentality, but most importantly, to protect Mark. Once Kong Su is fully integrated with the statue, he will completely activate the power given to him by his godhead. The priesthood. In this case, he can take back all the things in Mark that belong to the moon god without any effort. Without explaining too much, he just said silently in his heart, "You must not let me down." That's right. Yuri plans to mobilize the life energy in his body. He wants to use the weak time retrieval ability attached to this energy to push the timeline of the stone door in front of him back to its dilapidated state before it was soaked by the moonlight. A ball of golden light instantly bloomed from the palm of Yuri's right hand. This light was not dazzling. Compared with the ball of moonlight on the staff of Kong Su moon god, the life energy emitted was the light emitted can even have a positive healing effect on all creatures that look directly at it. Kong Su's body is still continuously seeping into the statue of Kong Su. In the process of such a long time, the statue has shown a trace of magic. Its clay body seems to have come alive and has become flesh and blood. Countless bright moon's flowers condense and interweave around this body, forming a set of moon-white costumes that are complex and gorgeous but still majestic and solemn as the lower body has been fully combined. Mark, who has been watching Kong Su vigilantly, can even observe his slightly moving toes and slowly stretching leg muscles. It was a head-on confrontation, but what happened at the temple gate made him stunned. A slender hole suddenly appeared at the lower end of the door crack without any warning. In the eyes of Mark and Steve, who were thinking carefully and horrified, the hole slowly moved along the door crack as if someone was carrying it. Sliding upwards, the trajectory is exactly the same as Yuri's previous attempt to chop down the wooden door with the holy sword. Back in time, Steve held the holy sword in both hands, his eyes jumping back and forth between the golden light in Yuri's hands and Mark's face. He looked at it like a child who saw something he thought was amazing and was eager to share the happiness with his friends. Mark affirmed in a questioning tone, "This is time retrieval, it must be true." Mark, as he spoke, the moon-white temple door had gradually faded from its moon-white brilliance. Mark glanced at Kong Su, who had only his head left outside the statue, and did not dare to waste even a moment to answer Steve's question. He took a few steps back and used all his strength to hit the temple door, which had only a crack left with some bright moonlight left. Yuri, who was concentrating on running energy, only saw a thick moon-white figure flashing beside him, and then heard a deafening rumbling sound. When he came back to his senses, he found that it was Mark who used too much force and directly hit him. This door of earth and stone that had lost a blessing of divine power was smashed into pieces. Give me the sword. Glancing back at Kong Su, who only had his nose up outside the statue, he automatically ignored the other's extremely resentful and angry eyes. After taking the holy sword from Steve's hand, he immediately grabbed the latter's hand and moved toward him. Mark, who was staggering to his feet among the rubble, ran over. Give me your hand. There was no time to ask why. Out of trust in this comrade who had been with him through life and death, Mark directly grabbed the hand handed over by Yuri, who was running Kong Su. Yuri looked at the statue of Kong Su, whose eyes suddenly lit up. He made contact with a magic circle in the real world with a thought. At the last moment when he escaped from the memory world, he waved the moon staff towards the three of him. Kong Su, who played the role of the terrifying moon, sneered, "I wish you good luck. See you later." Boom. The white power of the moon's rules bombarded the deserted and desolate desert. The rules attribute that annihilated everything, instantly killed all living things within 100 miles. The splashed sand and dust were tens of meters high. After the highest point fell, the bonfires in front of the temple were instantly extinguished. Yuri. You damn mortal. Kong Su flashed from the temple of the moon god to the place where the three of Yuri disappeared. He transformed the staff of the moon god into a huge scythe, and slashed at the air there as if venting his anger. After he got angry, he walked back step by step towards the moon god temple behind him with unwillingness, and whispered in a very spiteful tone, "I will come out. When I come out, I must kill you." In the apartment, Mark, who was lying on the bed, and Yuri, who was sitting on the chair, opened their eyes at the same time. The former looked at the familiar ceiling in a daze, while the latter stood up directly as usual and found a bottle from the refrigerator at Steve's house. The most expensive-looking wine was opened. "Mark, can you hear me, Mark?" Steve's voice rang in Mark's mind. "Can you give your body to me for a while? If not, I hope you can express to that handsome-looking guy how much I feel about him." Behavioral point of view, he cannot, at least should not, open the bottle of wine and drink it without the consent of the owner. Mark was stunned for a few seconds by Steve's complaint, and then he was surprised and said in hindsight, "Can you see everything I saw?" Oh, Steve was also stunned. After a few seconds of silence, he carefully asked, "What is this? Personality fusion, or, it means you share control of this body?" Yuri held the most expensive-looking bottle of wine in the refrigerator in one hand, and used the other hand to throw an ordinary can of cold beer to Mark, who sat up straight and subconsciously reached out to catch the beer. "In my perception, your third dark personality has been completely eliminated by you. Now you and Steve are similar to being one and the same. As long as you are willing to each other, you can exchange control of your body at will." The third dark personality. Steve accurately captured the word in Yuri's words. He asked Mark, who was dominating the body, "What is this? Was he created by you to deal with some situation? Just like me? You, why should we eliminate him completely?" No, Mark looked like a madman talking to himself. "My relationship with this guy is just like you and me before, and he even said that I am not as good as you. After all, you can still detect differences from various details." But the Jayadho was too cautious. According to him, he appeared in this body at the same time as me at birth, but in such a long life experience, I didn't notice his existence at all. Not the slightest trace. "Why do you call him a dark personality?" Steve continued. "Did he do a lot of bad things?" Mark was silenced by this question. He thought about it and answered vaguely, "Yes, that's right. He killed many innocent people without my knowledge at all, and committed many crimes that I couldn't do. The sin of forgiveness. When you browsed my memory, I was invited by him to read his memory, thinking of those dark and cruel truths." Mark shook his head and forcibly interrupted the topic. "In short, I killed him. Don't ask any more questions about him. I don't want to talk." Mark opened the can of beer, raised his head and took a big sip. Yuri looked at him with some pity, waved his hand, drew a space door, and took the big standing mirror from the door. "Look in the mirror, so you can see each other's presence." Mark blinked as he looked at the large standing mirror in front of him, but what shocked him was that the guy in the mirror who looked exactly like him was motionless with a confused look on his face. This, Yuri raised his head and took another sip. He patted the frame of the large standing mirror. "As you can see, you are Mark Spector, and the person in the mirror is Steve Grant. You can see him, and so can he. I can see you, but I can't see Steve in the mirror." Seeing what else Mark wanted to ask, he waved his hand and interrupted him directly. "Don't ask me why, don't ask me why, I don't know, and even if I know, I'm too lazy to tell you. I'll go to the living room to see what Steve said about. You can have a good chat here about the research manuscript on Egyptian mythology." After watching Yuri leave, Mark in reality and Steve in the mirror came to their senses one after another, and looked at each other in amazement. Neither of them expected that after leaving the memory space, the person who is purely constructed by spiritual will after the world, they can also achieve face-to-face conversation in this way in reality. Do you have anything to ask, Steve? Mark made a few moves very childishly. Steve in the mirror showed no intention to cooperate with him in imitating these moves. The latter lowered his head and pondered for a moment before tentatively speaking. Can you tell me about your situation? Are you wearing armor that suddenly pops out from your body? That's really cool. No problem at all with a thought. Mark directly summoned the third set of Moonlight Knight battle uniform and Steve's exclamation, moon-white shroud strips appeared out of thin air near Mark's body surface. They seemed to be alive. In just a few blinks, Mark was completely covered. The package covered it. There is nothing wrong with Kong Su being a guy with a bad personality and extremely poor spiritual skills, but it is undeniable that this guy did pull me back from the hands of death when I was about to die, and gave me this an extraordinary ability. Mark stood up from the bed and showed Steve his outfit generously in the large standing mirror with his envious eyes. Due to the blessing of the moon god Kong Su, my physical fitness, speed, stamina, and strength will increase with the moonlight, and the degree of these abilities depends entirely on the will of the moon god. So this does not mean that you will lose your abilities during the day or in outer space. I can see spirits that ordinary people cannot see with the naked eye. I can see things in the dark without the aid of props. I can move invisible in areas with large shadows. My injuries will be healed by being shrouded in the moonlight, etc. Wait. Can I play, Steve? Who couldn't bear it? Interrupted Mark's eloquent statement. What I mean is, if we exchange body dominance after you summon the moonlight suit, the armor you are wearing now will change accordingly. Are you going to disappear immediately upon my arrival? Mark thought for a while and shook his head honestly. I don't know. Seeing Steve's face suddenly darken, he smiled again and said, but we can try. What if? End of this chapter. Chapter 144, Steve summons the suit. Mark only felt that his consciousness was blurred for a while, and then when he regained consciousness again, he saw Steve in reality. Steve felt the same way. Due to his relatively weak mental power, it took him longer to regain consciousness than Mark. He stood up a little longer, and by the time he realized that he had successfully taken over the control of his body from Mark, the moonlight uniform on his body had long since disappeared without a trace. Oh, Steve sighed with great annoyance. I knew, whenever possible, no one can deny superpowers for Steve. The opportunity to obtain superpowers is right in front of him, but to his helplessness, this short distance has become an insurmountable gap for him. Sometimes, it is better than nothing. What's even more uncomfortable about eating is that something delicious is right in front of you, but you can't put it in your mouth. Whether it was Mark in the mirror or Steve in reality, the two fell silent at the same time. The latter was actively trying to adjust his mentality, while the former thought of the third set of moonlight that suddenly appeared on him. War service. If I guessed correctly, this third suit should have belonged to the third dark personality Jack. The reason why it could be summoned under my control should be because I completely eliminated its owner. The third personality can have a battle uniform that is unique to him. The main personality can have a battle uniform that is unique to him. There is no reason that Steve, who is also one of the physical personalities, can't. Don't be discouraged, Steve. Mark in the mirror suddenly became excited. Facing Steve's doubtful gaze, he said firmly, you can do it. You can definitely do it. You can't use my suit, but you can try to summon and get your own battle uniform. What do you mean? Seeing that things seem to be turning around, Steve's gloomy mood suddenly brightened. I don't expect to be as powerful as you, or as powerful as that guy sitting in the living room flipping through books. I just want to feel it. Feels like having superpowers. I understand. Mark paced back and forth in the mirror, and he analyzed as he walked. Do you remember, Steve, what we saw and heard in the Temple of the Moon? It was this body that signed the contract with Kong Su, not you and me. Any personality, which means, the power of Moonlight Knight is rooted in this body. No matter who dominates this body, he can summon his own moonlight suit. Steve scratched his head and asked uncertainly, you mean, I have superpowers myself, but I haven't discovered its existence all this time? Mark nodded, then shook his head. Our abilities are not innate. It was after Kong Su rescued us that night that you and I gained superpowers. It's useless to say this, Steve. Give it a try. I'm sure you can do it. Steve looked at Mark suspiciously. He recalled the way the superheroes with superpowers summoned their suits in the comics and movies he had seen in his memory. He looked into Mark's eyes and shouted weakly, Moonlight Knight, Transform. It was as if time and space were condensed at this moment. In the not-so-large apartment, all that could be heard was the clattering sound of Yuri, who was sitting in the air and reading a book with his mind. Mark in the mirror put his forehead on his palm and said helplessly, "This won't work, Steve, at least your tone must be firmer. Do you remember the superheroes in the comics? Faith, firm faith? It is the key to your summoning the battle uniform. If you don't believe that you can summon the battle uniform, then you will definitely not be able to summon the battle uniform. Okay." After listening to Mark's instructions, Steve began to keep mumbling words such as "you can do it" and "you can definitely do it" to boost his confidence. Just when Mark was getting a little impatient, he looked like he finally felt something, and suddenly shouted to the moon outside the window, "Moonlight night." Transform. Under Mark's delighted gaze, a bright moonlight fell directly on Steve's chest as if he had been summoned. After that, spotless moon-white shroud strips quickly appeared out of thin air on Steve's chest around the body. The whole process was very fast, but in the blink of an eye, Steve's pajamas were replaced by a straight suit that looked a little different. The latter raised his hand and quietly opened one eye to peek like a thief. After taking a quick look and confirming that he had really summoned the suit, he jumped up excitedly, looked at Mark in the mirror and shouted, "I did it. I really did it. Superpower. I also have it, a superhero with superpowers." Before Mark could say his congratulations, he heard a sudden click sound coming from outside the window. Then, an obviously extremely angry middle-aged woman's voice came to Steve from the window of the resident on the upper floor. In her husband's apartment. "Why are you crying and howling at night? Do you want to see what time it is? Do you want to go to bed?" The furious reprimand was like a basin of cold water mixed with ice cubes, which instantly extinguished Steve's excitement about gaining superpowers. He shrank his head in fear, reached out to scratch his hair, but found that a moon-white hood has completely wrapped his hair underneath. Steve excitedly came to the big standing mirror to take a look at his current outfit, but what was reflected in the mirror was Mark with a pleased smile. Steve could only clasp his hands and plead to the mirror, "Mark, could you please step away from the mirror for a while?" "Oh." Mark in the mirror spread his hands and rolled his eyes and said, "No, Steve, is this how you treat me, a mentor who induced you to discover your own superpowers? Come on." Steve was in no mood to appease the man in front of him who was obviously playing tricks. After the latter had no choice but to leave the mirror, Steve, who was wearing a moon-white swimsuit, finally saw what he looked like now. He looked up and down in the mirror. "I would nod with satisfaction from time to time. Great, I like this outfit very much." At this time, Yuri finally read all of Steve's research manuscripts on Egyptian mythology. He exquisitely controlled the biological force field to put all the manuscripts and books back to their original places, leaving only one of them pinched. With his fingers, he walked slowly to the bedroom and said to Steve, who was still admiring himself in the mirror, "Stop playing around and call Mark out. I have something serious to ask him." Moonlight gentleman. Steve looked at. He glanced at Yuri, nodded without saying anything, lowered his head and handed over the control of his body to Mark. After the latter woke up, he took the piece of paper Yuri handed him, and while reading it, he asked, "What's the business? Tell me." Yuri pointed to the picture in Marco's hand with the scarab on it and said, "Through some channels, I know the real purpose behind what Kong Su ordered you to do. He wants you to rely on this scarab, find the tomb of Amit the Devourer first and kill it completely." Mark nodded. Holding the blueprint in one hand, he turned his face and asked in bewilderment, "But why did Kong Su do this? Is there any grudge against him?" Yuri thought for a while and smiled and said, "It's not hatred, but it's more serious than hatred. As a group of immortal species with immeasurable lifespans, the complexity of the relationship between the gods is far beyond our imagination. Before understanding how the hostile relationship between Kong Su and Amit was formed, you must know that these two, each guy has his own abilities and responsible tasks. First of all, Kong Su is the god of the moon. The concept of his priesthood is very abstract. Simply put, he is responsible for protecting all humans under the moonlight from harm from others. If you walk under the moonlight the night walkers were harmed, then Kong Su needs to punish the perpetrators. As a high-ranking god, Kong Su cannot always keep his eyes on every night traveler. Therefore, he will not stand up when a night traveler is injured or even dies. Only the night traveler is injured or dies. Only then will Kong Su punish those who committed violence. Kong Su is an avenger. He tends to punish the evildoers who have committed sins. Yuri paused and continued, "Then Amit is not an ordinary god, nor is he worshipped. He possesses all the qualities that the Egyptians fear. He is an evil god born." After the latter's thoughts gathered together, He has the head of a crocodile and the upper body of a lion or leopard, with a hippopotamus underneath, all considered the most dangerous animals by the ancient Egyptians. Although Ammit is an evil god, when he was first created, his duty was to destroy evil. Anubis would put the hearts of dead people and the feathers of Ma'at, the feathers of truth, on the scale. If the heart is heavier than a feather, it means that the person has done bad things, and Anubis will hand him over to Ammit to swallow. The swallowed person will not be able to enter the reed field and will never rest in peace. But there are too many evil people in the world. After devouring the souls and hearts of countless evil people, Ammit is no longer satisfied with waiting for Anubis feeding every day. In order to satisfy his growing appetite and with a desire to devour the soul, he stole the power of fate and gained the ability to spy on time. Ammit integrated this ability with his priesthood. After his ingenious operation, he could only devour the hearts and souls of people who had done evil, but he expanded his foraging scope to include those who had not done evil yet, but showing everyone in the future timeline who might do evil. Then, a massacre of humans by gods began. Yuri glanced at Mark, who was thoughtful, and continued to tell the story recorded in the classics he saw in Kamataj. Countless gods have descended to Earth, including Khonsu. No one knows that as for the specific process of the war. We only know that after that war, most of the gods in Egypt abandoned humans, Ammit was sealed and buried, and Khonsu is expelled from the pantheon. In short, the current Ammit is a forerunner, and he tends to kill all those who may do evil. Mark nodded with understanding. One is an avenger and the other is a forerunner. They have different ideas about punishing evildoers. So there is a conflict. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of another possibility. Yuri, is there a possibility that the reason why the Egyptian gods at that time failed to completely kill Ammit was not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't do it? Their willingness to abandon human beings may be due to heavy casualties, and they have no choice but to do so. And will Khonsu, who was expelled from the divine system, be imposed by the gods similar to killing Ammit? Can return to the divine system. Where's the mission? Yuri raised his eyebrows, looked at Mark with approval and nodded. The situation you mentioned is indeed one of countless possibilities. Ammit's priesthood is to devour. No one knows how many hearts and souls of evil people he devoured before the battle began. No one knows how much of his strength was devoured during that battle. To what extent has your heart and soul been elevated? Khonsu is not weak. In the multiverse, this guy was an existence that could affect time in his heyday. He owned 3 artifacts, the Moon God's Staff, the Moon Roulette and the Moon God Pendant. The 3 artifacts were combined. The energy generated after the first one can reverse time and create a new universe without any evil. Perhaps Khonsu was the vanguard who led the army of Shenzhen in the great battle. The enemy was not eliminated and the mission was not completed. As a vanguard, Khonsu would naturally have to accept punishment. Mark nodded and said, this means that if we want to kill Khonsu, we don't have to find his location. We can directly cut off his retreat and force him to come to us. Full-level understanding. Yuri smiled and patted Mark on the shoulder. He became more and more satisfied with a captain who once took good care of him. So our task now is to find the sealed devourer Ammit before Khonsu. The tomb, and as far as I know, the only thing that can point us in the direction is this thing called the golden scarab and the drawing. Mark folded the drawing in his hand in half again, and finally put it into his trouser pocket. He walked to a small cabinet next to the bed, pushed it to a specific position, and under Yuri's indifferent gaze, recorded it in the mirror. With Tiff's puzzled eyes, he pushed open the hidden compartment on the ceiling and took out a military green backpack hidden in it. What a coincidence! Yuri. Mark carried his backpack to the bed and unzipped it, and stacks of neatly bound banknotes from various countries rushed out. With a proud smile, Mark pushed the banknotes aside as if they were nothing, and then carefully took them out from the pile of banknotes. A mobile phone waved at Yuri triumphantly. I have seen this scarab, and it's on my girlfriend's hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 145, Heresy. Outside a brightly lit community, the girlfriend Lila mentioned by Mark was wearing a slim-fitting black nightsuit, sneaking behind a van and quietly observing the harmonious and strange community in front of her. Not too special. Under the bright yellow street lights, several teenage children were happily playing football. At a roadside wine stall not far away, more than a dozen people were chatting. How is this possible? Layla looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. According to her understanding, this community was previously one of the most chaotic and dangerous areas in the city. Drug addicts and gangsters were often active here. The ordinary people living there are miserable. Every city has some places dedicated to hiding filth and evil. In New York, that place is called Hell's Kitchen. Here, Hell's Kitchen is this neighborhood. Layla rubbed her eyes. She had been here for a few 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, she had seen no disputes or riots, no bullying or killings. Some houses were open at night and everyone felt safe. Quite. In the end, what happened? Layla took out her tablet from her backpack, and after some manipulation, she opened the chat history page on a website. This was a website that specialized in intelligence operations. The administrator of the website claimed that as long as the money was in place, there would be nothing they could not find. Unexplored intelligence information. Regarding the death of her father, Layla always wanted to find the real murderer to avenge him. In order to achieve this somewhat difficult wish, after many twists and turns, she obtained the address of this website from her boyfriend Mark, and after paying a certain amount of money, after asking for money, the person in charge of the website told her that the matter was probably related to the administrator of this community. But how could a guy who could manage such a harmonious situation out of a community full of chaos and violence be the murderer who massacred an entire archaeological team? Just when she wanted to question the website administrator about the intelligence error, the laughter of the children that lingered in her ears disappeared in an instant. After Layla was stunned for a second or two, she quickly put away the tablet and looked in that direction. She saw a middle-aged man with long hair, holding a cane and wearing a beige robe, smiling directly towards where she was. The direction came over through the slightly dim light. Layla could vaguely see the man's face looming in the shadow of his hair, but it was precisely because she could see it that she couldn't help but feel frightened. This middle-aged man. The man is exactly the person in charge of this community in the picture sent to him by the person in charge of the intelligence website, Arthur Harrow. Don't be afraid, don't hide. Harrow's pace was slow and leisurely, and the sound of the cane in his hand hitting the ground brought an inexplicable sense of oppression to Layla, who was hiding behind the van. Harrow came with a smile on his face. About 10 steps away from the van, he stood the crutch in front of him and folded his hands on it to share the weight of his body with his legs. Guests from afar, we only welcome you and have no ill intentions. Harrow looked like a gentleman while speaking elegantly. He spoke to Layla in the shadow and comforted softly. As you can see, everyone living here is friendly to each other and helps each other. You are here. There will be no danger. On the contrary, if you encounter any problems, each of us will be happy to work with you to find a solution. Layla's thoughts were racing in the back of the van. She carefully analyzed the situation in front of her. The community manager who was suspected of being a good person had discovered her. There must be countless people around here who could respond to his calls and orders at any time. For escape from this unfamiliar neighborhood, pursued by hundreds of people, she thought was an impossible task. Now, the community manager who is suspected of being a good person has extended a friendly olive branch to him. In this case, no one with a clear conscience would refuse it. Layla took a deep breath and thought to herself, I'm here to investigate the cause of my father's death. I act openly and with a just purpose. I have nothing to be afraid of. Just when Harrow was about to start persuading again, Layla suddenly stood up from behind the van. She flipped her hair that covered her eyes behind her ears and strode towards the boss in front of everyone's eyes. In front of Harrow, who stood with a staff. Layla L., it's an honor to meet you. Oh, I didn't expect it to be a beautiful woman. The moment he saw Layla and heard her name, Harrow's face quickly flashed with a trace of imperceptible ecstasy. In order to prevent his expression from being noticed by the woman in front of him, Harrow pretended to be very surprised. He turned around and said to a community resident behind him, how can such a beautiful female guest be the shameless thief you talk about? After the words fell, the countless strong residents behind them all looked at each other with a smile that was a mixture of embarrassment and shame. They exchanged looks with each other, lowered their heads one by one, or apologized, or responded for a time. The street regained its previous harmony. Arthur Harrow waved the crowd away, then limped to Layla on crutches, stretched out a hand and said in a friendly way, it is also my honor to meet you, beautiful lady. My name is Arthur Harrow. Just call me Harrow. Hello. Hello. The palms of the two were separated at the touch, and no one could see that the scale mark imprinted on Harrow's wrist trembled strangely for a few times and then quickly returned to normal. Whatever your purpose here is, Layla. Arthur turned around and walked towards the brightly lit community streets with his cane. Before that, come with me to visit the cultural customs here. The two walked one behind the other on the stone-paved streets, looking like a guide and his curious tourists. Harrow stopped, held a cane in one hand, pointed around with the other and said, in the past, this community had the highest crime rate in the city. People's lives were miserable and heartbreaking. But it's different now. As you can see, They don't close their doors at night and everyone feels safe seeing Harrow greeting people around him from time to time while speaking. Layla's wary heart gradually calmed down with the respect and love in the eyes of the surrounding residents looking at Harrow. She bravely asked Harrow, "Why were they so sensitive and hostile to my arrival before? I think it's not that hard to understand." As Harrow walked, he turned to Layla with a smile and said, "These people used to live in dire straits, but now everyone lives and works in peace and contentment. Anyone who has ever suffered will understand the hard-won peace and happiness. Do your best to protect it." Layla nodded with understanding. Whether from a rational or logical perspective, he felt that there was nothing wrong with Harrow's explanation. Suddenly, a football gurgled rolled to the feet of the two of them. Seeing this, Harrow stopped talking. He used crutches to fix the center of gravity of his body, and then used his intact leg and foot to accurately stop the football at his feet. He kicked it back with a flying kick. "What do you want to do?" Harrow pretended to be angry and pointed at the little girl who kicked the football over and said, "Are you trying to kill me? An old man with inconvenient legs and feet, you still have to lose." The girl stepped on the football with her foot, made a face at Harrow and cursed fiercely, "You are dead." "Oh no, Jamila." Harrow quickened his pace and walked to the girl's side, cursing in the same vicious tone, "You are the one who is destined to die." Even Layla herself didn't notice it. After hearing this conversation that seemed to have a special meaning, her eyebrows wrinkled unconsciously. When she passed the little girl, she asked with admiration, "That was just now Chinese, right? You all speak Chinese?" Yes, Harrow's face showed undisguised pride. As we all know, Chinese is recognized as the most difficult language to learn in the world, but in this community, at least 30.00% of people have chosen Chinese as the third language they learn. One of the languages, 3 languages. Layla looked around in surprise at the ordinary-looking community residents in the street. She really couldn't imagine what kind of changes would make these poor guys who once lived in the cracks start learning voluntarily and voluntarily. "How did you do it, Harrow?" At this moment, she had completely let down her guard. How could such a manager who dedicated himself to benefiting the people be related to the death of her father's archaeological team? The intelligence must be wrong. Harrow saw all the changes in Layla's expression. An inexplicable smile appeared on his lips, and he followed Layla's topic and said, "You want to know? Let's talk." As we walk. As the two walked and chatted, they seemed to have changed from a tour guide and a tourist who did not know each other to a mentor and good friend who had known each other for a long time unknowingly. They crossed the street and arrived inside a complex building with a huge space. This was once a black boxing ring and casino built by the largest gang in the entire community. Countless good people were forced to live here with their families broken up or their bodies left intact in order not to disturb those who were concentrating on reading under the soft light. Harrow had to lower his voice and whisper to Layla, "But now this place has changed a lot. We are here to share knowledge and exchange what we have learned." Once upon a time, the killing fields became today's mecca of learning. Layla kept nodding her head in approval. Here, she saw some people reading at their desks under the light, some carefully watching documentaries in front of the projector to improve their knowledge, and some taking care of flowers and plants to serve everyone. Everyone's face was full of smiles, overflowing with inner joy and peace. "Are you hungry?" Harrow suddenly said without thinking. "Let's go get some things and talk." While eating, he took Layla to the dining area and handed the latter a clean wooden tray. "All the food here is free. Let's see what the late-night snacks are today." "Oh, my favorite lentil soup." Harrow took the big bowl of lentil soup that the cook handed over with a smile, and randomly selected a few prepared ingredients from the menu and put them on his own plate. He was holding a full plate, right? Leela Anley, who knew whether to eat or not, said, "Even if you're not hungry, try the lentil soup." If I guessed correctly, this should have been cooked by Victor himself. He's from the Yucatan Peninsula. Not only is he very interesting, but he also has superb cooking skills. All the food made by his hands always tastes great. I can get unanimous praise from everyone. Okay then. Seeing Harrow's enthusiasm, Layla naturally found it difficult to refute him. She took the full bowl of lentil soup from her aunt with a smile and nodded in response to the other person's equally friendly smile. The two of them picked an empty table and sat down face to face with their own plates. As the owner of this place, Harrow didn't mean to be polite at all. He picked up the spoon and the soup bowl and took a big sip with great enjoyment. After letting out a long sigh of relief, he quickly scooped up some side dishes with a spoon and stuffed them into his mouth. Layla, who was sitting opposite Harrow, saw that he was eating so well. She doubtfully took a spoon and put a mouthful of lentil soup into her mouth. Unseen by her, Harrow's lips curved into an evil smile. "Well, It tastes good, doesn't it? After seeing Layla nodding in surprise, Harrow took another bite of vegetables with a spoon and stuffed it into his mouth. He seemed to be casually vague and said, "Then let's talk about business, beautiful lady." In Lila's disbelieving eyes, Harrow abandoned the gentlemanly demeanor he had shown in the past and wolfed down all the side dishes on the plate. After that, he elegantly took out a piece of paper from the carton. He wiped his mouth carefully and said, "I have had a lot of dealings with your boyfriend Mark Spector, and the two of us are full of bad memories of each other." As his words slowly sounded, all the studying residents who had been immersed in studying just now stood up and surrounded the dining table where Layla and the two were sitting, looking at the somewhat panicked back. Then, Harrow threw away the tissue and said gently, "Do you know what an exciting surprise this is, beautiful Miss Layla? The beloved person of my enemy who has her life and death feud with me actually took the initiative to knock him out of my hands." Layla stretched out a leg and wanted to kick the table over, but what frightened her was that her body had no strength at all, as if she hadn't eaten for several days. "Yes, I was drugged." Harrow waved his hand, and 3 or 4 strong men instantly tied Layla's hands and feet and threw her to the ground while laughing maniacally. He explained smugly, "Put the harmless poison that caused your current situation into the lentil soup, and then put the corresponding antidote into a certain dish. I'm still here. I was worried that you would choose the same dishes as me, so I took a few extra side dishes, but I never expected that." Harrow looked at Lila at his feet like a fool. "You are a heretic who only eats soup and doesn't eat vegetables." End of this chapter. Chapter 146. Mark, change your clothes. He gently smashed a crutch in his hand on the ground only a few centimeters away from Layla's forehead, then bent down, and his bewitching voice sounded the next moment, "I know what you want to know. I know you are there. What information was obtained from the intelligence website, but I can tell you responsibly that the person who killed your father was not me. The person who killed your father was your boyfriend, Mark Spector." Facing Lila's eyes that were mixed with disbelief and anger, Harrow asked in a sad tone, "What kind of person do you think your boyfriend is? A man with superpowers wearing a battlesuit? A man with justice in his heart? A superhero who destroys evil? No. No." Harrow slammed the cane on the floor. The next moment, a faint purple energy entered Layla's brain. The latter only felt that her vision was in a trance, and then she saw a person in the vast desert. Simple camp. The feeling now is very strange. Layla found that she could see and hear, but she could not speak or move. It was like she had entered some kind of strange memory, or she was having a lucid dream. "While she was still there when I was wondering where this place was," Harrow's voice appeared in my ears again. "Come on, let me show you your boyfriend's true face." After the words fell, Layla's perspective was instantly pulled into the simple camp that was not close to her just now. From her perspective, what she saw was an extremely chaotic scene. Countless disheveled men ran out of their tents in a panic. The reason why these people were so panicked was because behind them, there were 30 or 40 people. A heavily armed, mercenary-looking man was arresting them. Just a frightened glance from the dim bonfire was enough for Layla to recognize the identities of these hunted people. Those familiar and unfamiliar faces always appeared frequently in the letters sent home by her father. In the photo, "This is the archaeological team that my father is on. Let's find out where the two protagonists are today." The annoying voice of Harrow sounded again, and Layla's vision suddenly blurred. The world in her eyes was divided into one left and one right, 2 distinct pictures. After she glanced at the picture on the left, he immediately recognized Mark, who was holding a gun among the mercenaries. Looking at the picture on the right, his father wearing a red scarf suddenly came into view. "Okay, the protagonist is found." Harrow's voice showed excitement. "Let's skip those complicated plots and directly witness the horrific scene that happened in the uninhabited desert that night." The screen jumped again, and one by one of the disheveled archaeological team members who fled in a hurry, all were captured by the mercenaries. Each of their heads was covered with a black linen hood, and their hands were tied behind their backs, and they were less than half a meter apart, kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered, waiting for their fate to be judged. Although Layla couldn't see the faces of these people, through the red scarf woven by herself, she still saw her father with a black linen hood on his head and kneeling on the ground like other archaeological team members. Not only that, I also saw my boyfriend, Mark, standing behind his father, holding a gun and whose exact expression was unclear. Tut, chug. The sudden sound of gunshots broke the silence in the desert. A stream of bullets was shot from behind the group of mercenaries standing with guns, accurately hitting the sandy ground only half a step away from the former. "What are you waiting for? Shoot!" A man's voice was carried by the strong wind in the desert at night and floated into the ears of the mercenaries standing with guns. As if they were given a program of instruction codes, these mercenaries pulled the bolts of their guns without saying a word and fired at them. Looking at the hooded archaeological team members in front of him, he pulled the trigger. The scene shattered instantly. At the last second when her sight stayed here, Layla saw a bright red flower of blood burst out from the forehead of her father's hooded head, and the bullet that caused this flower of blood to bloom was her own. It was shot from the gun held by her boyfriend Mark. Your boyfriend, Mark Spector, is a lackey of the moon god Khonshu. After returning to reality, Layla, who had not had time to recover from what she had just seen, heard Harrow's very bewildering voice in her ears again. This is a childish, moody god. He always talks about justice, shouting I am the real justice, accompanied by the sound of crutches hitting the ground and footsteps hitting the ground. Harrow continued, Khonshu punishes those who have committed crimes. His punishment comes too late. He will wait until his lackey, your boyfriend Yu Guang. When the knights took action, people were already suffering. Khonshu, ignore all this happening, but, Harrow's voice suddenly became high and full of faith. Amit is different. Amit knows Khonshu's character very well. She wants to eradicate all evil from the root, that is, to judge the evil people who are about to commit crimes before they are committed, so we have to raise him, don't we, followers of Amit? Harrow's last words were addressed to all the community residents who were standing quietly without exception. These community residents gave positive responses, resurrect Amit, resurrect Amit, resurrect Amit. Amid a wave of louder noises, Harrow raised the crutch in his hand high above his head. He opened his mouth, and one person's voice could even suppress the voices of hundreds of people present. Amit will eradicate the root of evil. Amit will light the way to good, and all the sounds in the hall disappeared, and a silence more powerful than the roar of mountains and tsunamis bombarded Layla's heart for an instant. After regaining some strength, she raised her head, only to see Harrow looking at her with a serious look on his face. Said, it has something to do with a golden scarab that Mark Spector took away from me. Harrow didn't notice Layla's sudden rapid breathing and slightly contracted pupils. He placed the crutches on the ground again, and while circling Layla on the ground, he introduced the function of the golden scarab. The function of the scarab is a compass. It can lead us to Amit's tomb, where he awaits us, eager to be reborn. Layla closed her eyes and tried hard to calm down her inner uneasiness. Thanks to Mark's repeated warnings after handing the golden scarab to her, the scarab was carried close to her body in the compartment of Layla's backpack. With the cruel evildoers deserve to be judged by Amit. After their wails, we can usher her in a new world without sin. After saying this, Harrow suddenly leaned down on crutches. He looked at Layla, who looked a little strange, and thought that she was deceived by his speech. Beautiful Miss Layla, I am very sorry to put you in this situation. Such a situation. But there is no other way. He bent down and reached for the backpack on Layla's back, but he didn't see the latter holding her breath because of nervousness at this moment. Fortunately, the mezzanine design of the backpack is very reasonable, and among the low-sighted followers of Amit, Harrow, who calls himself the envoy of Amit, is not willing to destroy the gentleman image he has worked so hard to build. He simply rummaged around for a while, took out Layla's cell phone, and then took his hand out again. Now Harrow squatted in front of Layla and opened the phone in front of her. After some operations, he finally found the contact named Dear Mark and dialed his number directly in Layla's frightened and confused eyes. He smiled and said, I need you as my hostage in exchange for the golden scarab in Mark's hand. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Along with the ordinary dialing sound, the entire hall fell into silence again. Beep. The call was finally connected. Before the person on the other end could speak, Harrow introduced himself before Mark could. I'm Arthur Harrow. Hello, Mark. What? On the other end of the phone, Mark, who had just charged his cell phone enough to be able to turn it on, his expression suddenly changed. Subconsciously, he immediately pressed the hands-free button and turned his gaze to Yuri, who had an equally surprised look on his side. Without him, the two of them. I was about to go to Layla's place to get the golden scarab, but I didn't expect that the latter fell directly into the hands of the enemy for some reason. Are you surprised, my dear Mark? Harrow put the phone in front of Layla and said to the latter with some pride, talk to your little boyfriend and tell him that if he wants you to be safe and sound, give me what I want in exchange. For Layla now, time is the key to life and death. Before Harrow could finish speaking, she immediately pretended to be extremely angry and yelled into the phone, Mark Spector. You bastard damn shameless executioner. I want you to save me right now with that damn golden scarab that you don't know the so-called bullshit. I want to confront you." Yuri, who was about to listen attentively, was shaken by the sudden roar and had to turn his head. He looked at Mark, and the two understood each other's meaning as soon as their eyes met. They didn't realize that the scarab was actually on Layla. Mark nodded, and also pretended to be extremely frightened and angry and typed into the phone, "You damn bastards. What on earth did you do to Layla? Let her go quickly, or I will destroy the scarab now, you dare." Harrow didn't care about his gentlemanly demeanor. He put the phone to his lips and said seriously, "If you dare to do that, I assure you, Mark, what you will get is a man who has been tortured by us so that he can't see his human form." Leela, seeing that Mark wanted to say goodbye to the other person, Yuri quickly reached out to stop him. He lowered his voice and said to Mark with gestures, "Ask him for his address." After hearing this, Mark quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, he threatened the receiver of the phone with an extremely sure tone, "If my Layla is harmed by even one hair being broken by your place, believe me, hello, I have the ability to completely destroy the golden scarab in an instant in front of you. Now, tell me your location." The seriousness on Harrow's face in the hall was replaced by a smile. He quickly reported his location, and then used an extremely gentlemanly tone to soothe Mark's emotions across from him. "Don't worry, Mark, there's nothing between us. Any irreconcilable hatred, as long as you return the scarab to me. Not only will I not hurt Layla, but if you are willing, we can also become friends." Do. The blind tone from Layla's mobile phone interrupted hello. The latter stared at the phone interface where the call ended, and then turned off the phone nonchalantly, and waved his hand to the mutant fanatics beside him. He beckoned and said, "Untie our beautiful hostage, Miss Layla, give her the best environment, and satisfy all her demands that are not excessive, but remember, don't let her run away before Mark comes with a golden scarab." Yes. Upon hearing this, several activists immediately untied the rope from Laura's wrist. After that, Layla, who had regained some strength, stretched out her hand towards Harrow and said in a cold tone, "Cell phone." "Oh." Harrow, who was about to turn around and leave, nodded in hindsight. He returned the phone to Layla's hand, and at the same time continued to give instructions to his subordinates, "Give our Miss Layla the remaining poison in her body. If when Mark arrives he finds that his woman doesn't even have the strength to walk, I'm afraid we won't know what we did to this beautiful young lady." A group of fanatics looked at each other and smiled when they heard the words. A smile that understood everything appeared on their faces while Layla was still thinking about how to escape from being surrounded and monitored by so many people. Mark and Yuri were also busy working hard in Steve's apartment. The address given by Harrow was very detailed, accurate to which city, which neighborhood, which building, and which house number, but these were of no use to Yuri. His plan was to open the teleportation gate and catch the other party off guard, but the teleportation to a place that was completely unfamiliar to him needed coordinates rather than a house number. Use Google Maps to bring up real-life images. As Steve complained, Mark found a lot of special equipment that did not belong to the former from various unexpected places in the apartment. After some operations, a clear panoramic map was displayed on Yuri in front of the latter. Picked up the tablet displaying the map and used his index finger to drag the screen back and forth for dozens of meters. After making sure that he could completely restore the environment here in his mind, he clicked on the mark with confidence, nodded, confirm the coordinates of the destination and current location, mobilize the power of space. Mark, change your clothes. With his soft drink, Mark on the side quickly summoned the third set of Moonlight Knight uniform. The next moment the latter was ready, a blue portal quietly opened in front of the two of them. End of this chapter. Chapter 147. At the same time in the complex where Harrow is located, a group of mutant fanatics gathered together, surrounded by their great envoy, were singing praises to the god they believed in with high spirits. Just as the song was about to reach its climax, Harrow, who was standing high and constantly agitating, suddenly closed his mouth and looked at the back of the crowd with a serious face. He saw an azure light spot expand into an extremely regular circle in an instant, and behind this circle, he was wearing a suit that he had never seen before, but he could tell it just by the color of the uniform. The master is Moon Knight Mark Spector, and a handsome man with blonde hair and golden eyes that I have never seen before. Everyone pay attention. Harrow slammed the crutch he held high onto the ground. In just a moment, countless dark purple light spots smeared the entire crutch inexplicably. An invisible wind emerged from the hall out of thin air, swirling in his hair and windbreaker. Amidst the sound of hunting, he jumped towards Layla, who was surrounded by several strong men and was forced to watch the worship ceremony. and shouted loudly, "Enemy attack! Division of Labor and Cooperation." Yuri glanced sideways at Mark beside him. "I'm going to save Layla, you come and hold Arthur Harrow, no problem, Mr. Summer Worker." Yuri smiled and shook his head, and blue and orange gold energy beams appeared on his body at the same time. The blue one is the power of space, and the orange gold one is the power of speed. The moment these two powers are mobilized at the same time, his speed is increased to an unimaginably terrifying level. At this moment, the entire world, everything seems to have stopped. Whether it's Amit's Agent Harrow running towards Layla with his wand, or Moon Knight Mark unfurling his cape and gliding towards Harrow, or the excited Oz rushing towards the location of the portal. All minor fanatics are still. Yuri moved his wrists and ankles, and leisurely assumed a standard starting posture. After he finished all this, everyone's movements only changed a little without any hesitation. He exerted force on his feet, with a brilliant trail of blue and orange gold blending together. He seemed to have rushed into a group of immovable wooden piles, changing directions several times, and finally arrived successfully just in time to kick her foot in front of Layla, who was between the legs of a strong man. The transmission speed of nerve signals far exceeds people's imagination. In a world where everyone's movements are infinitely slowed down, Yuri can still easily see the rapidly distorted mask of pain on the strong man's face and his subconscious mind. The occurrence of the action of bending over and covering the crotch, it's so cruel. Judging from the shape of the tight muscles in Layla's calf outlined by the tights, the strength of this kick is not enough to exterminate the offspring, but it is still as strong as a chicken flying egg. If the unlucky strong man who received this kick is unwilling to change as for sexual orientation, I'm afraid I'll have to say goodbye to my sexual happiness in the future. After a moment of silence for the strong man, Yuri reached out and opened several arms that were grabbing Layla from all directions. After that, he reached out and grabbed Layla's arm to ensure that the latter would not be hurt while moving at high speed. To avoid unnecessary damage, he activated the biological force field. And the power of space and power of rapidity spread to the latter at the same time. SHH, the upper limit of the visual reception frequency of ordinary humans is very low. For Layla, she just felt that her eyes were blurred, and the surrounding environment instantly changed to another place. I'm a friend of Mark's. Before Layla could get used to the physical and psychological impact of her rapid movement, Yuri got straight to the point while the latter was retching, "Where is the golden scarab?" But he obviously underestimated how defensive a woman who had just experienced numerous psychic shocks would be against strangers. Layla covered her rumbling stomach with one hand, and stretched out her hand straight towards Yuri and made a gesture resistance. "Don't go over, vomit, come on." "I don't know what you mean, vomit, I have no ill intentions towards you, forget it." Looking at Layla, who couldn't help bending over and retching, Yuri gave up the explanation. He turned around and saw Harrow, who was in a daze, being kicked to the ground by Mark, who was gliding down from the sky. Number of people among the hundreds of Amit fanatics, nearly 80 people swarmed around Mark and Harrow, hoping to find an opportunity for the former of the two to have sex, but there were still a dozen or so little clever guys. They did not choose to stand in the crowd and be cannon fodder. Instead, they rushed towards Yuri, who was leading a woman and seemed to be very capable, howling and screaming. Yuri shook his head helplessly when he saw this. He had no intention of doing anything to deal with these ordinary people who were as weak as newborn mice in his eyes. His spiritual energy rushed into these people instantly under the mobilization of his mind. In his mind, in Layla's surprised eyes, these people who were killing him seemed to be frozen in place and motionless. "Fight them until you die." After Yuri's light words fell, these dozen people immediately turned around and turned towards the fanatical believers surrounding Mark and Harrow, as if they had received instructions from the gods they believed in. "What are you doing? Are your brains broken? Fuck you. You thought I wouldn't fight back after we had sex, didn't you?" Although there were only 10 or 20 people, they caused unimaginable chaos. Almost all the 70 or 80 people surrounding Mark and Harrow were suppressed by these former friends who were fighting with their lives. Confused, some lucky people tried to stop him, but as soon as they got close, they were beaten to bloody head and fell to the ground. After several people fell to the ground like this, the remaining people were no longer soft-hearted. They raised their weapons one after another and struck hard at their former friends. "You did this." After all this time, Layla could basically control herself from retching. She held her chest and looked at Yuri, who turned around subtly and asked, "Mark is the attendant of the moon god Kong Su. Harrow is the attendant of Amit, and you, which god are you the attendant of?" "The attendant of Shen's Huan." Yuri chuckled twice, shook his head and said, "No god is qualified to make me his attendant. I am different from the two of them. Although the 1 or 20 people whose minds were controlled by Yuri fought fiercely and were not afraid of death, they were still unable to defeat 4 people with their fists. Just as the two of them were talking, these guys who had never received systematic training began to fight. The fanatic believers who had the advantage in numbers were all knocked to the ground. Fanatics are just fanatical believers, not mindless. After getting rid of the fanatics who turned to fight, they all turned their attention to Yuri, who had been standing there for a long time. If Layla had the ability to do what she just did, she should have used it long before they controlled the other party. Out with 2 options and 1 wrong answer eliminated, the true identity of the Black Hand who caused the scene just now was naturally self-evident. Yuri didn't talk nonsense. Before these little Karami could make any move, his golden pupils suddenly turned pure white. Having learned the lesson that it is impossible to win with less, he directly controlled this time the souls of half of the people who are still standing. As the saying goes, no one knows whether tomorrow's sun will rise first or disaster will come first. Almost everyone is staring at Yuri's every move. They can't imagine that they were in the same trenches themselves a second ago. His comrade in arms, in the next second, he directly aimed the weapon at himself. Due to Yuri's order to beat him to death, these guys who had their minds controlled either hit their heads or hit them on the crotch. For a while, the whole hall was filled with screams, and the heartbreaking screams of pain came and went. The fierce battle between Mark and Mark, who was blocked by the fanatic believers, was suppressed. Mark, wearing the 3rd suit, felt unprecedentedly relaxed when facing Harrow. Whether it was in terms of strength, speed, or reaction, he could clearly feel his suppression of Harrow. Like now, Mark first calmly dodged the dark purple energy shock wave emitted from the crocodile-head handle of Harrow's cane, and then sprinted with all his strength in front of Harrow, who was just about to raise the cane for defense. Under the latter's frightened eyes, Mark in the middle, 2 dark golden crescent-shaped scimitars exquisitely jammed his cane, and then Mark pushed hard, and the cane containing immense power came out directly from Harrow's hand. Oh! Mark put the crescent moon sword back into the scabbard on his back, kicked Harrow into the crowd of fanatic believers who were in the melee, and ignored the latter's screams. He took a few steps quickly, jumped up and suddenly unfolded the crescent-shaped cloak behind you. Under Layla's stunned gaze, Mark actually passed over the melee of fanatics, and then landed directly next to him in a standard superhero landing posture. I'm very sorry, my beautiful Princess Layla, the night is late. Mark spoke in a very affectionate tone. He raised his head and stood up. He thought he could get a loving hug or even a kiss from his girlfriend, so he released the Liu Guang suit in advance, but what he never expected was, after seeing herself, Layla actually slapped him with all her strength, snapped. At this time, Layla could no longer see any side effects of high-speed movement. She was like an enraged lioness, punching and kicking Mark, who was more than half a head taller than her, and scolding him in pain. You inhumane executioner. You damn bastard. Give me back my dad. Give me back my dad. Yuri stood aside and took a few steps back. Even if he didn't check the plot in his memory, he knew there must be a story based on the fact that Mark was still hemming and hawing while being madly output by Layla. After taking a look at the group fight scene where few people were still standing, he crossed his arms over his chest and watched the love ethics drama in front of him with relish. Mark, Layla, please listen to my explanation. Layla, I will never believe a word that comes out of your mouth again, you bastard. Mark, things are not what you think. We have been together for such a long time. Can you still not know what kind of person I am? Layla, you're a bastard. You're a damn bastard. Mark, okay, I'm a bastard. Can you listen to my explanation? Layla, you killed my father. I saw it all. Stop explaining, the relationship between us ends here. Mark, I don't want to kill, but the employer uses his soldiers to force us to kill. If I don't shoot and kill your father, not only will your father and I die, but I will even die in front of your father. Layla, then just die. Anyway, an executioner like you can only bring carnage to this world if he continues to live. Mark, after that, I avenged your father. Layla, revenge? You were the one who killed my father. If you had really avenged him, you would be in hell now instead of still standing here talking nonsense to me hypocritically. Mark, I killed all those mercenaries and my employer. This process is not as simple as you think. In fact, after doing all this, I really only have one breath left. Layla, stop talking, there's nothing I want to hear. I'm leaving now. Hey. Wait a minute. Yuri, who had been standing by eating melon for a long time, finally couldn't help but join in the fun after hearing what Layla said. He teleported in front of Layla and blocked her way. What's going on between you and Mark? I don't care about grievances, love, hatred, whether you want to leave or stay, I also don't care, but, Yuri stretched out a hand towards Layla, who looked wary. He smiled and said, you have to give me the golden scarab that Mark gave you. Don't even think about it. Perhaps Mark's blind retreat gave this woman the illusion that no one dares to confront me head-on. Faced with Yuri's obstruction, Layla, while protecting her backpack with one hand, stretched out her legs without knowing what she was capable of. He kicked Yuri in the crotch. Get out of here. Yuri lowered his eyes and glanced at the slow attack that seemed to him like a snail crawling. Then, he glanced at Mark, who stretched out his hand and didn't know whether to stop Layla or himself. Considering the latter's emotional problems, with a thought, he just froze the space around Layla. No, it was only then that Mark's voice finally came out of his throat, and his outstretched hand dropped in midair, because he saw that although Layla could not move, her eyes were still dripping with vitality. Change. The scarab should be in her backpack. Under Layla's angry gaze, Yuri pointed to the backpack covered by Layla's hand and said, get the scarab first, and then go and get rid of Harrow. The space around Layla was frozen by me. Although she can't move here, she won't be harmed in any way. Let's solve the problem between you two after the business is done. Just do it. Mark patted Layla's shoulder. He could feel that his palm could not get closer when it was still about 1 centimeter away from Layla's clothes. After he was completely relieved, he was about to reach out and open Layla's clothes backpack. But suddenly my heart palpitated, and I couldn't help but turn my head and look behind me. Damn woman. How dare you lie to me? Harrow, who was covered in wounds, stood on top of a huge dark purple evil magic circle. The cane in his hand forcibly extracted the souls of all the fanatic believers who fell on the ground. In Mark's gaze, as if he was facing a formidable enemy, Harrow slammed his cane on the ground, instantly activating the entire magic circle. End of this chapter. Chapter 148. Ask how many of its finger bones are broken? Harrow's array is so huge that it almost occupies the entire hall of the complex. The impact of such a huge array when activated is extremely terrifying. Purple energy flows along the floor tiles. The gap flowed open, and an invisible gust of wind was generated out of thin air from the cane in the center of the formation, directly overturning the fanatic believers who had their souls sucked out and Mark, who rushed up to interrupt the formation. The evil soul is just a mediocre dish on Amit's menu, but the kind soul is her favorite sacrifice. Harrow finished reciting the spell used in conjunction with the magic circle very quickly, then laughed wildly and cursed the 3 Yuri people. Kill my crowd. Destroy my image. Cut off my future. All 3 of you will die today. As soon as he finished speaking, Harrow immediately pulled out his cane from the floor and quickly retreated away from the center of the formation. At that position, a large area of the floor collapsed towards the ground as if it was melted, and a wave of incomparably pure evil breath spurted out from the collapsed underground pit. Harrow leaned tightly against the wall behind him. He looked at the expanding hole. The excitement on his face that his revenge was about to be avenged was intertwined with the anxiety of facing the unknown. He didn't know what he had summoned. What, but knowing that this thing will never be weak. Crack, a palm whose fingers alone were thicker than the pillars in the hall suddenly popped out of the cave formed by the collapse. It gripped the ground, and its 5 fingers were like a pile driver, effortlessly breaking the floor tiles and inserting them deeply in the soil beneath it. A deafening howl came from the deep pit, and the huge sound instantly formed a circle of sound waves after contact with the air. After that, the 5 fingers clasped on the ground suddenly exerted force, one by one. A ferocious head as big as the front of a truck suddenly jumped out. What the hell kind of monster is this? Mark, who had fallen to the ground, stood up straight and stared at the behemoth with 3 heads and 6 arms in front of him. Even the thinnest part of this monster's 6 arms was thicker than a train, and the thickest part could even reach nearly 20 meters. Width, the monster has only 1 neck on its shoulders, but this neck has 3 equally ferocious big heads sprouting from 3 sides. The monster's shoulders, ribs, and back each have a pair of heads that can be twisted at will. Arms. These 6 arms exerted force at the same time, pulling out a larger body hidden in the pit, a thick crocodile tail that was hundreds of meters long. Lol. Before Harrow, who was standing behind the monster, could finish laughing wildly, he was slapped into the solid wall by the terrifying monster with 3 heads and 6 arms in a human body and a crocodile tail. What a waste. Why would Amit choose you like this? As your agent in the human world, not only can this monster talk, he also has his own thoughts. After dealing with the noisy pig teammates, the 3-headed, 6-armed crocodile-tailed monster shifted its gaze to the three of Yuri. The three heads moved strangely to the same horizontal line, each staring at one of them up and down a light shroud. This damn guy is Consume's agent. Ordinary humans can eat it as a snack when they go back. The powerful body must be very chewy in your mouth. The three words were spoken by the three heads to Mark, Layla and Yuri respectively. After the three heads of the monster looked at each other, they all focused on the monster who had put on the third battle uniform. Moon Knight Mark killed Kong Su's lackey first. The huge crocodile tail swept across the ground, and the power generated by friction pushed the three-headed, six-armed monster with a human body and a crocodile tail toward Mark like a moving mountain. Mark looked at the huge palm that smashed down towards him, and immediately fled away from the attack range as quickly as possible. Although it is huge in size, the moving speed of this monster is not slow at all. A small building-like arm bombarded the ground in the blink of an eye. The huge strength and huge size were stopped by the ground at the moment when the momentum was stopped. Terrifying shock waves and concussions were produced, and before Mark could barely escape the attack range, he was knocked to the ground again by the shock wave catching up behind him before he could run a few more steps. Layla, seeing Mark being thrown up and down like a toy in the monster's hands, Yuri thought with a thought and directly liberated the space confinement on Layla's body. The latter hugged her backpack tightly the moment she was freed. Slowly retreating, she knew very well that escaping was useless, but her biological fear of strength still made her want to stay as far away from Yuri as possible. Listen, Layla. Yuri pointed at Mark, who had just been rubbed by a monster and then smashed into the wall, and said, I don't care about any grudges between you and Mark, but I hope you can see the current situation clearly. Mark is not that monster. Obviously you are not my opponent. If I don't take action, both of you will die. Layla, you don't want to go to hell with Mark either. Layla glanced at Mark, who was struggling to get up from the rubble, and there was a hint of unnoticeable concern in his eyes. After being silent for less than a second, she looked at Yuri. What do you need me to do? It's simple, Yuri said. You and Mark are responsible for dealing with the fanatic believers outside. Just leave this big guy to me. Layla glanced back and forth at Yuri's not-so-strong figure several times before tentatively asking with some uncertainty, Can you do it? Yuri chuckled, without any explanation. He moved his hands and feet. An orange gold speed power and blue space power suddenly emerged from his body at the same time. Before Mark, who had just climbed out of the rubble, had time to recover, the next wave of attacks from the three-headed, six-armed monster with a human body and a crocodile tail swept over him like a violent storm. He hurriedly dodged the first punch. He narrowly avoided the second punch, but just when Mark's old strength had exhausted his new strength, the monster's third punch was already close at hand. Yuri, what the hell are you doing? The wind pressure caused by the movement of the huge fist made Mark speechless. He turned his head to look at where Yuri and Yuri were standing just now, only to find that his girlfriend Layla was looking at him with a worried look on her face. Whoa! Yuri, blessed by the power of rapidity, finally arrived at the critical moment. He glanced at Moonlight Knight Mark, who was lying on the ground. With a thought, he activated his biological force field and condensed it into a substantial fist. The pressure of the seal wind blew his hair, and looking at the terrifying giant fist so close, Yuri's eyes flashed with a fighting spirit, and he punched it without fear. Yes, he did just come back from Asgard after defeating the Frost Clan, but in comparison, the strange monster in front of him, who is neither human nor ghost nor demon, is undoubtedly better than the Frost, who is trained by the Frost Giant. Behemoth is more powerful regardless of speed, strength, or even size. The former can press the latter to the ground and rub him. Yuri has never been afraid of powerful opponents. Ever since he received a crazy increase in power from Banner, he has always wanted to find an opponent who can confront him head-on. However, until he saw this monster, his wish had never been accomplished. Boom! The biological force field perfectly spreads Yuri's fist power over the monster's entire fist. The moment the two terrifying giant forces came into contact, they exploded like an ammunition box ignited by sparks. The powerful reaction force smoothly was transmitted down Yuri's body, and then spread flatly to the entire ground under his feet under the action of the biological force field. As a result, the ground covered by the biological force field suddenly dropped by half a meter in an instant, and countless dust and gravel flew in all directions. It looked like an extraterrestrial meteorite had hit here. Mark, stay away, this is not a battle you can participate in now. After the punches were exchanged, both the unknown monster with 3 heads, 6 arms and a human body and a crocodile tail, and Yuri, who actually took the punch, had a tacit understanding and did not make the next attack. The three heads of the former looked down one after another. Looking at the tiny creature below with great curiosity, the latter used the biological force field to throw Mark directly towards Layla and warned, "Get rid of the miscellaneous fish outside." Yuri's actions were obviously trying to snatch food from under the nose of the monster. One of the latter's three heads was staring at Mark, who rolled down beside Layla and got up quickly. It wanted to control its body and continue to chase. Kill Mark, but his other two heads obviously have different ideas from him. "Forget about that smelly shroud, the human down here looks better." The four eyes on the other two heads of the unknown monster were filled with greed and salivation when they looked at Yuri. Drops of sticky saliva mixed with stench dripped from the corners of their mouths, directly touching the floor tiles that caught the saliva. A crater the size of a basketball was corroded. It is impossible for a single head to gain control of the body from the other two heads. Fortunately, the three heads have coexisted for so many years, and they have long been accustomed to differences of opinion. It only takes a few words. They reached a consensus and decided to eat the possibly tooth-gnawing little snack in front of them before going to deal with the Moon Knight. Yuri moved away from the saliva dripping from the monster with some disgust. He raised his head, looked at the guy in front of him who needed to raise his face to see the whole picture, and his heart was full of high-spirited fighting spirit. The punch just now, he didn't use all your strength, but against an opponent like Mark, this monster definitely didn't use much strength. What a great fortune to have such a powerful enemy. Did you see it? Not only was Yuri observing the monster was also carefully observing everything about Yuri. After seeing that there was no trace of fear in the other person's eyes, but instead there was undisguised excitement, one of them head said indignantly to the other two heads, "We just haven't shown up for thousands of years, and human beings have lost the awe they should have towards us. GGG. One of the other two heads suddenly stretched out towards Yuri. The neck connected to the head was stretched strangely like a noodle. In the blink of an eye, it approached Yuri. Within 3 steps of the whole body. The suffocating stench came from the giant's open mouth. The stench, as if he had eaten shit for tens of thousands of years without brushing his teeth, almost made Yuri hide his face and run away. Before the head could say another word, he punched with his right fist. He clenched his fist tightly and used the biological force field to deliver a big uppercut on the ferocious giant's chin that was full of sarcoma like a yo-yo being pulled by a rope from a low place to a high place. This huge head was dragged by a relatively slender neck in mid-air across a not-so-perfect arc disappeared from Yuri's face along with a deafening scream. Puff. A sharp broken tooth that was as tall as half of Yuri's body was spit out by the head just now. Amidst the heartless and gloating laughter of the other two heads, this head stared at Yuri fiercely. The 2 fists that controlled it were smashed down with anger. It seemed like 2 meteors were falling down, and it was like the whole sky had collapsed. The moonlight above Yuri's head was completely obscured by these 2 fists, and the fierce wind blowing in his face could even blow the gravel scattered on the ground. In this strong wind that ordinary people might not be able to stand up, Yuri, he not only did he stand up, he even lifted his feet off the ground and flew directly under the influence of the biological force field. Facing the 2 approaching fists, Yuri's 2 arms hanging by his sides tightened instantly and pushed out toward the top of his head. The surging power was evenly distributed to the top of his head under the action of the biological force field. In the void air, in just a moment, 2 huge air fist marks formed by the compressed air were born out of thin air under the monster's 2 fists. Boom! The scattered shock waves directly smashed this relatively solid complex into pieces, and the figure of the monster that had been rented by the wall was finally revealed outside and was fighting fiercely with a Moon Knight transformed by Mark. In the eyes of a group of fanatical believers for a time, screams resounded throughout the community. No one could remain calm under the eyes of such a terrifying behemoth. Some smart people immediately abandoned their beliefs and fled in all directions after seeing the monster, but there are always some fools who break through the southern wall and never look back. They shout excitedly in fear, thinking that the monster is the incarnation of a myth they believe in. What wonderful fear, how freshly human. The 3 heads greedily glanced at the various human beings in the street. While they absorbed the power of fear, they looked at Yuri and said with full show, "Did you see it? This is what you humans have seen. The attitude I should have in the future, is it?" Yuri glanced lightly at Mark, who was chopping melons and vegetables like no one else, and Layla, who was agile and coordinated tacitly. He withdrew his gaze and glanced back and forth on the 3 heads. "Rather than caring about these things, it has nothing to do with you. Concerned humans, why don't you 2 ask the guy who boxed with me just now? Ask him, A few broken finger bones. End of this chapter. Chapter 149. I remember you went to school. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed since the two started fighting. In these 10 minutes, Mark had subdued or driven away all the stubborn fanatics in the community, and Yuri and the monsters in the thick smoke had also. It has reached the final stage of decisive life and death. Although he couldn't see Yuri's specific figure, Mark was not worried at all. The constant wails and cries of pain coming from the thick smoke did not sound like Yuri was at a disadvantage. There was nothing going on. He looked at his girlfriend Layla, who was lying on the ground and gasping for air. He decided to use this time to explain the whole matter to the other party thoroughly, otherwise he would not wait until Yuri finished a battle and came out. How embarrassing it would be to see a gap between the two. Putting aside how Mark communicated with Layla, the battle between Yuri and the monster has entered a fierce stage. The monster's power is astonishingly powerful, and its reaction speed is also ridiculously fast. Although any one of the monster's 6 arms none of them can compete with Yuri in strength, but there are 6 of them. The combined force of 2 arms punching together is comparable to Yuri's normal punch. The combined force of 3 arms punching together can easily catch Yuri's full blow. The combined force of 4 arms punching together can even. It's not easy for Yuri, who has a biological force field, to share the burden. When the 5 arms work together, even Yuri has to avoid the edge for a while. For the first time, this was the first time Yuri felt absolutely crushed by the enemy's power after becoming a human. In the past 10 minutes, he and this monster have fist-to-flesh fist fights at least 1,000 times. Both of them are rough-skinned and thick-skinned guys. Although neither has been fatally injured, their physical strength is different. There has been a significant decline, which is manifested in the fact that the speed of punching has slowed down, the frequency of punching has decreased, and the power carried by the fist has decreased. It's so cool. Yuri was hanging high in the sky, shaking his slightly numb arms while staring down at the 3 heads of the monster and saying with a smile, "I am very grateful to you for letting me truly understand my current physical strength, and I am also very happy to meet an opponent like you who is both capable and durable. But unfortunately, I don't plan to spend time with you like this anymore." The monster with 3 heads, 6 arms and a human body and a crocodile tail stared up at Yuri. After Yuri finished speaking, he clearly felt an invisible threat sweeping towards him. Its 6 eyes must carefully stare at the monster in the sky. Humans, who were incomparably small to him, were filled with fear and apprehension. From the moment he was born, he had never seen any creature that could defeat him in terms of strength. Just when the monster was still on the lookout for Yuri to come out and punch him, he saw the latter flipping his hand and flipping a small dark blue square that looked no bigger than a drop of his spit. Before he could ask what it was, Yuri, who couldn't beat it with force, activated the Tiger Bomb energy in his body to activate this artifact that originally belonged to the Frost Clan, the Box of Ice. Only people with the bloodline of the Frost Clan can activate the Ice Box and use the power within it. After the energy purified and condensed by the shining golden Dragon Ball and the Danshin enters the Ice Box, the emotions conveyed by the latter are all its joy and excitement. Facts have proved that as long as the energy level is high enough, how can there be any rules for using it? These are just friendly reminders. The surging white cold wave swept towards the 3-headed, 6-armed, human crocodile-tailed monster below that was trying to escape in fear. The latter moved very fast, but Yuri moved even faster. After deciding not to talk about martial arts, he accurately predicted the opponent's position and opened the door of space through his understanding of the monster in the previous 10 minutes of battle, and instantly appeared in front of the latter. Its 3 heads collided together without any surprise. The cold current that froze everything completely froze its 3 heads. Like a fire brigade holding a fire extinguisher, Yuri held a box of ice and moved it up and down to freeze and seal the monster, which had lost control of its brain but was still twitching and trembling involuntarily. It takes time for the cold current to completely erode every inch of the monster's flesh, and Yuri cannot speed up time ever since. It wasn't until 3 minutes later that the monster was completely frozen into a popsicle stick. In these 3 minutes, the dust stirred up by the fighting settled down. Mark also relied on his sharp tongue to successfully convince his girlfriend Layla and get her forgiveness. He held Layla tightly. The ground was wrapped in the cloak behind his back. Enduring the severe cold that spread inadvertently, while looking at Yuri, who put away the ice box and looked around the frozen statue of the monster. "Is this the rich second generation you mentioned who went to Afghanistan to work as a summer job?" Even though her lips were purple from the cold, Layla still insisted on sticking her head out of Mark's cloak to observe Yuri flying in the sky. "He looks better than you, who claims to have gone through countless battles. The captain who has won the favor of God is much more powerful. Mark smiled bitterly. Yes, everything you said is right for a guy like Yuri who can chase and fight the god he serves and force the opponent to either run away or pay the price to use forbidden moves. He doesn't understand the meaning of Layla comparing the two together. Ignoring the two guys hugging each other for warmth, Yuri hung high above the monster, finally making up his mind about its final treatment. Originally, he wanted to extract the opponent's power and fuse it into his own body, but after careful study, he found that the monster's terrifying power was brought about by his disgusting distortion. In other words, if he wanted the opponents to gain strength, you must accept that you may grow 3 heads or an extra crocodile tail on your butt. He couldn't accept it, so he decisively ruled it out then. What he wanted to do was to put the monster into storage space, transport it to the North Pole, thaw it, and give it to his tribe to eat. Although he refused to be deformed, those tribesmen who had not yet developed their intelligence would not necessarily refuse. In the mutant tribe, in this constantly evolving race, not to mention 3 heads and multiple tails, those guys who are unwilling to lag behind will accept anything in order to become stronger. But this monster's meat is so smelly. During the time Amit was wreaking havoc on the world, God knows how many people died in her judgment. As a principal demon, Amit would not use these judged people to remove their souls and hearts. Something other than that. Just because she doesn't eat it doesn't mean others won't. Yuri seriously suspected that the guy in front of him grew up eating shit, otherwise there would be no way to explain why there was an unbearable stench in his blood. If he brought this back to his tribe to eat, I'm afraid not many would voluntarily eat it if he didn't give the order to die. It is obviously inappropriate to leave the corpse of such a monster where it is. He understands the nature of human beings too well. If he leaves it here and ignores it, within 3 days, its corpse will appear in the secrets of every country in the world. On the experimental bench of the Institute, therefore, after much thought, Yuri decided to throw it into space and use the power of space to completely smash it. Just do what comes to mind. Yuri used the power of space to completely wrap the monster's body, and then with a flash of blue light, the monster and the space he was in were all stuffed into the desolate universe millions of light years away from the Earth. After destroying the frozen corpse and filing the removed space back to the Earth, Yuri breathed out softly, finally settling the matter completely. The chill that had lost its source was quickly melted away by the surrounding air. Yuri, who was hovering in the air, waved to Mark to come over. The latter glanced at his girlfriend Layla in his arms, but felt that a cold, hard little thing was suddenly stuffed into his hand. He looked down and saw, it was the golden scarab hidden in the compartment of Layla's backpack that Harrow longed for. He is very strong, but there are always things that no matter how strong you are, you can't get. Layla took the initiative to get out of Mark's cloak and looked at the handsome, manly 3-dimensional face opposite her. She pushed the latter's chest hard. Go, Mark, I can take care of myself. Mark was pushed back 3 steps by Layla. His shining moon-white eyes blinked, and then without saying a word, he clenched the golden scarab in his hand and ran quickly towards Yuri. Changes in plans. Mark. Yuri looked at Mark, who was running over, patted him on the shoulder and said, do you remember the pit summoned by Harrow? I want to go inside. Mark, who rushed to Yuri's side, was dumbfounded. He raised the golden scarab in front of his face and asked in confusion, so Amit stopped looking for it. Yuri took the scarab from Mark's hand. In the latter's surprised eyes, he used his own power to activate the simple formation engraved in the scarab. It was different from what he had guessed before. The scarab only contained Amit's breath, nothing else. After being activated, the 2 golden wings of the scarab suddenly opened with a swish sound, and then the entire scarab was divided into 2 parts, with the upper part floating on the lower part like a magnet suspended by the reaction force. In the sky above, after a few chaotic rotations, the scarab's head was fixed in a certain direction and stopped moving. Yuri raised his head and glanced at the direction indicated by the scarab. After silently writing it down, he looked at Mark and shook his head with a smile. Of course I want to look for Amit, but you may need to go there by yourself. I'm going to get Amit. Clean up her former subordinates, so that even after she comes out of the tomb, her strength will not be too ridiculous. All right, Mark shrugged and asked with some concern, what if Kong Su comes to find me on the way? I don't think I can force him back like you. Also, the duration of this navigation is how long? While he was still in my hands, Kong Su said that only the power of Amit could activate it. You went to school, right, Mark? Yuri waved his hand and opened a portal. On the other side of the door was the rough and uninhabited sea. If you have listened carefully to the math teacher's lecture, then you should know, 2 intersecting straight lines must have an intersection. He passed through the portal and floated on the rough sea, waiting for the spinning scarab in his hand to stabilize. Within a few breaths, The scarab pointed in another direction again. Yuri returned to Mark. After closing the portal, he handed the scarab into Mark's hands. He clasped his middle finger and ring finger in his palm and pressed it with his thumb. After pinching it into a magic spell, he waved his hands and the flat map of the subearth is instantly completed by the combination of magic factors in the air. As the caster's thoughts changed, the plan slowly curved and finally formed a miniature three-dimensional model of the Earth that was not very round. Yuri tapped his fingertips and quickly found the two coordinates he had just taken and placed the scarab. The directions respectively indicated on these two coordinates are marked. I thought you said you couldn't do magic. Thinking of the magic circle that pulled him into the memory corridor, and looking at the map in front of him that was obviously not in the scientific category, Mark looked at Yuri and asked with an unconfident face, I remember correctly, right? Yes, you remember correctly. Yuri pulled his hands and quickly magnified the two intersections. After carefully identifying them, he waved his hand and opened a portal again. Then he looked at Mark and said with a smile, but more than a year has passed, and you have become now that I have the superpower Moon Knight. There's no reason why I can't learn something new. Before Mark could say any more nonsense, Yuri stood on one side of the portal, avoiding the fine gravel coming towards his face. He spread his hands towards the desert behind the portal and said, it's right here. Mark, the task of digging will be left to you. Mark cautiously glanced into the portal. As far as he could see, there were only deserts and sand dunes. The distant horizon met the yellow sands in the sky. There was no trace of human activity here at all. He turned back. He shook his head at Yuri and said firmly, it will take a lot of time to dig an ancient tomb that is unknown how deep it is buried underground. I need to make some preparations. Don't close it. Yuri stopped preparing to close the portal, heard the sound and looked at Layla, who was trembling and running towards here. The woman held her backpack in one hand and her tablet in the other and ran to Mark and explained to Yuri, I'll make a reservation first, so that even if you are gone, we can find a place by ourselves. Layla turned on the positioning, bent down and got into the desert opposite the portal. Mark and Yuri looked at each other and looked at Layla running back with excitement. The former grabbed his girlfriend by the shoulders. What did you just say? What did you say? Us. Yuri wanted to eat another melon to cheer him up, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the hole in the hall was shrinking. Helplessly, he had no choice but to pat Mark on the shoulder. I have to go in. How do you get there? Decide whether you want to go together. I hope I can hear your good news when I come back. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed the amet cane that Harrow had dropped on the ground before, and jumped into the unfathomable deep purple pit without looking back. End of this chapter. Chapter 150, I am the agent. This is a world filled with evil. Purple. The stones here are purple, the flowers, plants and trees are purple, the water is purple, the earth is purple, even the sky that covers the whole world like a cover is also purple. The mystery of space is elusive. It was clearly a vertical passage, but when Yuri came out, it turned into a horizontal passage. Just before hitting the ground, Yuri got into a teleportation tunnel in front of him. In the door, all the kinetic energy carried by his body was offset, and he stepped silently on a piece of soft lavender grass. The surroundings were quiet, but Yuri knew very well that these were just appearances. He could clearly feel the malicious gazes falling on him from all directions, the greed and desire contained in them, just like the sight of a group of hungry men who hadn't eaten for a week. A sweet and delicious meal arrived. Yuri didn't feel threatened by these looks, so he ignored them and looked around. The most eye-catching thing is the large purple lake that can almost be called an inland sea. There is no wind in the surrounding space, which makes the lake look like a purple mirror embedded in the earth. Absolutely beautiful. Yuri stared at the calm lake surface. He could sense that most of the eyes looking at him came from there. After thinking about it, he grabbed Amit's cane, turned on the bioforce field and soared straight from the ground. Is this the attitude you see when you see someone holding the staff of Amit? The loud voice spread along the air in all directions. After a few seconds of silence, the lake, which was as calm as a mirror, began to ripple. The flat purple grassland arched into ferocious ravines, and the rugged purple strange mountain trembled. Split opening with big hole, countless long, grotesque, ferocious creatures finally restrained their malicious gaze slightly after Yuri identified himself. They revealed their true bodies from their respective lairs and looked at each other in silence. The human holding the staff of Amit hanging high in the air. Very good. Yuri looked at these various monsters who were afraid of the remaining power of their old master and had to come out to meet him, and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't know the function and ability of the Amit staff, but based on his experience in leading the entire mutant race, The token of a leader who is not dead must be able to intimidate the subordinates commanded by the leader. If Amit's staff does not have this ability, then it means that Amit has long existed in name only among this group of monsters. He poured the energy in his body into the staff of Amit. Although he was not sure what the functions of the various formations he sensed in the process were, this did not prevent him from using the Amit in his hand. The staff releases purple energy with Amit's aura. Amit told me he has something prepared here for his resurrection. Yuri started talking nonsense without thinking. He told me that as long as I hold the staff, someone will take me to take out those things. According to Kamatage's records, Amit lived in a large lake when she was not out of control at the beginning. It was her place of residence and dining, and the souls and hearts of all sinners would be destroyed. The judge was thrown into the lake and was devoured by him. Yuri can almost conclude, this is the big lake where Amit was born. Together, loud sounds echoed throughout the world. And the demons who could understand human speech looked at each other, asking each other with their eyes whether they knew the existence of such a place. Advocate, I have a question to ask you. Just when the atmosphere fell into silence, a giant human-faced eagle that had placed its nest on the highest mountain top suddenly swooped down towards Yuri. Seeing that the giant eagle was about to fall into the lake, it changed direction and accurately it landed on the back of an aquatic giant floating on the lake. In order to stand firm, the eagle monster clawed its sharp eagle claws directly into the flesh of the aquatic monster. The latter screamed in pain, but with absolute strength in front of it, it did not dare to move even if it hurt. Every cent. The eagle monster was very satisfied with the attitude of the big fish at its feet. It shook its wings, and its head with a human face suddenly approached Yuri in the sky. Where are the three brothers you summoned before? Why didn't they come back with you? As soon as this question came out, all the monsters stopped making eye contact for an instant, and stared at Yuri with a pair of fierce eyes. As long as the latter's answer was even slightly wrong, these guys would definitely get up and fight him. Yuri looked at the huge eagle monster, then turned to look at the other monsters who were eyeing him. Amidst the low roars of demonic beasts, he slowly said, with my unremitting efforts and countless manpower and material resources, with all my efforts, I have found the tomb that seals Amit, and the three brothers you mentioned, after helping me deal with the last enemy, went to dig dirt outside the dusty tomb of Amit. After listening to Yuri's previous words, few demons and monsters could bear to care about the specific situation of the three brothers behind them. They roared to celebrate each other. Amit's tomb has been found. We can finally see the light of day again, the taste of human beings. I miss them so much. Attack the temple. Kill all the gods. Yuri squinted his eyes and tried to distinguish some useful information for himself from these voices, but before he could hear a few more words, from the center of the purple lake, from the interior of the mountains, and from the mouth of the human-faced eagle monster around him, suddenly there was a deafening roar. Quiet. The noisy voice fell silent for a moment. The purple lake, which was occupied by a group of aquatic monsters, suddenly surged up with a huge water column from bottom to top, and then a giant turtle as big as an aircraft carrier surfaced. A rumbling sound came from the rolling mountains, and then a meteor giant covered in stones walked towards the lake shore with heavy steps. The three guys who were obviously the leaders of all the monsters looked at each other. Finally, the giant human-faced eagle closest to Yuri stared at Yuri and said seriously, "Sir, are you sure you have really found Lord Amit? A sealed tomb?" Yuri looked back without timidity and nodded. "I'm sure I found it." "Then what are you waiting for?" The human-faced eagle opened its two wings with a total length of several hundred meters with a strange swish sound. "Quickly open the passage to the human world. Let us welcome Amit's resurrection and return." A group of silent monsters are all good at setting off the atmosphere. When they heard that they would return to the world soon, they screamed and danced excitedly again. Yuri was suspended in midair, quietly looking at the flapping human-faced eagle monster and a group of distorted and ugly monsters. "No, now is not the time for you to go out." "What did you say?" The neck of the hawk monster twisted 180 degrees strangely, and a pair of eyes stared at Yuri fiercely. "We have already found Lord Amit's tomb. Why can't we get out yet?" Yuri looked at the hawk monster like a fool. Amit has been sealed by the gods in the tomb for thousands of years, and the eyes of the gods have never left Amit's resting place. A three-headed monster. "Forget about the monsters. If I dare to open the passage and let you out, I'm afraid you will be blasted to pieces by the gods descending from the sky before you can see Amit." All the demons and monsters fell silent. They glared at the guy in front of them, who dared to speak arrogantly with cannibalistic eyes. "Abandoning the gods? Do you really think that thousands of years have passed and the human beings on the earth will still be the same people in your memory who are walking around in tattered clothes, hungry and half-clothed? They developed science and learned magic. They can destroy a country with one cannonball and influence the entire multiverse with one magic. The powerful ones among them can even stand on an equal footing with the god kings of various gods. Facing all kinds of looks, Yuri slowed down his tone slightly. I don't blame you for this. After all, in this place that is completely isolated from the world, you can't learn much information. But Amit is different. Although she is sealed now, but she can use my eyes and body to see everything I see. What she means is that she must first accumulate strength, and then she will personally summon you to the world after you are strong enough. The human-faced eagle monster was still about to say something, but the turtle that emerged from the bottom of the lake jumped in front of him and greeted Yuri. Master Amit must have his own reasons for his thoughts. My agent, our Lord Mit did leave something at the bottom of the lake before he went on the expedition. If you are confident that you have the ability to take it away, then come with me. Yuri looked at the ferocious giant turtle that was slowly sinking to the bottom of the water, then at the human-faced eagle monster with an unhappy expression and the stone giant standing silently on the shore of the lake, without saying anything more. After his plan succeeded, he dived into this vast purple lake without hesitation. The water in the lake is abnormal. Yuri can feel resistance and pressure that far exceeds that of seawater on Earth. Even the visibility is much lower than that of Earth's oceans. Countless strange creatures, large and small, swim in this purple lake. Swimming back and forth, some little ones got into the big ones, and some big ones swallowed the little ones into their stomachs. The ferocious giant turtle moved forward at a slow pace, and it didn't look like it was trying to guide people. The deeper it dived, the greater the pressure and viscosity of the lake water. As a last resort, Yuri had to activate the biological force field. After a brief acceleration of the dive, I grabbed a bump on the back of the giant turtle and hatched a ride. After diving like this for 5 or 6 minutes, Yuri felt that the speed of the giant turtle had slowed down at this time. The lake water put a lot of pressure on him. If compared with the seawater on the Earth, it would be at least 5,000 meters deep. Yuri activated Amit's staff very early. He believed that no agent could withstand such a terrible pressure with his own physical strength. Since he is now the agent of Amit, then you have to use Amit's power to protect yourself. The purple energy in Amit's staff completely enveloped Yuri, effectively isolating the pressure from the outside world and providing him with the ability to see at the bottom of the lake. Yuri released his grip on the giant turtle and waved it gently. The cane swam in the direction of the giant turtle's finger. Sir, this is Lord Amit's former residence. The giant turtle saw the purple energy surrounding Yuri, and a trace of recollection and nostalgia flashed in its terrifying giant mung-bean eyes. It turned sideways, revealing a huge cave behind it that exuded a faint purple light. Lord Amit is indeed there was something left in there, but I couldn't get in if I tried, Master Amit said. Yuri gently tapped his cane on the thin film at the entrance of the hole. The purple energy with Amit's aura was like a drop of water dripping on the white paper, and was quickly absorbed by the entire film. After that, a powerful force, the suction force, came to Yuri from inside the cave, and the latter was sucked in without any precautions. The bioforce field was fully activated, and Yuri stabilized his figure the moment he entered the cave. He silently glanced at the giant turtle that was struggling to come in with him outside the film, and then walked towards the winding path without saying a word. Walk inside the twisty but unusually spacious and tall cave. I don't know if Amit prefers darkness or for some other reason. There was not a trace of light in the entire cave. After turning a few corners and making sure that the giant turtle couldn't see him, he waved his hand and constructed a tunnel in the passage behind him. Isolating the magic circle, and then with a wave of his hand, several black balls scattered in all directions from his storage space, and the bright lights on them instantly illuminated everything around him. The passage was very smooth. Both the walls and the top looked as if they had been carefully polished. No pits or unevenness could be seen. The entire passage was also very clean. Except for 1 or 2 scattered scales, he could not see anything else moving along the passage. Yuri soon came to Amit's real residence. This is an extremely huge space. Its internal space is about the same size as an office building. The entire space is buckled on the ground in a semicircle. Under the light, Yuri can see that there are many dull weapons and weapons piled here. Hundreds of corpses with only bones left picking up a bright white skull. Yuri could feel the strength of its owner during his lifetime. Even though he had died a year ago, there was still a lot of divine power remaining in this bone. He picked up a gray broadsword. Yuri only shook slightly, and the whole knife trembled slightly. In a continuous buzzing sound, it quickly shed its dust and regained its former sharpness. The fetish itself becomes filthy. Yuri slashed twice with the knife, and then unceremoniously put all the gray artifacts on the ground into a storage space. These should be the Egyptian gods who died under Amit. The gods and their weapons also proved Amit's strength from the side. After doing all this, Yuri turned his attention to a box that was fully protected by layers of magic circles. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.